Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.
Word up. Culture United 8. Culture United 8. Uh-oh. I got an echo. I got the echo gone now. Culture United 8 is all happening. Joining us today, thank you for everybody who's tuned into this show. We've been rocking now. This is our 8th edition of Culture United, and we got a jam-packed panel of top-flight discussions going on today. Up first, frequent Culture United guest panelist, fresh off of his viral interview with TDE President Punch, chieftain of all the DIYers all across the world, my man Curtis King. 9-second applause.
Man, appreciate you. Appreciate you as always. Always a pleasure to be here, especially amongst the folks, the new faces in here. This is Earl. It's an honor to share this stage with all these individuals in here.
Word up, man. Thank you for joining again. As always, also on today's panel, I think it's probably your second time being on. I'm a big fan of his YouTube channel. He's getting it started this year. Also a big fan of all the work he's done from whether it's the media side from his work with Amazon or all the behind the scenes stuff as a music executive for 20-something years in the game. One of the most realist, most honest, most direct voices I think anybody's ever going to encounter in this space. My man, Wayno. 9-second applause.
Thank you, my guy.
Word up.
Appreciate you always.
Thanks for being here. Oh, what happened to Rob? Where did Rob go? There you go. I don't know what happened to him right there. Also on the panel this time, I think Rob was part of the original lineup of Culture United out here. Just sat down with him for an incredible conversation over the weekend. He actually went on a little West Coast tour, it seems. Did a great conversation with Gina Views and DJ Head over on Effective Immediately. Arguably on the Mount Rushmore of greatest rap journalists of all time, and a super MC in his own right. 9-second applause to my man, Rob Markman.
Hey. Nah, I'm just glad to be here, man. Went out to the West Coast. Y'all showed me a lot of love out there, man. I always appreciate a lot of family out there. Yeah,
man. Yo, you definitely went on a world. You saw Sway. You were out there. You saw Sway. You was on. You had the Genius thing. We did a Genius episode with Lupe. You know.
Yeah, you know.
You got a lot of love. You got a lot of love. Got a lot of love. Also joining us for the first time, one of my favorite young voices, cultural commentators, covering everything that's happening in hip hop and rap music. He is from New York City, uptown, and now he's representing South Carolina. So he's got 2 regions under his belt. All of that supports his unique perspective on all things that are happening in the culture. My man, Read My Soul. 9-second applause.
Oh, it's my turn. It's my turn. I don't know what to do with my hands. You know, that's my thing. I don't know what to do with my hands, man. This is a pleasure. Justin, Curtis. I've been on, panels with you guys before. Everybody else here, I've watched growing up. I'm just happy to be here, man. This is, you guys don't nobody pick, but this is crazy. I'm about to call my mama after this, your glasses, all you guys are like titans to us, no matter how big or small I get or whatever happens, man, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Definitely.
Word up, man. My man. Thank you for being here. Long time homie. I think everybody's big homie to a degree. I think he has one of the most elite commentary, one of the most elite outlooks on everything that's happening in hip hop. I feel like there's something scratching around over there real quick. Anybody else hear that? Okay. I hate to interrupt my
Hey, Wayno.
That was Wayno. Yeah, you put
how you move that sound go off.
Oh, for real? I move?
Yeah, it's how you move some.
I ain't know my fault, yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Back to what I was saying, man. I think he's everybody's big homie to a degree. I think he has one of the most elite perspectives on everything that's happening in the culture. A true representative, not only for the West Coast, but for hip hop in its entirety. And he's put together an incredible catalog over his years as being as being an MC in his own right. One of my favorite storytellers, and someone who has an innate ability to say things that make people think. My man, Glasses Malone, 9-second applause.
God, man. Probably took so long, man. We supposed to been got up. He hit me talking about something. Would you do it? I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do it. What that kind of question is that?
That's what's up, man. I'm glad we finally got to make it happen, man. We've worked on a few things, you know,
yeah, million
things,
but I've been catching a lot of these too, so that's dope.
That's dope, man. I appreciate you being here. All right, first question up today. We've got 4 or 5 topics we want to get through, as everyone knows who's in the audience. Feel free to like the video. That helps a lot. Share the video. That helps a lot. And then leave your comments in the comment section. We'll get to the super chats after the main discussion. But the first topic, and I think the biggest topic that's happening right now, is this weekend was night 1 of the much anticipated GNX Grand National Tour. Wait, is that wait on Mike? Yeah, can you put it on mute until you?
We got to just come.
I got you 1 second.
Yeah, you got to come down some volumes.
Hey, Justin, did you give Headkrak an intro?
Oh, shoot. I completely missed. I always miss somebody. This is the second time I did that. I
know what it feels like.
The second time I did that. I did that like three episodes ago, man. Yo, my apologies.
No problem.
My brother. You know, Headkrak to me is someone I've known for a long time in this music industry game. I remember him coming up with the Bodega Brothers to his own solo music that he's put out. I think oh my God, what's your new album called? Microdose. That's what it was, about the ayahuasca trips. Talking about
available in multiple formats, even cassette.
Multiple formats and even cassette.
But people just got out of jail.
There it is. And then he's transitioned beautifully into the media space, working on the Rickey Smiley Show out in Atlanta. Also, Pictionary, a number of game shows. I think he's a true maven who's been able to find different ways to impact people, whether it's through his music or through his point of view. And joining us for the first time, my good friend who I did not mean to forget on the intro, my man Headkrak. 9-second applause.
Thank you. Peace and love, and shout out to Niles Piche, who says she loves cassettes. Don't do us like that. No doubt. Yo, appreciate the opportunity. This is one of those rare times where I feel like I get to sit at the correct lunch table. Because a lot of times I'll be sitting around people who don't know what the hell's going on, and I'm the person who has to like get everybody up to speed. So it's so dope to be in the correct classroom.
Word up. It's all happening. Let me see what's happening. Okay, there we got Wayne back on the stage there. All right, I think we covered all bases, right? Anything I missed? Anybody I missed? There's nobody else. There's anybody backstage? No, I'm joking. But yes, no. So now back to our normal, regularly scheduled programming. But the Grand National Tour is one of the biggest conversations this weekend, and we've seen a lot of memes going around about it. There's been a lot of anticipation. Kendrick Lamar and SZA are headlining a stadium tour. You know, I think most of us have definitely seen either seen conversation around this or done videos on this already. But around the horn, I want to get everyone's reactions to night 1 of the Grand National Tour. We'll go ahead and start with you, Curtis.
Man, it's hard to tell that story without talking about the other guy, but I'm going to try to do my best to just enjoy for the piece of art that I've been seeing through these clips. I think it says a lot about the show that you're getting when you can look at somebody else's cell phone footage compressed down and still catch energy from it, right? You're seeing people mosh pitting to songs. You're seeing him rap over acoustic versions of Anita Baker and doing some classic stuff from the catalog. You see him really, I mean, it really feels like a victory lap, is what I kind of got from that. Seeing all of that be intertwined with the rise of SZA and you know, her superstardom, everything that's going on with her. It's just dope to see it work out that way. The skits and even like the skits he's playing where he's like doing the thing, and what is that called? The questioning and all of this stuff.
The deposition.
Deposition, that's right. Seeing him lean into that, I think is dope, and is giving us an opportunity as listeners to see all that in a different light. So I'm excited to hopefully catch one of these Inglewood shows and you know, see what it's all about. I'm trying not to spoil it for myself though.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I haven't watched any extended clips, but there's a lot of stories, a lot of news that's been coming out of this. And I saw you talking about it quite a bit, Glasses. What's your reaction to what you've seen?
Yeah, I'm just impressed. This whole year just been just impressive to me. Man. I remember just standing in the back of the Tech 9 concert, watching him watch Tech 9. You know what I mean? Night after night. You know what I'm saying? To watch him do it. Like, I think I expected arenas, but stadiums that's just dope. You know what I mean? And I like how he's not backing down with none of the energy. You know what I mean? Just turn it up. I mean, that's always important to me. I just want him to go all the way there. Leave nothing. Leave nothing. Just walk. When it's done, you can walk away knowing you gave it all. And I just feel like that's what I get to see. So it's uncharted territories. Only the people that I was a fan of growing up, really got a chance to do stadium tours. You don't really see that in hip hop. So to watch him do it, man, he ain't leaving nothing on the table, man.
I mean, that's a great point too. I mean, I don't think that I'm not sure how aware of I'm not sure how aware the general public is about the impact that those strange music tours had on their development.
It's a real boot camp, man. It's a real different type of boot camp. That tour, like we did like 64 shows in 66 days. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
crazy.
He used to be sitting in the back of the concert. I was saying it earlier. He used to sit in the back of the concerts and just be watching Tech 9 night after night. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I couldn't figure out why. I mean, he was just watching him every night. And just, to watch it now, to see where he's at, 14 years later is just crazy. It's a stadium, Justin. Like, it ain't no arena. Like, I seen some artists that I'm a fan of. I seen every artist that I'm a fan of doing arena, but it's only one of them that's really did stadiums. You know what I'm saying? So to be that other one is just crazy. It's dope.
Rob, what comes to mind when you saw the clips and you saw the stories coming out of this first weekend of GNX?
I gotta secure more tickets. So New York, New Jersey, MetLife Stadium. The ticket is secured. I'm looking at flights right now for LA because I feel like I gotta catch it in the home base. I just feel like the energy over there is gonna be different. So I'm gonna fly out to a couple of cities, man. Like, it's just a good time, and we all work in media and in some capacity, like really on some behind the scenes, whatever, right? And but I'm just kind of seeing the clips, and I'm like, man, it's a good time to be a fan. It's a good time to be a fan. It's okay to be a fan. It's okay to be like, not that type of fan. I'm talking about like a real music fan, man. It's okay to be a fan, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? And because we're not gonna see a run like this. Like, this don't happen. This is like every remember the scene in Godfather when he was like, yeah, this gotta happen every 10 years, man. It clears the bad blood. Like, we might see this once every 10 years, like a run like this. So enjoy it. So I'm just gonna enjoy it, man. I'm going to a few different cities, man.
Nice. Yeah. 1 second applause. Wayno, I caught your video earlier on the deposition stuff, on the drop, I think it's called, as you headlined it. What comes to mind when you think about this weekend and what you've seen so far?
It took me back. Like, my first time ever seeing Kendrick perform was at Sneaker Pimps in New York, like 2011 when Section 80 was out. And I remember like him saying, people in New York, we get dressed and come out to not have a good time. You know what I'm saying? So I remember Kendrick saying, everybody put your hands up, and nobody really putting their hands up like that, but a few people in the crowd that was in tune. And then it took me to when I had hosted Ab-Soul's first show in SOBs, and he brought Kendrick out. And just being a fan of Kendrick over the years and seeing him grow, I was excited, man. I was really excited when it came to performance when he did Mad City and put it over Anita Baker's Sweet Love, because that's like his record that takes it from one level to the next level. So to see him get that out the way early, I was like, nah, what's about to happen? Like, you know what I'm saying? But I was really excited. Like Rob said, like it's dope to be a fan right now and just seeing, the audio experience go up, the visual experience with the videos, the live performance experience. I'm looking forward. I gotta put some calls in so I can make sure I be at one of these shows.
Yeah, man. I mean, the Sneaker Pimp show, I was at that show too in New York.
Word.
You know, yeah, I was definitely there. And it's
Mhm.
crazy because like part of me feels like New York, at least New York media, embraced Dot maybe before any other media really did. It feels like that to me. And we put on a show. We booked a show for Kendrick at Southpaw and in Brooklyn, and I think it was overly dedicated right before Section 80 came out. And then we had him at the 2011 Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival, which at that point in time, I think was one of the biggest stages that he had rocked. And so you're right, man, to see how far, now he's doing stadiums. Which is crazy to think about. Headkrak, what do you think about what you've seen so far?
It's an exciting time, and I think you're witnessing a couple things happening at once. You're seeing a guy that God likes a lot. You know what I'm saying? And just like the run is incredible, like everybody was saying. And when you look at the brilliance of how we paired this tour, because SZA sell tickets too. A lot of tickets. Like that SOS run was crazy. It was hard to get tickets, and I think she did multiple nights here in Atlanta, sold out both nights. So to do that 1-2 combo punch, similar to how like Jay and Mary used to do back in the days, and Jay and Beyonce, and Jay and somebody else. He's been doing this a lot. To see Kendrick go on that same run is dope. And even to like people talk about all like the subs and stuff that might exist in there, even the bloopers of people figuring things out in real time. I saw like one of SZA's dancers fumbled the move and like almost dropped her. And if I was there, I would have took his place. And because I'm just as big of a SZA fan as I am Kendrick Lamar. I feel like when she sings, she's singing directly to me. And I'm excited to see this energy on the 29th when she comes to Atlanta. I'm definitely pulling up. And I'm a person who's been to every Kendrick tour post Section 80. So to see the elevation of his live show and to see him pull off these records without rapping over his vocals, you understand truly why this dude gets nominated for best rap performance in addition to the other stuff. Because it's one thing to be able to go in and write this stuff. It's another thing to be able to perform it. And he really lays it all out there when he goes on stage, man. So I love that.
Word up. 1 second pause. Reed, what did you think? What do you think about what you've seen so far?
This is for me, this is amazing because even though I'm like an older soul and like I know a lot of like the 90s, 80s music because of my dad and my uproot and my upbringing, I'm still a baby of that blog era. So to see this is like it's like the reverse of the Snoop Dogg everybody on stage moment. It's like watching, to me, the one that won the blog era do his victory lap. So it's just like, this is a moment for me. Like, I came up in that Jay-Z era, but that wasn't my era. I'm a 93 baby. So, like that, even though I was there and I could quote a lot of those lyrics, Kendrick and them is the ones that came in and like captured my heart. All of them, Kendrick, Cole, and the other guy and Drake. But watching this is like, wow. It's like when I first played OD and I first started hearing, you boo and you TD, like to see where we're at now is just, it's amazing to me personally. And just how he's carrying, he running, still rapping, just using all the elements of hip hop, the comedy. I'm a comedy guy too. So to see him doing the comedy and the acting, that's dope. Just SZA, just, I think what the last stadium tour was, that Jay-Z and Beyonce in hip hop? Was that Jay-Z and Beyonce last like stadium tour?
Right?
I think
Travis Scott.
Travis Scott, right?
Travis Scott. Well, Travis Scott hit arenas, and then there was like select stadiums on the second leg of that.
Because he was in MetLife.
I saw Travis in MetLife a couple months.
I think it's J&M, right? J&M had the last stadium.
They did the baseball joints.
Yeah.
J&M did baseball
stadium.
Shea Stadium, right?
No, not Shea City.
They did Yankee Stadium in Detroit. It was the home at home, so they did New York and they did Detroit for M.
So even that's older guys, what I'm saying? That's the older, this is the new guy, like this is one of the new people. So
nobody ever did a stadium tour in hip hop?
Say it again.
A full stadium joint? Is this like the first one? That's like,
Jay and Beyonce, you know what I'm saying? But the co-headline, and and then you got Dot and SZA. Like SZA definitely helped sell tickets. Like we can't be like SZA's a force. So we've seen it, but it is rare air. Like it is like you're in an exclusive club.
What I think it is too, also glasses is like sometimes we confuse arenas for stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like a lot of people do arenas, but sometimes we like if you don't know, even myself, like I used to think they was all the same. It's not.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to think. I know J and M did the two, and I know Beyonce and Jay did them. But it's just weird. Like it all feels really foreign. You know what I mean? I mean, and like all of my favorite guys, it just feels really foreign. Like a lot of this stuff, even like what Rob was saying, it's like there's only been about 5 runs like this. You know what I mean? And this just feels really different. You know what I mean? And I saw 50 shit in it. I saw that 12 months. You know what I'm saying? I saw that 12 months even in you know, when I started high school, when Dog came out. You know what I mean? When I was coming into high school, I saw Lil Wayne's 12 months up close and personal in 2008. Like right then and there, this just feels really different. You know what I mean? I don't think I ever saw anything quite like this. And it's just, you know, it's blowing me away, dog. Like it's really special. Like it's crazy.
Is it because like you had like a front row seat to being, you know, from Cali while everything was going on over the past like 15 years?
No, I think that's more hitting me now. You know what I mean? But like I watched some of the greatest, you know, rap battles happen, you know, from the battle to here, and it just didn't feel like this. And then when you look at the actual metrics, it is really unique. You know what I mean? Like you haven't really seen a battle where somebody had a #1 record or let alone 2, and then a #2 record. And you never saw, I can't remember seeing somebody win 5 Grammys for one song.
Yeah.
I mean, like I haven't remember seeing somebody do 2 Super Bowls in 24 or 36. Some of this stuff just, it's almost like unbelievable. Like what Headkrak is saying is like God really is showing favor because this is really unique stuff. And the more I studied it, you know, it's different when I didn't study it because you just, you know, you could imagine it happened before. But the more I study it, it's like, yo, this stuff ain't really ever happened.
Yeah,
and that's what's blowing me away.
I think to add on to that, it's not to take nothing away from that and what he did. I think this is the greatest battle that we ever seen in hip hop. I think there's one of the greatest runs that we ever seen, but it's relative, right? Like the ceiling for hip hop in '93 when Snoop Dogg first came out was a lot lower. There was only so many heights that you can ascend. So when he did damn near, did he do 1 million or was something like 800,000 or something?
Yeah,
eight something, which was like, what the fuck is going on? Like those are new heights. Like so that record had to be reached before that record could be broken. You know what I'm saying? Then when you get 50, you know, a lot of people compare 50 first week with Snoop's first week, and it's an interesting conversation. But by 2003, 10 years later, the ceiling is higher. The opportunity to do things in hip hop is much greater. And then now I just seen, you know, the roof is blown off this motherfucker. Like, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really kind of no limit. So we seeing no heights. It'll be interesting to see. And again, I think it will be at least another 10 years before we see something like this. What level do you take it to next? Like, how much can we keep kind of growing? But, you know, I think it's the right artist, the right time, the right foundation, and and then we all stand on the shoulders of those that came before us. So I think it's all of that coming together, and it's a beautiful moment for hip hop.
Yeah, I don't think there's a marketing team that could construct a plan for any artist because everything that happened organically. And even when you think about the record that made all of this stuff take off, it was like record number 6 out of a whole bunch of back and forths, you know, between a person, and this has created such an ecosystem that allows him to, you know, get in the conversation about a Super Bowl self headlined and even doing these arena tours. Like, man, this lightning that got captured in the bottle, I don't think will be replicated for quite some time.
Can we also add to it, the odds are very different than anything we ever seen for an artist. When I think about the direction that hip hop was going, when I was doing reactions about 2-3 years ago, it might have been 2 years ago, we were talking about major labels deprioritizing signing rappers in place of Latin artists and world music, and to a point where they were kind of, at least on a mainstream level, pushing it off to the side. To come out of the amount of years that we have what I think been under a bit of a hypnosis in terms of the things that got prioritized, the unbalanced nature of the way that music was being pushed. The agendas that you could even say were in a lot of the music that was consistently kind of put there in the forefront. The odds, I think I've never seen so many elder hip hop fans over the ages of 40, 50 say how proud they are of a rapper in this era, and it not just be a Christian rapper. Right. I feel like that's always the easiest one for them to be proud of because he's talking about the Lord. This one's interesting. This one's interesting too. I'm with you, Glasses, that I'm looking at these and I'm realizing it had to be the perfect storm. That's why even when people go so deep into those Easter eggs, I'm thinking to myself, some things are just spiritual.
You ain't lining this up. Yeah. Some of this stuff.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. That some of these things are these are the elements at play. And because you chose to be bold enough to stand in this moment, well, all these things are aligned with you.
Yeah, when it's your time, it's definitely your time.
Man.
And you know the dope thing about it though is because this is a pop moment. Pop meaning popular, right? I mean, Luther 9 weeks on the chart. Not like us. How many weeks was that number one? GNX number one. Like arena tours is like some Taylor Swift shit in terms of pop and popularity. Like this is definitely pop and pop culture and pop entertainment. But it's not pandering or catering to a pop audience. It is authentically hip hop. It's not just getting it. The getting it part is impressive, and this is what the Super Bowl moment was about too, right? Because we're kind of taught in our culture in order to get it, we have to make some sacrifices. We have to pander a little bit. We have to tone down who we are just a little bit,
dumb it down,
to make the rest of the world comfortable. And there's no pandering. There was no tone down. There was no this is pure, unadulterated hip hop, and it was still such a pure, popular moment. So getting it on your own terms is the important part of that too, man. So that's amazing.
I agree.
1 second applause. Man, I mean, there's so many moments that really do just transcend what I think a lot of us even expect from an artist in general. Right. I mean, listening to everyone who's talking about this, we're talking about it from a spiritual level. like to have the nature of certain conversations move into a space where it's really difficult for this panel of esteemed voices to really contextualize. That means something. That really means something.
I was saying that earlier. I was trying to explain it. I'm like, everybody kept trying to corner it. I'm like, it's kind of hard to corner. Like, and I've been studying it. I lived a lot of it, and I'm studying so much of it. Like, and it's just like Headkrak was saying, like, you can't, a lot of this stuff, you can't market into it. Like, it has to happen, and then you could put some gas on the fire. But like, the fire needs to be insane. So just watching it happen is like, I can't figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, I could figure out everything. I could listen to Good Kid and, okay, I know what that is. I could hear Tech Nine all through this shit. I could hear To Pimp a Butterfly, hear Maestro. I could hear different things. I could listen to Damn. I know what's happening. Even, all of this stuff. This is one of those times where it's like, damn, I get to just be a fan. Like, it's like, oh yeah, I don't quite know what the fuck is going on. I have no idea what's going on right here.
I think the answer though, I think the answer is right in front of all of us, right? And that answer is intent. Like, when we think about like bro's whole entire career, everything has been intentful, even down to the Untitled. You know what I mean? Like, it was like every move wasn't like, because a lot of times when people start talking about Easter eggs, I'll be like, yo, bro, y'all would be surprised how much stuff that y'all come up with that people are not thinking. Like, I know he probably said the team, like, yo, they came up with that. You know what I'm saying? But I think when we look at what's happening, it's all coming from the level of intent. I think from the first stepping back out there, came out there with intent and told everybody how it's going to go and what's going to happen. And I think that, staying along that path and staying along with that intent from everything that he's done is going to grant doors to open that you never knew existed, like, manifesting. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that the brother saw a lot of this for himself and said, yo, this time around is going to be different than it's ever been.
I was going to say one point out real quick. I was going to make adjustment before you get to your point, Glasses, I think the most impressive thing that I saw him do that I don't see a lot of people talk about is that he forced fans to go analog in a digital world. And what I mean is that you have all of these folks who have all these screens in front of them. And shout out to Professor Sky, because he had this theory too. He said he believes this was the birth of vibe music that doesn't really have any kind of, any kind of content to it, right? There's no weight to it. He said he believes that that's attributed to these kids who are in front of screen after screen after screen after screen, and your mind's already overwhelmed. The last thing you want to do is have music that makes you think. The fact that he was releasing music as Instagram songs, even up to Watch the Party Die, and you can't fast forward songs on Instagram. You got to sit there with your impatient over you know what I'm saying, dopamine ass up. You got to sit there and listen to some music. He's getting these kids reading when, shout out to Afro Butterfly, the national reading level is at 3rd grade level. He's got kids deciphering lyrics because the entryway is a beef, but they care. Even the Easter eggs requires critical thinking. And so when I think of that, even if it's not intentional, I think of that. That's the thing that got me so this man has, you know how many rappers would have made us tired of them by now? Talking shit about, I took down the biggest rapper in the game and now I'm the talk of everything. His man ain't said nothing, and the world has been going to hell in terms of like the opposing sides having issues. He ain't said shit. He been in here, watching cartoons, eating cereal, watching the world go to hell, and get healed at the same time. But I just think that's to me is the most remarkable thing. But it's, you and I both know how on brand that's been for the Top Dog brand anyways. So,
well, one thing I do think is hilarious on that point is the deposition video. I'm sorry. Right. And that's the other thing that I think is very interesting about this past, 365 we've seen from Kendrick. I didn't realize he was this funny. One, I didn't think his sense of humor was this poignant. I'll be straight up,
bro.
You didn't pull that out of the episode of Power.
If people really saw this motherfucker, man, if people really saw him, like, this is light work. This motherfucker some shit, man. He is funny and ignorant as a motherfucker, man. Like, this is right up his alley.
Yeah, I saw that side early on, and Justin, I was so happy that you made that point, because I know we like to, sometimes it be jokes, sometimes it be some real shit, talk about New York versus LA or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But he did. I remember him and Punch, you know what I'm saying, and the team coming to New York, just hitting the ground and trying to figure it out, and media being really receptive, whether it was doing rounds at Sirius XM or coming to the Double XL office. I remember, Kendrick, all the fans know this. He was at the freshman cover that J-Rock was on. You know what I'm saying? Oh. And that's the day him and Cole first met. So we're all there that day. So I remember the days of figuring it out. And that's a funny motherfucker, yo. And
right. All of us got love in New York first, bro.
Yeah.
Our whole class, me, Nip, Rock, all of us went there and got love.
And I just want that story to be told too, because look, man, it was definitely like when the Source Awards happened, I was in the crib. I watched like me and Wayne are like, that's not our generation. Like whatever that was, is like by the time we start coming outside and start impacting, we rocking all of that. I had Big and Pac CDs. I had Doggy Style and I had Wu-Tang. You know what I'm saying? And so when we got into the position to do shit, we wasn't tripping. Like, yo, this motherfucker is ill. Like, we need to shine a light on this shit. Like, we weren't tripping at all. They were super ill.
All of us down. Ever since Chuck, all the way down. We all major love, bro. Like the whole.
Glass, you just said something interesting. You said your entire class caught love in New York first. Right, you, Nip, everybody. What do you mean by that? That's surprising to hear.
Glasses used to be in Flatbush, Brooklyn, right?
Well, Wayne, right? Run around with Wayne.
Like even before Tone, just with homies, you feel me? Like Staten Island, the Brims, like Bronx, you know what I mean? The 180 dudes, like, so the homies, it's like that was our whole class from two. When Game was the first one, Game was getting hella love in New York. We went out there, got the same love. Me, Rock, Nip, we was out there all the time. Like, that's where we got all our big looks. Didn't matter which one. You know what I mean? Hot 97, Breakfast Club, Slay, rest in peace. You feel me? Flex. All of them dudes really showed love. So we didn't inherit the stuff that whatever supposed to existed, but but with our predecessors, none of us got that. We kind of got love from the first day we went there. You know what I'm saying? So that was unique.
So what do you think this perception? Because Rob is talking around it, right? He's definitely someone who at multiple times has been like, when people say that people don't like the West Coast, in your opinion, Glasses, what do you think they mean then? If you're describing the love that you're getting in New York, and then there has been this energy that people don't like the West Coast, where's that come from?
I mean, I think it's more of an expression versus everybody really loves the West Coast, and it's annoying. You know what I mean? So it kind of comes across as hate for me, but like, man, I ain't went nowhere and ain't got no love. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna even lie to you. I'm not one of the people that could tell you I went to New York. You feel me? Like we shot a video at Brooklyn on 21st and Church, and I watched my homies from out there mark out the police so we could finish the video. Like real talk. Like the street dudes marked out the police. I swear to God, I had never saw no shit like. That's what made me really fall in love with hip hop, the essence of it. Like that New York shit, when I saw them niggas stand up to the police and tell them niggas they got to get from over here and we gonna do it. Shout out my man Wink Loke, man. Like right there, dog, and made the police leave and we finished the video. That shit would have never happened in Los Angeles. You know what I mean? So only, again, when you go to New York, you realize hip hop could only breed, it could only exist here as the beginning. Because the way that, the streets really do their thing over there, it impacts everybody. Like a millionaire and a person that's from the projects that be on the same train. And it got to be this much respect and everybody demand it. So I don't really know that part of it. I know what the older dudes is talking about. It probably was a lot in 1993, 94 to see Snoop Dogg. I could imagine what that looked like. You know what I mean? Like you got all these hella dope MCs, and then who the fuck is this motherfucker, skinny motherfucker that's coming? And he just, like he said, raises the ceiling. Like LL was the ceiling, and here comes this motherfucker, man, and it's just he blow the roof off. So I could imagine the energy at that time, but all the work that they laid down and all the relationships they built really benefited us because, we didn't really have a lot of press at that time on the West. You know what I mean? It was only, it's minimal. My first article was in Thrasher. It's right here. No lie, it was in Thrasher.
Skateboard magazine? Word.
Oh God, bro.
Yeah.
The first article I ever got was in August 2005, Thrasher.
That's dope.
Right here.
But I want to add something to what Glasses is saying too, just from a New York perspective. So when people speak about like the West Coast and if we mess with the West Coast or not, you got to keep in mind, in 93, I was in the 6th grade. I didn't even know what the West Coast was when I was in the 6th grade. I didn't know, like, I thought the Ghetto Boys was from New York when I was a little kid. I didn't know, like, this place versus that place. I don't think I had even left the Bronx until probably around like 10 or 11. So for us, Video Music Box, Yo MTV Raps, Rap City, all these different platforms, right? We were kids then. I'm 42 now. So when I tell people about like my experience with West Coast music, down South music, Midwest music, they be bugging out because they thinking that I'm a media personality in 1993 when I was a little ass kid. You know what I mean? So it's like, when I explain, I'm like, yo, dog, when I'm coming home from school, I remember one time I got in trouble because I remember in front of my mom's, she was sitting on the bed and I was like, somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass shit like every single day. I sat in front of my mom's and she was about to beat me for it. And I'm just like, it was the music, bro. Like we wasn't, so for us, by the time myself, Rob, we older, that ain't even a real thing to people from my generation. Like of course the big and pot stuff was serious. We starting to, like now I'm starting to really realize how serious it was, because when I was a kid, it didn't even seem real. It was just something I watched on television or read about.
Headkrak, I think. Oh, my bad. Keep going. My bad.
No. I'm pretty much done.
Well, Headkrak, you're from the city too. Do you have that same point of view?
Yeah, I mean, like, I came up at a time where it was actually possible to buy every rap album. Like, you know, because like
Thank
when joints used to drop on Tuesday, it's like, all right, cool. Well, if I didn't eat lunch on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, or shot dice with a little bit, I got enough to go to Tower Records or Sam Goody or the Wiz, whatever the hell I was going back then, right? To cop music. So I didn't care where it came from, long as it was dope. I even fucking bought Chunky A. Like I bought everything, man. And for those who don't know, Chunky A was the album that Arsenio Hall came out with. Vicious Beat Posse. I was buying everything. Awesome Dre from Detroit, like every single thing.
That shirt look like you buy everything.
Everything. You know? Like it don't stop, man. Because yo, I'm such a fan of the culture, bro. So you know, so I think a lot of that was like really market that East Coast, West Coast thing. It was like heavily marketed, and some people fed into it.
Yeah.
Because like when I was living in the South, when I moved to Texas, once they had, because a lot of people from Texas thought they was from LA for like 4 years. Like right after We All in the Same Gang came out, everybody started trading in a lot of the Cowboy stuff for Raiders hats. And it's like, bro, you're from Carrollton. But soon as they started getting people breaking out from that region, then they started hugging on to it a little bit more. And then you started to see lines being drawn in the sand. And some of it had to do with some of the perceived ways that like New York treated artists from other places. And it was a thing for some artists. Some people was really strong with the gatekeeping, but the real true ones, the purists, had a little bit of everything. Like all my friends I hung out with were from different places, and we all traded music with each other because, oh, you got that? I don't got that. Blah, 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 blah. I still got mad cassettes of things that I dubbed from people that I traded because I wanted to hear everything. I wanted to hear what everybody was rapping like. Oh, you from Phoenix? I want to hear that. You know, that type of vibe.
And to wrap it around to something that Glasses said earlier, this is still very fresh. A lot of what we seeing in black music and the history of black music is fresh. That's why it feels so crazy. What we witnessing with Kendrick is like the first person getting on like Arsenio Hall, or not Arsenio Hall, but like a late night television show, the first like black actor getting on that. So to just wrap it around, while a lot of territorial things happen, is because a lot of people didn't feel seen. You know, it was a while where you didn't see somebody from the South, you didn't see somebody from LA, and New York just had it. And when New York had it, we all know we had it. You know, it was like, yo, we not hearing that. That's why Andre said the South has got something to say. So, you know, this is still, a lot of this is still very fresh as far as the history of black music in America. So people want to get their voice heard. And so you're going to get into that. Like you said, I moved to South Carolina. Yeah, it was hard trying to push Lloyd Banks and 50 Cent when they was looking at Lil Wayne. You get what I'm saying? I'm from like the 03 era. So I was 10 in 03. So like, I'm like the Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, Kendrick guys, right? So that was a debate. When I moved down here, I was debating with everybody. And of course, we had the two dudes that like Dipset. Of course, we had the two dudes that, you know, but this was a debate. Like we were here debating, yo, nah, you New York ass, excuse me, you New York, you know, it is what it is, but they just didn't feel seen. They didn't feel like they had an opportunity. So I'm pretty sure the West Coast New York thing probably goes as that. Everybody always talk about Def Jam, but Wayne don't know, Rob Markman know, the New York that they think and the New York that we come from, we don't have those opportunities. So a lot of the times, you know, it's that y'all got Def Jam there. Y'all can walk the Def Jam.
What? Like, yeah.
Y'all can walk the Diddy office. And it's like, no, dog. Like, I can't. That's not possible. So
it's probably good that you didn't. It's probably good that you can't.
It's even worse because they immediately knew New York is good morning means 7 different things depending on where you at.
Yeah,
you can't just say hello to somebody. You know what I mean? Especially in that time, they was violating. Oh man.
Yeah. So you know, I think that's where a lot of that friction comes from, is where, you know, even people, you know, even some of the New York people now, a lot of the media now not trying to give Kendrick his you know, give him his props, because you know there's still some of that bravado there. You can see that on certain platforms. You know, they may have chosen a different person, but it's just,
yeah. But don't those, I feel like it's a lot of the older guy, a lot of rappers turn podcasters in that way, who maybe have allegiances and
yeah,
you know, maybe holding out for the Drake feature. They might have more in common with Drake than they do with that. You know,
and they did a lot of business. You know what I mean? That's why I would see people talking about that. Like, man, I expected Gilly and certain people, bro. Like, you know what I mean? They got relationships with him. I never really cared. You know what I mean? Like Cam looked out for a lot of us. So
yeah,
for who he choosing? You know what I'm saying? Like, we gonna ride with the homie. You feel me? But we ain't taking personal. So I think there was a time that, like to that point, Justin, that it was like that, but I don't think me, Nip, Rock, Bishop, Problem, Dot, none of us really kind of inherited that. Like it was always love when we went over there.
I remember one time when I first started working at MTV, we had an episode of Rap Fix Live, and Dot, J Rock, and Freddie Gibbs came up. And so I'm working behind the scenes. I just met Sway, Sway from the West Coast Bay Area, big homie. And this is the love that they was getting, and I think it was Rock. He was like, damn, he just pointed. He was like, yo, Raw, that's my man. He helped me get on the freshman cover. Fred said, me too. And Dot said, shit, me too. This is like my second week working there. Sway pulled me to the side. He said, yo, who the fuck are you and what was your job before you was working here? Why all these guys fuck with you? Like it was just some shit that you hadn't seen, but that's what it was, bro. And when we first seen Dot, I didn't think Stadium. I just fucked with him because he could rap. I had no idea where it was going. You speak the Punch and them now. I saw Punch on Curtis King platform and yo, did you ever envision this? And Punch is like, hell yeah. I didn't see it. I wasn't like, yo, these guys are gonna sell out stadiums. I was just like, they fucking rap, and I like the way they rap. This shit is ill. Whatever little light I had at the time, shine on it. You know what I'm saying?
That's great. That's a great transition point right there. If you're watching this, you like it, like the video, share it. Spread some love in that way. We really appreciate you guys tuning in. Rob, you just mentioned Curtis King's super viral conversation with TDE President Punch this week. Or last week rather. And I watched it. It really is a phenomenal conversation. Obviously, there's insight around the battle, of course. There's a lot of insight into the origins of TDE, but there's also a lot of really inspirational moments that just, I think, apply to anyone who's trying to craft something extraordinary. You're a week out, Curtis. Yeah, what comes to mind when you think about that conversation?
Man, the power of treating whatever it is that you're doing with long-term goals in mind. The marathon is another word that comes to mind. I've known a lot of these gentlemen over at TDE for a long time, and I've told a lot of stories to my audience and my wife. And had she not been able to meet Kendrick a few years ago at a private event for my guy Be Fresh, maybe she still think I'm the guy just telling stories, right? Because my life is so different than when I was trying to pursue placements at the time. I'm just enormously grateful, man. I'm grateful to be able to have the opportunity to be the first place that they have these discussions post battle. But more importantly, he made a point that, he's answered a lot of questions that I guess before he hadn't answered as at length. We were there for 3 hours, right? And he wanted the center focus to be, as he said there, TDE's legacy. Because I think at this point, you just got to be a hater if you can't just appreciate the things that those brothers did coming from where they came from and what they're still doing. Because at some point, yeah, you get one or two artists off. We've seen labels before that have rosters of artists and one or two of them get off and the other ones kind of, you got like you got some you have a collection of artists that could all be somebody's main artists, and they just so happen to play ball with one another, and everybody has had their time in the light and has achieved rocket success, man. So the fact that I was able to do this in my living room is still pretty insane. I'm grateful for 2025 as well, so it's a blessing.
One of the things that came up in that conversation was Punch said that Glass and Malone was the first person to tell Dot, has been pushing for Dot and Mustard to collaborate. He said, as soon as they collaborate, it's going to be a whole nother level. And it looks like you're right, G.
Is that something new? Glass has been a psychic for years.
Nah, man, it's really 1 + 1 = 2. Like, and this hip hop thing, man. Like I said, when I first got in the business, I didn't know it was something to know. I didn't know making records was something to know. I didn't know hip hop. One thing I was never arrogant enough was to call myself hip hop when I first started rapping. I didn't call myself hip hop when I first got $1 million deals. I didn't call myself hip hop when I first bought a car. I didn't call myself hip hop when I first bought a Bentley off of this. I really knew it was a little bit more. I just didn't know what or how to learn it. And ever since I've been learning records, hip hop, and marketing, it really put a lot of things in perspective. So you know, even with him, it was always like, bro, you're going to do something magnificent, because I really feel like Mustard is a really underrated and really great producer. Like, his feel for records is special. You know, he came under some really great record makers, and Ty and Jacasso, rest in peace, and some really dope dudes. And he has a natural feel for how people feel. You know, he was some dude really in the club DJing hard. He's a father of, you know, of the modern movement. Like, people don't really know that about Mustard. I mean, he's a real father of the scene that you saw Problem in, that you discovered. You know, when you had Kendrick in the blog era, we had a street movement still happening, right? You had the Ratchet era, right? It's where you get Tiger's first hit record. This is where you get Kid Ink's first hit record. It's where you get Ty Dolla $ign. And he was a father of that. You know, people don't really give him the credit, but he's a father of it. So, you know, him and Dot always made a lot of sense to me. Same, I told Roddy the same thing. You know what I mean? I really honestly believe in Mustard as well as I believe in Dot. Like, Dot has always been a better record writer than an MC. First day. He's always been this tremendous record writer. You know what I mean? Like, I watched him get better as an MC, but he could always write a record. I'll think of songs like Bitch, I Do This and different songs. Like, he always can make a really good song. You know what I mean? And he developed more as an MC, and it all came together. So, you know what I mean? It was dope.
Right up. 1 second plus. Now, one of the artists that Dot's always been really inspired by is Lil Wayne, right? And he's talked about that quite a bit over the course of his career. Lil Wayne obviously got I guess a subtle shout out in the deposition, probably Wayne and both Ye from that concert. And Lil Wayne also just did a Rolling Stone cover story. And at the same time, Wayne has a project coming June 6th, right? And so we've seen a lot of Lil Wayne over the past couple of weeks. I don't know how I feel about a Wayne project. Like, I'm a super Lil Wayne fan. I think there's something a little bit distant from the Wayne that I used to love lyrically, or at least from the music that he's played, to where he is now. But I can't knock the fact that he's one of the top MCs ever, and there's always anticipation around when he drops. Do you guys have any thoughts about Lil Wayne's project that's coming out in 2025? And should we be able to expect something from someone who doesn't remember Watch the Throne and didn't know Not Like Us was a Drake diss track? What do we expect from a Lil Wayne project in 2025?
Man, don't fall for that.
Yeah,
he trolling. Like, Wayne, I've interviewed Wayne. I spent time around Wayne. I love Wayne, man. I've interviewed him a bunch of times, and he is in his own world. He is very much in the bubble. Like that. There is a truth to that. You know what I'm saying? Think about how much he records. Also, he's been young since a young age, so he's been very much encapsulated and encased within the business. So he's not paying attention to the same stuff that we're paying attention to. Absolutely. But I don't believe for a second that he didn't know Watch the Throne happened, especially when he responded to, on his good, he responded to Jay-Z. Jay-Z had a line on him, baby money, you got baby money. And then Wayne responded to that line. You know what I'm saying?
How much you like your lady, man.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And
my fault, that, Rob.
And Not Like Us. I mean, the line, hey, Drake, I heard you like I'm young. How you don't know that's this record? So I think there's truth to it. And then I think it's a bit of trolling right now, but you know, it gets the people talking. And I want this project to be good. I want this project. I want to see our legends grow and go out on top. I want that for Nas. I want that for Jay. I want that for Wayne. These guys laid the foundation. Like I said before, even a guy like that, no matter where him and Wayne may be, who knows? That's between them. Wayne said they're good. You know, you stand on the shoulders of the ones that came before you, and Dot's always giving it up. You know what I'm saying? And there's very few artists as influential to a generation as Lil Wayne has been. It's not just Kendrick; it's an entire generation. So I have no expectation, like, because I don't want to be let down. But I want this. I want this shit to be ill. I'm rooting for Wayne. I want Wayne to go out on top.
I mean, for people who aren't aware about this project, Wyclef is heavily producing this. They're working together on this project, which I think could lean into some different songwriting. That's what this Rolling Stone feature talked about. And there's some unexpected collaborations. I think there's an opera singer that's supposed to be on this that Wayne's excited about. Headkrak.
Yeah.
What do you think about Wayne right now? And do you think that this is something that people want to hear? Or that you want to hear, rather? Excuse me.
Wayne will always come off the bench, you know, on feature records with some bars where you're like, God damn, he still got it. You know what I mean? And that gets me excited as a person who likes rap for the sake of rappity rap. I love to hear mixtape or feature type Wayne. I think in order for him, because we also have to like set our expectations as to what does success look like for Lil Wayne in 2025, 2026, when you've achieved all the things you've achieved. Because shoot, when you look at the attention span of people will love an album for a weekend, maybe a second weekend, and then they're moving on to the next thing. You know, we're not measuring things with the same metrics. So what kind of cultural impact can some of the records that he, you know, releases have? What's memeable so the kids will TikTok to it or whatever? Or even with the Wyclef component, I mean, hopefully this will expand his sound and get him to a point where maybe he can make some international sounding records, but I'm sure his core fans are going to hate that. So it's one of those you damned if you do, damned if you don't things if you Lil Wayne. And I think he's put enough time and equity into the business where he could try everything. And he should try everything. And just see what stokes his interest and makes him excited. I mean, that's what I would like to hear, because like, I mean, he's proved to us he can rap for mad years. What else do you want from him?
The last time I remember Wyclef working with a super MC, I'm not sure how well that worked out.
Are we talking cannabis?
Big shout out to cannabis.
Cannabis?
No, I'm talking about the cannabis, man. I think cannabis career would have had a completely different trajectory if it wasn't for Wyclef at that point in time. But read my soul. What do you think about this Wayne project? Your class of 03, as you mentioned. Class of 03 anticipating this? You had to go up in debates against people talking about Wayne while you had your Lloyd Banks CD.
Oh yeah, I was a hunger for more guy. Like and the documentary, like you couldn't tell me nothing. Like nothing Wayne was doing was going against that. But over time, I've learned to really love Wayne, and I think that the last project that he did, which I'm going to count, was the Carter 5, and that was one of my favorite Wayne projects in a long time. It had like Let It All Work Out, where he kind of explained some of his story. Right, we been begging Wayne and Nicki to talk about their life. He actually talked about him getting shot and all of that different stuff. So I really appreciate that. And I think he caught one with the Swiss song, Where the Funds Go.
Yeah.
Had all the white girls doing the Harlem Shake all over the world. Like to the point where I did it. They was like, you doing the white girls? I'm like, no, I'm from this is the real Harlem Shake. But that was the last time he caught one, you know. And and for me, I think he did like Funeral. He did like a few other projects between that I don't really count. But that was the last Carter project. And to me, it was good. So I'm excited. I feel as though his steam was taken out a little bit with him not getting the Super Bowl. It kind of seems like he paired that together and it just didn't happen for him. So I'm excited to see what he does. Like Headrock and
it's gonna be Headkrak.
Headkrak. Sorry, Headkrak said to get people's attention. I want to see like what he does. What does he do? Something deep? Does he do something poppy? So I think I'm always gonna be interested in Wayne. And you said Wyclef, but the last time he was on stage with Wyclef was like the last really good Wayne like freestyle where he was like,
"That Ready or Not."
Yeah, Prize and Wyclef. That joint was hard.
Yeah.
And if that was off the top, I was like that was impressive. So I'm excited to see what Wayne gonna do. I can never count Wayne out. I give him grace. I always give Wayne grace because he's been famous for so long. So with all of the I don't remember and stuff like that, I kind of just be like,
and that's true.
Yeah, he been famous.
Genuinely don't be knowing. Rob know damn well that motherfucker is crazy. Like, people think he might know the song, but he will not know Watch the Throne. Like he just different, bro. Like I used to watch him all the time, and I'll be like, oh, this motherfucker don't know nothing going on, nothing. All he do is rap, watch sports, and drink tea, and rap and smoke. That's the same repetition. So I remember when the stuff first came out, and I said when the stuff happened where he tweeted the little stuff at Dot, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, he didn't hear the song. And everybody's like, well, how you know that? I'm like, dog, if you know him, bro, he did not hear the song. Somebody came and told him, hey, Doc got at you in the song, and kind of said what he said. And this is where I think, him and his career is a little different, because prime him, he wouldn't even said nothing. But this version of him is going to tweet, right? He's going to tweet something, but he really won't have an understanding. And I told everybody, I said, you're going to notice as soon as he heard the song. you're gonna notice it because he's gonna say, I'm sorry. I remember I think I told Kurt that he's gonna say, I'm sorry. As soon as he hears the song, he'll be like, oh, I'm tripping, my bad. And everybody, I'm like, bro, but the type of delusion, like to be great that it take, bro, that's how I first saw it. I didn't see it before. That was the first time I saw somebody where they had no real like they was just here. Like we just be in the studio all the time. And we're not playing nothing else. Like he be just loading up features, bro, just random features from who are these people? He just knock them out and they just sending them back. I just never saw no shit like that. So I'm one of the few now. People say I give him grace, but just knowing him and watching him work, like he's one of the most authentic and genuine people I know. You know what I mean? By far. So I know he's never been a liar. I never in my life seen him to be a liar. Nothing he ever told me was a lie. He always been straight up. Even how I started, writing lyrics in my head. Like he said something to me that really 9 out of 10 people I'd have punched their ass upside the fucking face for. He's like, man, you still write your lyrics. I'm writing my lyrics in the sidekick for a song. And he's like, you still writing your lyrics down? Damn, you don't even smoke weed. And just walked off. Like that shit was like, what, nigga? You know what I mean? And it just made me stop. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he is. He's a very authentic and genuine person. So I never known him to be a full of shit nigga. You know what I mean? He's not gonna lie. So I know, and that's true. I do know him. But he ain't never been a liar. So when he's saying it, I'm like, that's probably true. I can see him not knowing about the Watch the Throne, hearing a song, because these are the biggest songs in the world, hearing a song and not caring what they came from. Oh, that was cool. That's how he is. Oh, that's cool.
He might have forgot though, because wasn't they talking about him and Drake doing the album at that same time?
Right.
Well, Rob,
he
actually had a freestyle where he says, she says she wanted to watch something. I told her anything but the throne. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so he says something. Now, two things can be true. I think that Wayne really be high. I think he'd be high. He'd be high, and he might live in that bubble. As far as like what I think about Wayne, I'm always rooting for him too. Like we the same age. I watched him grow up in this game before I was in the game, and I'm always happy for him. We got the same name, but Wayne has done everything. Like musically, he's done everything. What I'd like to see him do is start going back to how he was with Manny Fresh and going with one producer. I would love to hear Wayne and Only Alchemist.
No, Wayne and Manny Fresh.
No, but they've done that already. I would love to hear Wayne and Alchemist because Nothing on Me is one of my favorite joints ever. And I think it's one of Alchemist's like it's one of them obscure beats that there's no other beat you could compare that beat to. And I just would love to hear Wayne just rapping on that type of stuff. But it's like, I don't know what to expect because he's done everything. So it's interesting to see how he's going to attack it.
I mean, I think there's a lot of room for him to be more well-rounded from a content standpoint too, to be honest. I think that's another thing, especially as we think about this newfound interest or the energy around broader conversations that can take place on records. Like I've been listening to the Carter 2 and the Carter 3 back to back for the past 2 weeks, basically, just going back to these two phenomenal albums. And I love rap for the rappity rap for rap's sake. It's one of my favorite things in the world. But one thing that his catalog does lack severely are songs of gravity. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think at some point it's gotta be more than toilet, bathroom, dear Mr. Toilet, I'm the shit metaphors. He got more ways to talk about. He got more bars about the bathroom than anybody else.
But he still got joints like I Miss My Dogs. When
I'm a Carter one guy, Rob.
Yeah, you got to go back to the Carter one.
That's the only Carter I really would ever play. I wouldn't even play no other Carters.
But
it's a long time. It's a very long time.
I want to hear that. I hated Hustler music.
Hustler music is my favorite Wayne song of all time. I was
music.
going through it at the time, not on some street shit, but like working the job, trying to figure it out. And the stress of raising the family and just
that music got you through.
I love that record. But the other thing I'll say about Wayne, and I know a lot of people are down on Wyclef, like I just won't judge anything until I hear it. Because look, I'm gonna bring it right back to Dot. I know everybody here love Dot. Oh, the internet talked bad when that damn track list released and they saw U2 on it and they said, man, what the fuck is this? Man, that shit turned out to be fire. Like so I don't judge nobody track list until I hear it. So yeah, whatever. I'm shooting Wayne Bell. Like benefit of the doubt until I hear it, and if it ain't that, then it ain't that. But I'm holding out hope.
Am I the only one here?
I like
not doing it.
Oh, my bad, glasses. Good.
Go ahead. You done? I'll say, am I the only one here not shooting Bell for that? What did Wayne do when he heard fucking Wayne's girl when he was in jail? That's conniving. He was like, must be another Wayne. Must be Wayne Brady. What does he do in these? The thing about Wayne that I love and I enjoy about his lyricism is his attention to detail and his ultra awareness of the time he's in and the things that are around him, the references that he makes, the connections that he makes, the flips to the words and the stories that he tells. Everything I keep hearing is how aloof he is. So you kind of putting a little bit of a damper every time I hear about the way that I start seeing more so, and this is no disrespect to him and the people that he's around, but I start seeing the storyline of a child actor more than I see the storyline of the rapper that I came to be a fan of. And that's the part that I feel detached from. So when I hear new music, I'm still coming off, and I'm very biased, of course, when it comes to anything dealing with Kendrick. The way he played this situation out was embarrassing. As a fan first, seeing him try to siphon the energy a week before the Super Bowl, and to say, I got an announcement I gotta make. And the announcement was a lotion commercial announcing his album. Like, that shit was so disappointing. Like, you know, aside from relationship, just as a fan, I'm like, I know that he's older. I know that, you know, all the stuff that he done been through in terms of the usage of certain things might have, you know, deteriorated some things. But it's like, that's what made me a fan of Wayne, was his ultra awareness. So every time I hear about him saying, I thought 21 Savage was two people, it's not that I don't believe him. It's just that I'm like, damn, then what the hell was I trying to decipher when you said things like, I don't feel like fungi? I really thought that nigga had like a brain on him where I was like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, you just made that up in your mind.
I did.
You know this, Kurt. Dot and Wayne, you don't know. Rob know. They're the exact opposite. Dot know everything happening. I mean, I don't even know how this motherfucker know about some of this shit. I'd be like, bro, why do you know about that? Like, all of the people that he put on GNX believe he listens to their music. That's not like, he didn't just go, who's the hot West, you know how, you know, rapper A, who's the hot guy? Let me put him. No, he probably know 4 of their songs. I bet you they came to the studio and he was rapping their songs to them. Because that's how this motherfucker is. He sees everything. Wayne don't see shit. And I mean, I don't know, what did you hear that made you thought to yourself he was hyper aware? I never thought that.
The references, the metaphors. He would bring in players' names, and I was like, "Oh shit, he got a bar about this person." And that's especially the mixtapes.
Yeah, that's within his sphere of interest.
Yeah, sports is a different thing for him.
I think hyper-focused people, they be super into what they're into, which is where you get your sports stuff. Because you know when you talked about you drink tea, watch sports all day, and just be completely in the dark on everything else. He might be ultra self-aware, where he's internal. He understands himself and the things that he cares about. And like the same thing he does with sports, I can do it about Transformers. You know what I mean? Like people be into what they're into and hyper with it. And I think that's where Wayne lies in that.
He be skateboarding. He be skateboarding too. He just interviewed Tony Hawk. He be skateboarding. That's probably about the only other thing.
Right, and playing the guitar. Right. I mean, literally
but listen to other rappers.
But see, that's my point about what to expect from a Lil Wayne album. Wayne likes 4 things in life, right? He likes bathrooms, he likes women, he likes drugs, he likes sports.
So you know what the music is.
Right. And is that enough to carry a Wayne project in 2025? Is that what people want to hear from Wayne? Again, it's a real question.
I think there's pockets of people that want to hear that, but if you really gonna shake the building and have those moments to where, you know what I mean, like, you know, you're being lifted up like Simba, not the rapper, but the actual Lion King dude, you're gonna have to do something we ain't never seen you do before, because it is hard to impress these people because they have seen everything. And there's so many people who have written you off and said that, yo, you've reached your zenith a few quarters ago. And, you know, and now you got to impress these new people. Like somebody right now is probably like, Lil Wayne can't rap. And it's just like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? But
I think he's one of the most disrespected superstars in rap ever. Like I think like to me, I think he's treated like Kobe. Like when people talk about who's the greatest ever, they never bring up Kobe Bryant. It kills me, bro. And I feel like they don't bring up Wayne. Like we'll be talking about all of these people currently, people that's coming up, and nobody says, well, what about Lil Wayne? And he was the one setting the bar for a minute. Like, think about the first time we all heard Wayne. First time I heard him was probably Bling Bling and then Guerrilla Warfare. I never expected him to be at the heights that he reached. Man. But I feel like he's just like, he skipped over just in the conversation overall.
I mean, Reed, what do you think about that? I see your face over there. You know, you're in the South, and Headkrak, you're in the South. Do you guys run into people who don't rank Wayne as the GOAT? Do you guys see that?
All the time. Like, there's people who only rank people zone 1 through 6. You know where I'm at. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird pockets of bubbles, and then also because a lot of people from Atlanta have escaped New York or other places running from things. You know, like there's so many different types of rap conversations that you'll have that you get to the point where you stop having rap conversations because, hey, listen, your opinion is going to be vastly different than mine because of my experiences and the things I like, and, you know, and vice versa. There's somebody who will tell you that Little Boosie bar for bar is better than Kendrick Lamar, and I know not to invite you to my house.
Oh, I don't even associate. I won't even have a conversation.
Yo, I've been living down here for 4 years now, and the conversation when it comes to rap is usually about who got the most money. Like, that's how they really gauge. Like rap, like they'd be like, who is getting more money than such and such? You be like, damn, that. So you don't care about what they said or nothing. Like, they don't even. I've never even heard Outkast come up in a conversation that living in Georgia, and I've been down here for 4 years. As far as like who's the best.
Can I draw attention to
well, hold
something?
on. I want to get back to Reed real fast, real quick.
I'm in South Carolina. Sorry, I'm in South Carolina, so the conversation is very different. They don't have anybody, right? They try to claim. I think Jeezy's from Columbia, South Carolina, like low key, yeah. Right? They try to claim
Nick Grant. Nick Grant's from South Carolina.
Nick Grant, but he kind of Atlanta, right? Like he's more Atlanta. That's where he kind of got his chops. I mean, even Cole, they'll go South Carolina, go up to Fayetteville and say bring Cole down, but. The Wayne is one of those things to where like they just said, the conversation started moving. When Wayne was on top, and when I first moved down here, 07, I was an idiot trying to argue that. He was everywhere, 07, 08, everywhere. But then over time, it started to become Boosie. I think Boosie has that. Where I'm at specifically, Boosie has that. That's it. There's nobody better than Boosie here. You're not gonna move them off that conversation. And then they might talk about Pastor Troy. You know, it down here it get weird depending on you at. But one thing we usually can agree on is Lil Wayne. But I did have a conversation about Rick Ross having a better discography than Lil Wayne. You get what I'm saying? Like you will have those certain people that's like,
I'm mad at that. Yeah,
Rick Ross got a better discography.
Ross in my top 5. In my personal top 5, like I wouldn't put him over.
That's tough.
In my personal top 5, yeah, Ross is there.
From Port of Miami to
I love Ross music. Ross
I fuck with Ross. I'm a Rick Ross fan.
Yeah,
I fuck with Ross too.
Yeah,
I don't know if he got the mob. Like
yeah, he don't got a mob. He don't got the mob.
He ain't got a mob. Well, I do. I will say Mafia Music 2 is one of the greatest verses I've ever heard in life. Like,
Ross just put that shit together, man. That shit come together.
Yeah. Right. That and that's probably the difference. I don't know if I could say Ross pound for pound has a better discography than Wayne, but Ross is amazing at crafting full projects top to bottom. And I think he has more like top to bottom projects that I could play this from track 1 to the last track. And
I think I think there's I didn't mean to cut you off, Rob. I think it's a real debate whether Rick Ross is even top 10 in the South. I think that's a very real debate.
So quantifiable greatness, that's different. I mean, personally, with my ears, like this Dark Side of the Moon, this is Rumors, Fleetwood Mac, this is Thriller, this is Great Records. Ross is in my top 5 when it comes to just how much music I consume from one person that I really enjoy. Ross is in my top 5. Ross makes some great music. I should be jamming, man. It's like listening to Leon Haywood or some shit. It's just fucking great. I just enjoy it, man. I fuck with it. I don't know.
Teflon Don Rich Forever mixtape is one of the best runs I can remember in recent history. Back-to-back albums.
Music and all that old fly shit, man. That
like,
makes
as soon as you hit play on a Rick Ross record, it makes your car sound nicer than it really is. like
One second
the
applause.
sonic engineering that goes on with the mix, that because those things are important.
Facts.
Very
Everything
important.
just sounds layered and rich, you know. And like not everybody knows how to pull that feed off, man. Like he knows how to pick production. He take you there. I could listen to him rap about the same thing.
He's better at structure. One of Ross's best attributes is how he structures records. Like he's good at making full songs about things.
Kurt, you had something you wanted to say a second ago.
Yeah. I don't want to hijack this conversation about Ross because I'm with you. I'm with you, Glasses. Like no matter all of the stuff that's been attached to his name, he has arguably the best ear for beat selection in terms of what sounds best with his voice. He damn near will never miss. Back to the Wayne line. Wayne, this is where I got to challenge you on this one. How can, I know your names is real similar, but how can he be underrated and yet we still have the same conversation about how many categories he don't check off? He got about two or three categories of song concepts that he can go to. Can you be, if we're going to equate this to sports, which I think is inevitable, can you
just think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
or Will Chamberlain? I was going to say Will Chamberlain, right? Yeah, he can dribble, he can rebound, he can score.
It's always the hook.
It's the hook, right? So my thing with Wayne, I don't see how this is possible. He had one of the greatest runs that we've ever seen in hip hop. But at the same time, I could make a better argument for Kobe Bryant. When I look at Kobe Bryant, the stats line up, the skill set, the versatility, the footwork, everything lines up. He's knocking off multiple categories. Wayne is not doing that.
Hold on. All right. I'm happy you said that. Because see, I don't like to play the stats game when we come to music because I just like to go for bars. Who bars I like more? If we start talking about stats,
it's gonna get far.
It was a point in time where if we wanted to hear music, we had to buy a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got 1 million people to go out and buy a thing.
I saw that too.
In 1 week, 1 million people to go buy one thing, not stream it, not everybody to think about all of us that have like our favorite, most greatest albums that we love, appreciate, whatever. It takes 1,250 listens to count as one sale. As much as I love every single album that I bought multiple times, I don't think I've listened to any of them 1,250 times. Wayne got people to galvanize in the physical era and the digital era. Wayne has throwaway projects that if he wanted to do a tour just on throwaway projects, people be lining up down the block and around the corner. I think that Wayne, I don't think he's underrated. Well, I just want to finish. I don't want to finish. I don't think Wayne is underrated. I don't think he's underrated. I think he's overlooked. I think that when people talk about like who's the best rappers as far as, there was a point in time where you had to go get him. Everybody. Right. Jay-Z had to go get Wayne. Kanye had to go get Wayne. Jeezy. Everybody had to go get
Abdul-Jabbar. You don't need a jump shot when you got that hook shot. You ever see y'all just young? This cool being an OG, cause I could just really put y'all up on some shit. I remember being 5, watching Kareem on a fast break. Like he's on a fast break. He's 7'2", running down the court, dribbling the ball, and somebody's running next to him. He thinks the person's gonna catch him, so he don't jump in the air and finish with a dunk. He stops at the free throw line on a fast break, turns around and hits him with the hook shot on a fast break. That's Lil Wayne. Look, we could talk about, and everybody think I'm biased to Tune. I understand. I get it. I'm just being honest. I saw this shit. I saw it up close. I see what it really is. Kurt, this motherfucker could do the same thing, and it's going to work every time. He's just that type of, he's perfected the hook shot. So I agree. He don't got to step back. He don't got the variety. Hakeem didn't teach him the footwork and the post. He don't know none of that. But you know what he know? Here you go. Here go this 30.
So I'm with you 1,000%. My question is, how can this same person that got people to get out there and do physical sales, the same person that has all this versatility, still be overlooked at the same time?
I just mean currently, right? I mean currently. I feel like
you think that's his own doing though?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen,
rock albums and all of the shit we didn't ask for.
Kurt, you know how this shit is now, Kurt. You turn your hat the wrong way, they don't like you no more. Like, you know what I mean? You can do the smallest thing, like even down to whenever I create my content and I start talking about like what I like about Wayne, they'd be like, why do you like him? They're just like, so I gotta erase everything this man has ever done because he did one thing that I don't agree with.
That's
Right.
the
You know what I mean? Like people always want to throw him away, and I just don't appreciate when people just want to throw. Now look, he might not be on the same level as a Ross in the sense of continuity with creating albums or even picking beats,
everything else.
right? But as far as skill set, longevity, you know what I'm saying? Skill set, longevity, you talk about hits, records that
Cultural
as long as Chain Smoke, he's undisputably, how could we possibly say, nah, he ain't?
This is where I'm coming back to the point that I made earlier. I don't know if I feel the same way about Wayne's skill set. Not that he can't do the best Lil Wayne thing that he's done. I got questions about it because of his damn aloofness. Now that I'm looking at him and I'm like, you just really be out here just existing and not knowing nothing going on.
So
You don't
think
know
about how
a
good
song
you
is about
are.
Drake after 3 or 4 verses. What are you good at? Like, what are you?
I know, but if we start
rapping.
if we
That's
start
what
looking
he's
at
good at,
everybody,
not knowing nothing that's going on, but when he get in that booth,
And
right. But if we start looking
like
at
raps,
everybody,
boy.
look, if we start looking at everybody's antics outside of the booth, then we can't like none of these motherfuckers. Like, you know what I mean?
Antics.
For real.
My thing is the reflect the lyricism, the raps are a reflection of the intelligence to me of the person that I'm tapped into. If I'm studying you, there's a level of genius that I want to get to know. What I'm saying is every time I get to know a little bit more genius, I get somebody discredited with the things that he's doing, which are a reflection of some of the shit that I'm looking at. I'm like,
you looking at it's something different, man. It's like
He
watching
just-
a shot. And you
help
can
me understand it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I do too have a question about Wayne being overlooked because I honestly feel like Wayne gets a lot of props, a lot of respect, especially considering the inconsistencies in his catalog. Like, if anything, I don't want to say he's overrated, but I think people still hold on to their Wayne memories and rank him. I find him in conversations I have with people all the time,
I'm with
especially
Wayne.
when I'm in the South.
I think he is underrated. And this should just come from he's way
Even influence, just even influence, man. Like
Face
he's
tats.
way-
it's
Everywhere
lip
I go,
rings.
I
I
see
mean,
face tats
I've
and
never
and
wanted to get a
locks.
lip ring. You feel me? But like,
he's way better than everybody thinks he is. That's the crazy. That motherfucker is really, really, really great.
Well,
No
So
lie.
he's Allen Iverson.
But
Well,
is he showing us? Is he showing us the greatness that you're describing, or is this greatness
Yes,
that you've seen
you
as like
just
a
spoiled
person?
by it.
person?
You just spoiled
everybody.
it. You
Everybody
spoiled
has a different level of greatness that they display, right? Like when I listen to Nas, I listen for intellect. When I listen to Jeezy, I listen for hustle. When I listen to Hov, I listen to like bravado, big shit talking, what's going on, putting me up on things I don't know. When I listen to Wayne, I listen to skill set, rhyme patterns, flows. Like I'm not looking for Wayne to give me the most in-depth record.
I'm not
And that's fine because I have other people I could defer to for that. So it's like I'm from a skill set standpoint and a record making standpoint, he doesn't disappoint.
Yeah. I mean, I think people shop at Wayne's store for what they shop at his store for. And, you know, for like Wayne was saying, sometimes it's the bars. And I think, too, he gets overlooked a lot because he doesn't play the games that everybody plays to maintain their relevancy. A lot of times people in media will do stupid things just to get the media to talk about them and keep them in the flow of conversation, and Wayne being Wayne World. You know what I mean? And he pop out when necessary. And then he goes back into his cave, you know, doing X Games or whatever the hell, and then come back out.
Headkrak, I want to just remind you that this week's Rolling Stone magazine article had him not remembering Watch the Throne and didn't know Not Like Us was
that was crazy.
Track. To me, that's playing the media games.
Yeah,
that's the definition.
But
of
his way.
But I think that's the confusion. Some of this stuff feels so obvious because we're tapped in, or you feel tapped in. Bro, this motherfucker really is an alien or some shit.
But glasses, real quick, bro. If you don't know that, like, even if you're not tapped in, I think my moms know it. Not Like Us is, bro. Like, even if you're not tapped in, like, you don't know that that's the record that is destroying your man's. Like,
that song is way bigger.
But is that his man's?
That's not.
That's another conversation. That's another conversation.
I mean, as much as Wayne watches sports, that song has been the soundtrack of 4 different sports seasons now.
Shit on mute, man. He be watching that shit on mute.
He is on FS1
Conveniently
all
on
the
mute.
time.
Nah, I'm not jacking. He don't know that, bro. I'm not jacking. He don't know that. Right.
They had a whole Olympics playing that song.
Say Drake, I heard you like I'm young. OV Ho, Certified Lover Boy. Like there is like,
Bro,
you ain't catching not one of those.
If anybody else, anybody in the world says that they don't know this, imagine being in high school and saying you don't know that song is about Drake. If you was a high schooler, all of us have been young men in high school. Imagine being a high schooler saying you don't know that.
Wayno, do you know how many people do not know that that's a real diss record?
I'm not jacking that.
Way bigger than Our Little Thing.
There's nothing little about that. The whole foundation of the song is the diss. Come on, Glasses. Come on, Glasses. We ain't gonna do that.
We can't have it both ways, Glasses. We can't say that we shattered the ceiling, that we broke the ceiling, that we reaching new heights, and saying that the record is big, but it's rooted.
It's not big enough for your premier artist that you signed.
Right.
Getting dissed and you didn't know it.
Somebody told you.
Somebody.
Mac Main told you. Fabian told you.
Sure.
Somebody was like,
guess what? When he listens to the record, right? Because he's not the type of person that tell you come play a record. I know people think this. I get how crazy it sounds. This motherfucker is crazy.
I got a theory. I think he's faking like he don't know so he can enjoy that line about homie hitting his girl. That's what I think. Think he faking like he don't know so he can enjoy that.
Well, that's what I was gonna say to answer your question, Wayne. Though, was that you was like, I don't know why people don't put him in a conversation. Well, that's what happened. He let somebody else get the opportunity when he red hot. Think about the reason why we don't think about his run as much as we do anymore is because Drake now has the biggest run, the best run, the longest run, and he opened up the door for Nicki and Drake to get that. Now your mind don't think about 08. Now a lot of these kids don't think about 08 and all of the run. They think about Drake, they think about Nicki. And I think that's what happened to him. And I feel as though, like you said, I think he know. I think in some type of way, he woke up one day and he realized, dang, man, that they took that. They took that from me. And because he's Wayne, he could play like he don't know, but a lot of it just been screaming like, is that his man? So that's kind of how I've been taking it. Like he let open the door for these people. They took the shine, and now it's kind of like, Wayne, you know.
But I don't think Wayne is jealous. I don't think Wayne designed that to be like that. I think Wayne is really proud. I haven't interviewed or spoken to Wayne in a long time, but those were conversations that we've had early on. 10 years ago. And he was just really proud at the heights that these artists that he signed were able to take it. So I don't, a lot can change in 10 years. I don't think it's that. But if there's an issue there, it stems from something else. I don't think, you know what I mean? Shit happens.
Right. I think also, too, is that when we talk about Wayne and him bringing a Drake, a Nicki, even a Tyga to the forefront, that shows people don't give him credit as an executive. If those ain't some of the biggest executive moves ever, then what is? Like he was able to break a girl from New York and a dude from Toronto. You know what I'm saying? Like, and a dude from Cali. None of these dudes is from New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult to break from work. I worked at Rockefeller Records. It's difficult to break artists, especially if they outside of your region. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he got to get some sort of acknowledgement there. I don't think he just let it go. It comes to a certain point where you know that you got to take a step back.
I think you just get a run. I think he really conquered the world. Then it was time for the next person. It's just how it go. You know what I mean? The next person gonna have a time in the light, but I promise y'all, man, I know it sounds crazy. I get it, Kurt. I get it, fellas. It sounds crazy, but like being with this motherfucker, bro, that's really how he is, bro. He really would not know. He would say something somebody else said and take that, hurt that, and then go make a rap about it. Like that's how good he is. He that sharp, like, them freestyle dudes back in the day, cause you throw the words at them and then they could put the words into like a dope bar. That's cuz. So like he heard somebody say, Watch the Throne, never still went and got the album, never really got into what was happening, but just heard it and flipped the line. Like, oh, okay, like that could have been just today. Then you mind you know what I mean? It's some other things going on with Cuz that we all know. You feel me? Like this ain't crazy. Kurt, what you felt was focus is more or less his ability to grab everything out the sky without knowing too much about it and make that shit work in bars. That's what make him amazing, bro. I watched this motherfucker knock out 12. Real story. When I was fucking with Game, I was fucking with Black Wall Street. That's how I got on, bro. Game was like an A+ rapper. Game that came out and sold 500,000 records. I saw it up close and personal. I was with this nigga all the time. We'd go to the store, sign an autograph. He sold 500,000 records, a little over 500,000 records in 7 days. I was like, damn, okay, this motherfucker's an A+ rapper. I'm about a B-. You feel me? Okay, if I work hard, I can get this good. Like, I'm not lying. So I was like, damn, okay. I watched Game do the 300 bar. I watched this shit. I watched it with my eyes. I was like, oh, damn, that nigga could rap. Yo, this is a rappity rap nigga. That's how you feel when you from the corner, you fucking up. You're like, man, nigga rapping. That nigga got all the bars and shit. You know, this how you thinking. So I thought this was as good as it could get. Until I signed the Cash Money. Mind you, Wayne is like 4th or 5th on my Cash Money pantheon of favorite artists. Till this day. I went to the studio with this motherfucker, man. And then I noticed it was a difference when you could have a dope ass 16 and a decent song to when you have amazing verses, an amazing hook. I watched him do a milli, bro. Like, I watched this shit. Like, and if you saw the lack of fucking effort that he did to manifest that shit, you would understand. Bro, that day I was like, oh no, Game is a B-. I'm a D+. This motherfucker's an A. And then to watch him sell 1 million records and do this shit, he did it verse after verse after verse, hook, verse. He's different, Kurt. That shit that dude is as a fucking rapper, to this day, I ain't saw shit like that. This motherfucker is a different type of animal. So I get it. It. It sounds crazy.
What I was gonna say though, and I don't want it to come off like I wasn't one of them rappers coming up in that era who were in awe of everything that we saw. Like there was a point in time where I think he set a Guinness World Record for the features that he did in that 1 year. And this just his takeover when MTV was still playing music videos and BET and whatnot. We saw that from a very different lens. I think my point is how much of that Wayne is still the Wayne today.
Same Wayne.
In terms of awareness, it feels like selective memory loss at times, and I get it. Like sometimes you don't want to talk about certain shit. I wish I could get away with that because I float up the stairs and I forget shit.
Listen, stop feeling it. That's not what's happening. It's serious. This ain't no rumor. This motherfucker is like this.
Okay,
I'm not making this up.
I know you're not.
So now we can deal with the real problem because there's a real problem. He's not fake.
So my thing is this.
What's the real problem, Glasses?
I'm saying we can talk about the real problem, but that is not the problem. One thing that motherfucker is genuine and authentic. Okay. So he's not in front of the media saying some shit he don't believe.
Well, my whole thing is it's more about me then as a listener than it is about him. If he's just being who he's always been, then I had the wrong perception of what I thought that was. Yeah. My thing is it's hard for me to listen to an artist, no matter how high level their skill set may be, if I don't think that they're aware of more things outside of their own bubble. Like it's hard for me to like listen to music that just sticks into a very narrow pathway of concepts. There's songs I can get off, but in terms of being invested and looking forward to an album, to me, that feel like that's a hell of a commitment at 40 than it was when I was 20 and 30 and not caring about some of this shit.
So you grew up.
I grew up.
Right, and that means something. And we'll see what Wayne got to offer in 2025 because a lot of people grown up, and it'll be very interesting to see as I guess the off now described under acknowledged Lil Wayne.
He pull out that hook shot, Rob, give him 22, 12, and 6, 70%. They're gonna be like, well, you know what, this nigga Wayne.
I don't think Wayne's sticky. I don't think he has anything that's sticky enough. You know,
he's gonna catch another one. Like I'm holding out for where the love go. Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2. Like I feel like Wayne is good for, if nothing else, we'll get one of those moments that'll be like, okay, he added another one to the rap.
What you doing? That hook shot don't drop no more.
You never do. You retire when you retire for it. He won't never be able to drop it. It's always gonna happen. He gonna come in Kareem could come in at a 70+ olders game and give them 18. That never.
You saying anything now, bro?
You
saying anything now?
If it's 70+ hoops, Cap gonna give him 12.
All right, well, that's I want to wrap that conversation up. We got one more topic I want to capture here because we do have very prominent voices in the media. And if you like the content, share the content, make sure you hit the like button. Thank you to all the moderators, everyone who's moderating this conversation. I think one of the things that we've also seen over the past year, maybe 2 years, is a extreme evolution in what's happening in rap media and music media. We've seen a number of publications close. We've seen people get acquired. We've seen websites just take down their back catalog. We've seen a lot of shakeups at radio stations. We've seen a lot of prominent voices move to the YouTube space. We've seen people just try to find all kinds of different ways to continue on this journey with an industry in flux. At the same time, you also have a number of various types of ways to cover things that are happening in hip hop. And we all know that the feds are watching. But I'm really curious right now, Wayne, when the term rap media or hip hop media comes up, what comes to mind and how do you feel about what's happening today?
Oh man, it's a widespread question. I mean, for myself, I don't consider myself a journalist because I never studied that craft. I watched a lot of the brothers that I'm on here with, and I learned from them. Fortunately enough, me and Rob Markman are very close. So I learned from him along the way. But when it comes to like hip hop media, I feel like people confuse hip hop media with anybody that's speaking on ignorance. Hip hop media is confused with criminal activity now. You get these podcasts where nobody's talking about music, or they're talking about their upbringing in music, or what music has done for them, or what they want to do in music. They're talking about criminal acts that they commit, and they say, "But I rap too." You know what I'm saying? And then I think that it's on the media side, it's just more sensationalized for people to just get up there and say anything, because we know that saying anything gets you clicks. As far as like, subject matter and how you perform is very performative. That's one thing I learned about working with academics. Academics was like, I tell y'all, that light come on, he know how to turn that shit on. And when the camera's off, he know how to turn it off. You know what I'm saying? What he did was performative, and it worked for him, and it's like built all of these other platforms and stuff. But I try to, for me, at least hold some sort of integrity about what I report. Everything is not going to be the most accurate in the sense of like, I approach it from like me just having a conversation with y'all, just kicking it sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, people are like, no, you better have everything, every I dotted and every T crossed. But for me, I take it how I did in the barbershop when we just talking about shit and just kicking it. You know what I mean? But I think that it's in a good space on the independent side, because I myself, Rob Markman, Justin, like Kurt, like we don't have to wait for a company to tell us to talk about said topic. And we can't be filtered about what we think about the topic, and nobody can shut our channels off but us. So I do like the independent side of it, but I feel like, it's just a balance. It's a balance of bullshit and good shit. You just got to pick what you into more.
Headkrak, what do you think about that? Because the thing I like about Wayno's content, right, and a lot of people do this, and I think it's really interesting. We're so past the days where journalists are running media. Like I can't even remember when that was at this point in time. And I love the respect and reverence that the journalism title gets. But blogs have been around for a long time. A lot of people who are blogging weren't necessarily trained journalists. You have a lot of people who've been on satellite radio and they were able to build an audience, right? I think about it I think more about the media standpoint. And Wayno brings straight up, honest, straight media, straight talk with decades worth of firsthand experience that can't be replicated anywhere. Right. Like that to me is an example of a viable, dope, necessary to necessary viewing media platform. Right. Everyone on this platform, everyone on this conversation right now brings that. Right. But there's so much evolution that's happening real fast. I know that you've gone through some changes recently too, Headkrak. Where do you see hip hop media right now?
I mean, I think it's in a great space because, I mean, even when you look at the Sistine panel right here, everybody attacks it from a different angle. Like, no one here is doing the exact same thing in their approach to the media space. Like, you know, when I was still heavily active on radio, all the people they wouldn't allow me to put on the actual air, I would interview these people after we got off the air and have very well-paced conversations that allowed you to learn more about these people from a human side, as opposed to let me get that aha moment out you real quick so we can get some clicks and views. And that was my approach. That was my thing. Like, you know, like, hey man, like, you know, last shit you cried about type shit. You know what I mean? Like, I tried to approach it from more of a psychiatrist thing, and that was my angle. It's not for everybody. And I think now, because of the technology and everything that exists, it allows people to figure out whatever their approach is and really take a stab at it. It may not look as well pronounced as certain things were back when there was less options vying for your eyes and attention. Because I mean, I'm sure there's some great podcasts that exists right now, probably got mad followers, mad views. We just don't know about it because the algorithm didn't show it to us. And that's the thing that messes up media right now, because so many people live and die by the algorithm and hoping. There's people I follow on YouTube and I don't see their content unless I like, well, when's the last time blah, blah, blah posted? Oh, snap, they've been posting. So that's kind of what makes it dangerous. We put so many eggs in the basket and just assume that the timeline will just show our followers things because our followers are following us, but the game is switched up a lot. And I think in order to combat that, we got to figure out a way to, I don't know, like not necessarily occupy more spaces, but even something like this, where you have such a conglomerate of so many people, it helps it populate more better on the timeline, if that makes any sense to anybody out there. Because it gets frustrating. Because like I was a person who had a good little situation going on Instagram and on Facebook, and the second that they decided, oh, we're gonna put you in jail for a little bit, it changed everything about how I was moving and how I was operating, and I was still giving you the same content. You know what I mean? And so I don't know what this looks like in the future, because when you look at everything far and large, it's kind of controlled by like 3-4 companies, it seems. And, you know, and I think the only thing we can keep doing is just finding out what that next thing is. I've been doing a lot of dope stuff in the meta space, and not Facebook, but actually like the Oculus, like in those different rooms. That's a whole world where, you know, there's hip hop is there as well, you know, that like culture, like conversation and things like that. So it's beautiful because we're now in a space where you can do everything at once and find the thing that works for you. So it's a great time.
Word up.
Despite the hurdles.
I mean, I like the freedom. I like the diversity that's happening now. I don't like the algorithm, and I think that's a great point. You know what I mean?
Let's be honest. None of them dudes are hip hop media. Let's just start there. Those guys are personalities covering street urban culture. They're not covering the artistic expression or the elements of it. They covering the actual culture itself. That's where it just starts at. Once you understand that, then you understand exactly what's happening. Shout out to Axe, shout out to Adam and all them. They don't give two fucks about the artistic expression of this shit. They don't even know it. And they care about the cultural side of it at the root. Then if it's some artistic expression outside of it, that's even better. But remember, Act got on covering actually a street urban situation in Chicago. The artistic part just came out of it. That wasn't the focus point. He covered the war. You know, no different than a news analyst. So a lot of people that we call in hip hop media don't give a fuck about the art of it. That's what hip hop is. It's the artistic expression of it. It's the elements of that artistic, of that culture. The expression, artistic. That's not what they into. Not even Vlad, none of them. None of them people they put on that mountain, the AI mountain, is about that. So once you understand that, then you stop looking at them to kind of do what hip hop media has always done. That's just not what they own.
Do you feel like hood stories, true crime has overtaken or snatched the branding of rap media, hip hop media?
Well, remember at one time, the artistic expression of the culture, right? The hip hop was the only way you had access to it. That was always the genuine interest, how these people live. And you just got it in the art, right? You got it in the song. You got it through the dance. You got it through the style of DJ. You got it through, you know, the graffiti. You got that. but you really was pursuing the seasoning more than just anything. So they just cut out the artist and went straight to the culture itself. Adam is a prime example where, like I was telling the homie AD, I'm like, bro, he hired you because you're a Crip. He didn't hire you because he paid you enough money to go get a journalist from USC. He could have got a journalist. He could have hired you. He could have hired Rob. You know, you start paying somebody $1,800 a week, you could hire a fucking journalist. But he hired a Crip. He hired somebody from the culture. He didn't care about the artistic expression. That's not what they selling. So when I go to them, when's the last time they broke something? Yeah. When the last time they broke anything artistic?
Oh, artistic. Okay, gotcha. I'm about to say, well,
they break some shit. Oh, they're breaking. Some niggas got a federal case.
Yeah, they broke an FBI list. So they cracked that.
They'll discover this crime that's happening. You know what I mean? But they going right to the root of culture. You know what I mean? Of what's driving poor people to do these things in these ghettos. They don't give two fucks about the art. They care, but it's not. You know, it's not like when I watch Rob or when I watch Justin. I wouldn't go to them for what I go to Rob. When I go to Rob, I expect a supreme covering of art. That I don't want to hear Rob talk about none of this other shit that they doing behind. I want Rob to tell me, should I listen to this shit? I want Justin to tell me, should I listen? Is this worthy of my time? When I look at No Jumper and all that shit, man, who shot who?
The T. You want the T?
Two fucks about why the fuck would I care about their opinion on fucking music? Act opinion on music. Just tell me the bullshit.
Well, Glasses makes an amazing point, and I want to take it a step further. First of all, and no disrespect to y'all, because I love this panel. I've been in the chat all night because the most important relationship at this point in hip hop media right now is our relationship with the audience. I want to know what y'all on. I want to know what y'all care about. I want to know what y'all are into. You know what I'm saying? Because that's who supports us, right? All of our individual audience, or even something like this when we're pooling audiences together. Those guys have a big audience. The Adam 22s, the academics, you know, the bullshit, the Trap Lord Ross, right? Like what Glasses is talking about. Then we got to ask ourselves why, and who's watching that shit. You know, the War and Chirac, or just this whole Rico case and how it's bumbling down. Let me tell you, there's an element of the fucking safari. And it's always been like that in hip hop. It's been like that through the music. You listen to NWA because it gets you close enough to the hood and those experiences and those stories, but you don't gotta deal with none of the bullshit. You watch the War and Chirac because, man, it gets you close enough to the bullshit. It's the same reason we watch The Wire or Snowfall or whatever, gets you close enough to the bullshit. You don't gotta deal with none of the repercussions. Same thing with No Jumper, man. We are seeing the bullshit unfold in real time. The feds is coming, the Rico is coming. And who ain't got cuffs on them? You ain't got to deal with the repercussions. Like, let's fucking be real. And the audience, the fact that Trap Lord Ross ain't even from here. Wayno did a whole video about it. Don't got to deal with the repercussions. And the audience they attract is of like-minded people. Now, we come from those environments. I know I do. But when I ain't getting into the bullshit when I was in Flatbush, Brooklyn, on St. Paul's and Crook. You know what I'm saying? That was my brother in them. So I ain't get into this fucking game to be successful and leave my block, you know what I'm saying? To then get into the bullshit. That shit ain't what I'm on, you know what I'm saying? But we got to be real. And to the audience, I'm talking to y'all too. Y'all clicks is currency. So the things that y'all click on, the things that y'all support is the way the algorithm is going to go. Might change the way, Justin, that hey, man, I might have to slant this headline just a little bit so we all make those decisions. I've been making those decisions. Like, you know, I just did something on Wiz Khalifa's Cushion Orange Juice 2. Classic mixtape got a sequel. And I struggle with the headline. You know, like what I'm going to do to get you to want to click. What I should have done was like, Cushion OJ 1 versus Cushion OJ 2, which one is better? Does it compare or something like that? But if I said, man, Cushion OJ 2 is a beautiful sequel, nobody's clicking that shit. So you know, it's decisions we have to make, but the audience too, man, like we got to be economical with our clicks. Your time is worth something. So you got to spend those clicks on where you spend your time like it's worth something. So if you tell me you hate Adam 22's content, but you watch it all the time, no, you don't hate it. because you and that's okay. I'm there's nothing wrong with that. Just gotta be honest about where you at.
One second applause. Curtis, what do you think about up there?
I had a point, but then what Rob said right now had me thinking along another line of thought. I said it specifically talking about academics. I said, I don't think that the people think like the ones who don't agree with the platform, I'll say specifically like academics, right? They think that the worst day is when he loses his platform. And I don't think anybody on this panel wants that to happen, right? Your existence, your ability to speak about whatever you want to speak about is the same freedom that we get to enjoy doing our brand of content. I said the most dangerous day is when intelligent conversations like this rival that viewership, because then the algorithm has to bust a move. The algorithm then has to shift gears. Hip hop is at its best when the bullshit and the opposite of that have the same playing field where it's not imbalanced, right? There was a point in time that you could see NWA and Fresh Prince on the same tour. I'm not trying to quite go back to those days, but what I'm saying is the imbalance has always been the problem. So now in this era, when I think about media, even with those other platforms you're talking about, you know, one thing that I think No Jumper is good at, really great at, and I learned from, how to get you to fucking click on a video by its title.
Absolutely.
The placement that it puts in terms of the rule of thirds on the thumbnail. That's things that even though I came into this saying like you said, Rob, we come from these elements and we don't want to highlight or exploit the bullshit. I had to learn to stop being such a bitch about positive content, because they get that conflict is what gets people to click. They get me to click, even though I'm not looking for that kind of shit, because they're great at that. So I had to tell myself, you playing it a whole lot more passive than forget Curtis King than what Dewan would do. Say that shit how it's supposed to be said. That's when I started to talk to, I'm gonna land this real quick. That's when I started talking to Justin, and he helped me to understand there's a such thing as called positive conflict as well. And being able to get that game, being able to look at the things that are working, are now how I'm basically doing what Evidence once said: figure out how to put your vitamin inside the brownie. Yeah, y'all are here because of this Drake Kendrick thing, but at the end of this, I'm going to be able to give you whatever knowledge that I have and the research that I've done as an artist myself and as somebody who loves hip hop. But you wouldn't have come here had I said, as Rob said, here's the most important hip hop lessons that we can learn from this. That's not why you're here. Sometimes it is a runway of bullshit or what appears to be based upon their assumptions. So I had to learn how to utilize conflict to get to the next level of my content. And that's something I wouldn't have learned had I not been privy to it.
That's what powers that polarity. We talked about this, and just to add this last piece, is like, notice they're not from this. Like, I know everybody, like, I've been on my cultural Kaiser shit really tough, and I know people been seeing it and everybody mad. That's why y'all don't talk about it that way because you saw it. Look at the people who we're talking about. None of these people are fucking hip hop. This is Disneyland. To them, everybody on that mountain, this is Disneyland. This is not, they're not dealing with what we're talking about, bro. They don't know what the fuck we even talking about. To them, it's something else from a TV show. It's from a video. That's why. That's why, Rob, as a nigga from Flatbush, bro, you saw it. I don't give a fuck if you participated. You understand it. They can't say nothing. That everything you know happened, you already know. These guys are taking the songs and they're close now to the artists that make the songs. They're close to the inspiration now. Think about, they in a fucking lion cage, the lion's so starving, they playing by the rules. That's why it's a big deal for them. That's why I be saying niggas ain't hip hop. That's why I be saying it. Because you gotta separate it. That's not to say we shouldn't consume content. I consume content from all of them. I mean, it depends on if they talking about some shit I care about, I'm gonna listen. But I also recognize that's an outside voice to be talking to us. That's the one thing, and that's why I keep saying it loud. Oh, that's an outside voice. That person ain't inside of here. Rob, he's inside of here. Wayne, oh yeah, y'all. It's like listening to y'all talk. It's like going to the barbershop. Right. They are enamored with this shit. That's an outside voice.
But the same reason, and to go off of that, the same concept of that outside voice, it's the outside audience that also elevates because they can relate. I said this once to Fifth during the interview. Get Rich or Die Trying came out. I mean, reached the highest of highs, right? Because the music was great, the moment was amazing. But it was an exciting time in hip hop. It was a dangerous time. We are post Biggie and Pac. There's some people who tuned in, who became hip hop fans after Biggie and Pac because it was all over the news. And is what was this hip hop thing about? These rappers are killing each other. Oh my God. This is, again, the same reason you watch The Wire, The Snowfall, The Sopranos, whatever. And 50 names his album, Get Rich or Die Trying. The biggest thing. Because people wanted to see, there was a segment of the population who this was entertainment for them, not real life, and they wanted to see the die trying part. And when he got rich, I ain't gonna kill him.
No, but at the same time, no, can we acknowledge, because you said 50 Cent. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, G. But he said it in his book, I think Hustle Smarter. He was like, we also as hip hop fans love to gravitate towards a damaged hero or a damaged story. Like, we don't want somebody that is squeaky clean perfect. Like, when they were talking about he was talking about what he saw as the appeal of a Tupac. You know, it was that he was he said, from the perspective of women, what he said, it was that it's this damaged man that you want to see put it all together at some point in time.
For sure.
For the dudes, it's like, I can see a part of my imperfections within him. That's a very broad way to put it. But what I'm saying is that that's also something that even within our culture that is continuously evolving. Like, I'm looking now and I'm looking at my timeline and I've never seen, and maybe it's always been like that. It's just a matter of accessibility. I've never seen so many folks that look like me that are talking about these very progressive conversations in a way that I've never heard that relates to me. Like, I just interviewed a gentleman, Deontay Kyle. Man, I listen to him and his brother get me so excited about where the future of these conversations are going. It doesn't feel like an echo chamber that's repeating itself. I say all that to say there's certain things that in media, I think that people are genuinely, maybe they've been a silent majority, but they're genuinely saying, okay, we hear you, Rob. The powers of my clicks. I'm not clicking that shit no more. Mm-hmm. And I feel like, to your point, Read My Soul, this was the perfect canon event for those very quiet voices to get as loud as they've ever been.
1 second pause.
Hey, hold on. Let me dunk that real quick. You just passed it to me. Hold on. Let me. Glasses talking about the hook. Let me do the hook real quick. I feel like everything y'all speaking of is why I'm here, right? Like, my name is Read My Soul. Somebody asked in the chat. My last name is Reed. I'm a sneakerhead. Wayne, I know you a sneakerhead too. I started my channel talking about hip hop slightly and reviewing sneakers, and I feel as though this moment is why I'm here, right? Like, my name is Read My Soul. Y'all literally with my journey with me. Like, I'm kind of like still like, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, yo, I remember when we all watched Rob Markman interview Kendrick on I remember when Glasses did that thing and he went to the Breakfast Club and I had to figure out like the real situation about Pac and it was like, yo, Curtis is the reason why I literally started going hard. Wayno, I wish I was Wayno. I wish I was the replacement for Joe Button. You know what I mean? Like, I'm listening to Headkrak and I'm like, I listen to this man on the radio. Like, all of y'all have some importance, and it's like, yo, I'm here, and it's because I'm doing it. I'm on this side of it. You know what I mean? It's easy. I could easily put the thumbnail together and be on the Trap Lord Raw side of it, but I'm here because my name is my name, and I am who I am. Like Glasses said, I'm from 155th and 8th. I'm from Polo Grounds. I probably know some people that know Wayno because my grandmother from 119th in Lexington, Bernadette. Wow. He might know my Uncle Allen. He might know my cousin Isaiah. You might know Bernadette. You might know Isha. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
I know you do. You my little cousin. I wasn't gonna say that, but yo, like, I'm from that. Like, I'm not like the go gangsters get, but I was there. I stole some sidekicks,
and that's all hip hop is, man.
And that's it. And yo, I'm just flabbergasted, like, that we're watching this. Y'all watching it with me. We growing together, and this is where hip hop media is at. I'm very, very cautious with my platform. I've been very, very like, yo, I have this. Like, you think you're gonna lose it when you from where we from. You think you're gonna lose it. You always waiting. You talk to Dante Kyle. I love he was just talking about how you never settle in. You always out the suitcase. I talked to Justin about this. That's how I've been living. I've been living a luggage lifestyle where I always got luggage ready to move into the next apartment, ready to move into the next thing. So it's like, I have this now, so I can't just think of it like I'm gonna lose it next week. Let me just say anything. Nah, let me actually take my time and let me actually create this conversation. And even if sometimes I'm wrong, my heart is in the right place. So it's like where I see hip hop media, you know, I wanted to be in the Rob Markman position to interview Kendrick. I want to be in the you know, this is crazy to me, and we now have the independence to make it happen. You know, we now have the ability to put me on the stage, you know, go get whoever, and it's just like this is different. Like again, back to what Glass is saying, he's like, yo, this is different. It's because we are building the future. This Kendrick and Drake beef is the future. We built hip hop off of Tupac and Biggie. We built hip hop off of Jay-Z and Nas. We're building the next generation with Tupac, with Kendrick and Drake. This is what we're doing, and that's why it's so like in awe. Like you like whoa, and like I always say, I don't know what to do with my hands, but because like what timeline is this? You know, like what timeline did a few years ago? I'm like, who they gonna replace Joe Budden with? Wayne, I don't know Wayne. Oh, okay, yo, no, he real. He from the town. Okay, now I'm watching Wayne to this day. Same thing with it's just crazy. All of this is happening. I think that's why we're in such awe, because Kendrick, like you said, we're doing it to land this plane. We're doing it organically. We're not doing it the other way where we all easily can do that. We're doing it our way. So it's just it's dope for me. I'm
Look, I got this theory. Hip hop is going back home.
1 second applause.
Hip hop is going back home. It's always been where it's at, right? To your point, Glasses. But I feel like in a lot of ways, it's almost like someone who leaves home, gets into like Hollywood, gets into some of the drug addictions, and as soon as they use you up, the only thing you got left is family. When I start seeing LaRussell and being able to utilize the technology that we have to do shows from his backyard to the point where it gets the attention of anybody you can think of. When I think about the brother that does, I think it's in DC, Off the Porch Freestyles. I'm thinking of like, damn, this is the evolution of a rap city. This is the evolution of a team summit. This is the evolution. Like we all, when we do reactions to a video, we're telling you who's number one on our top 10 106 in Park list at that point in time, right? I'm looking at this and I'm realizing if hip hop is going back home, then media has to reflect that as well, right? I had this thought when I'm sitting here in my couch, and I had a few of the moments where I'm like, nigga, Punch is across the way from me right now. What the fuck are we talking about? In my living room as my son goes upstairs. There used to be a point in time if you ain't got a crew. I mean, Mark, we were just talking about, Rob, we were just talking about it. You had to have a budget to have these conversations before we could even get to the room because it had to look a certain way. The reality of it is, because the people chose to show up for these conversations, or choosing to show up for these conversations, that's the numbers that can get any of these corporations or entities or algorithms shifting and redirecting their attention. All they're driven by is numbers and engagement. Well, if we're doing things, to my point earlier about understanding the tools that, you know, that the devil can teach you in these situations and utilizing them for good, I look at this and I say, oh shit. So if I just tweak these things, the conversation has always been rich. It's just a little bit more polished than it's ever been now. We're going to do those retention numbers and everything else will reflect it because of that. But I just think a lot of us had to be like Glasses. Dog, you know, you've been a mentor and a big bro to me for a long time. Seeing you step into this space, even though you don't consider yourself media, it's been dope to see, because I don't feel so crazy, because you'll put some stuff out there and you'll be like, y'all deal with it. That's the way I think about it. But to see a West Coast voice do the things that you do, to have these intellectual conversations, I'm learning in real time. And it's a dope time to be alive. It's a dope time to be contributing our voices in this thing that we call hip hop.
Word up. 1 second applause. Man, this is a really great discussion, everybody. If you guys like this discussion and all these positive vibes and truth bombs and perspective that's been coming out of everybody talking about what's happening in hip hop media and the culture right now, give a thumbs up, share a video. We had one more topic. We had some Mount Rushmore reaction stuff. But you know, I do want to thank everybody. I know some people might have to run. I don't want to hold people longer than maybe they need to be here. But two things I want to say real quick. One, Glasses, I get a kick out of how you handle all kinds of opposition on Twitter. I will say that. Someone told me that you said you're the final boss for a few fan bases. Glasses Malone is the final boss. And I got to ask your perspective on all that kind of stuff, because I know that's a never-ending waterfall that you got going on in your timeline.
You know, it's funny, man. I genuinely feel like I didn't really fall in love with hip hop to probably 2019, bro. Like, no lie. Like, I kind of got into it around 2000. I shot East Side, and that was like being in New York on 21st and Church was like, that's when I knew it was something special. I'm like, okay, it's way more to this than just some rapidy rap shit. Like, this is something deeper. It's something bigger. 2015, 16, when I got on the road and I started driving from ghetto to ghetto, just hanging out, shooting dice, politicking, and I realized brothers was just like me to the T. Like, it wasn't no different. In 2018, 19, coming out of marketing, man, I really felt like that was the first time I called myself a hip-hop artist, right when I was about to put out Tupac Must Die. And I understood what the job was finally. It was like, oh, I'm an elected delegate of people from where I'm from, like from this ghetto. So I've always carried myself like I'm not above responding or answering to people. Like, it's a million people that feel like I could hate Drake. Like, I'm like, just go look through my Twitter. I've supported dude, like, or that I'm extra for Kendrick. It's like, I've been critical. Like, I'm for this thing called hip hop. Like, I believe in it. I believe it saved my life. I believe in it. And at this point, I am going to step up at every call, bro. I don't care if you got a bot page and it's 6 followers. If you say something that demands my attention, I'm going to treat you like you got 2 million followers. If you see me in the streets, you holler, I'm going to get with you right here. You feel me? Like, this is what the job is. This is what I took on. So it'll be fans who don't understand my thoughts. Man, I'm not bigger than answering to them. You know what I mean? I answer your, oh yeah, you know, you feel this way. And I'm not above being funny or making a million jokes or taking criticism or taking critique. That's fine too. I chose it in 2019. So I'm gonna ride it out until I'm done with it. You know what I mean? And do something else. Like, I accept it. I accept the responsibility, even if it comes with people giving me, you know, a level of unwarranted, you know, they could be upset. They could be mad. I'm making fun of their favorite rapper. Like, I'm making a joke defending my friend against somebody that's actually a guy I know too. You know, they don't even know the guy. I know both of the guys. So, like, that's okay. I'm cool with all of that. Like, this is the job I chose, and this is how you do it. Like I always tell Kurt, this is our job. You can't find yourself over there because you this. And if you want to do this, this what comes with it. Ain't nothing to run from. It's all good. It's all good.
1 second applause. Anyone have any closing thoughts or anything that you guys want to add or share, let people know?
I'm gonna just say this, because I'm gonna be real short about this. I'm gonna need Rob and Wayne to stop acting like y'all new in this environment. All right, I've had conversations with both of y'all, and y'all been showing so much respect. Do you understand how much of us study y'all coming up, because y'all were the only ones on our TV that we could relate to, that was doing it at that level and was doing it to the point where that was a new version of what they consider professionalism, except y'all were you. It wasn't like no vanilla version. It was y'all. So yeah, y'all come over here and we respect y'all, you know, respecting the territory, but I'm still learning from Rob. I'm still learning from Wayne. I'm for sure learning. I called Justin the day before I had my Punch interview because I knew who to call for some professional advice, right? So yeah, I just want to make sure I say that, because man, y'all presence here, Glasses, of course, you included. Headkrak, I'm still getting accustomed. I've heard your voice a million times on that damn Dish Network. Anytime I'm my uncle, I didn't heard your voice for sure. But I just want to make sure that, like, I'm pretty sure y'all already know this, but I'm gonna just say it as a fellow content creator in this, who still very much loves my art of making music and all the stuff I do. I'm so glad that y'all here, man, because it balances. We need the practitioners. We need the folks to give other angles of what's going on, and also folks who have seen many seasons of this. So you can tell these fans who only came in here because their favorite rapper became their favorite rapper. We've seen this shit before. We've seen these cycles before. So when y'all are doing this education, I'm sitting up here and I'm like, no matter where they go, if I piss them off, they got to go to y'all and they're going to get the same kind of education. And at some point in time, they just got to make a decision of whether or not they want to hang out or if they want to learn something. So Justin, salute to you. I appreciate you. You've been my Phil Jackson in media, and I greatly appreciate everything. So salute to everybody on here.
1 second applause. Headkrak, I do want to ask you, you real quick one thing. We didn't really talk about your transition from radio every morning. What happened and how do you feel about, current state of radio and what are you up to now for people?
Radio's been a dumpster fire since I don't know, since the second I got into it. Like, imagine moving into a place and having like all this freedom, and then like every second you sit there, you get less and less freedom, especially like with the level ups that you get. Like, a lot of times people look at money as freedom. Money is a tool, and you utilize the tools to the best way you can. And when I had the tools like that, I was, using it to, fund my creative endeavors, my art, my music, which I care a lot about. Cause like, despite all the things that people know me for, like I am a rapper first. Microdose out right now, streaming wherever you steal your music from. But like once radio got into a place where there was like less and less companies and everybody's owning all the things, you lose a lot of freedoms, especially with syndication. And it's a gift and a curse with that, right? On one side, you get to get heard in all these different cities, but then a lot of times you're taking energy away from cities that need to have that local voice who's really connecting and touching the people. So like when a lot of these companies got, stingy with these markets, it made it really weird. But all that to say, my transition out of radio has been very freeing. I had the opportunity to finally take my kids to school, something I've never been able to do, and come to find out they are the assholes that my wife said that they were. And I got to witness this firsthand, and it's crazy. It's like, wow, like they never give me that kind of energy, but it's real. And it also allowed me to pursue other endeavors, because a lot of times, we as not even just media people, we find ourselves trapped by opportunities, because the opportunity seems so good that you don't want to shake things up, or you don't want to leave that because, what will people identify me for? Going back to something that we talked about earlier, I think it was you, Curtis, who said it, intent. Because of the intent, what I do, God has opened up so many other doors that have kept me afloat since I walked out of that situation in February 2023. Like, I remember, I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in I used to go to PS 95 in the Bronx. And when I went to kindergarten back then, like you would get out at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and I would be home every day in time for Price is Right. And the first day of first grade, my seat was right by the window. And I noticed everybody was getting on the bus. And I was like, Miss Abernathy, like, you gonna let us out? And she was like, you stay here to 3. And I burst into tears because I wanted to go home and watch my favorite game show, which at the time was Price is Right. Fast forward to now, I'm on like 2 different game shows, you know what I mean? And developing my own game shows. So at the end of the day, if you move right and do what you're supposed to do and do things with proper intent, man, God and the universe going to give you what you need. So I've been really happy about that. Big gas face to all the parents that don't tell their kids you stay in it all day when you go to first grade. But yeah, man, like it's just been like, just one victory lap after another, man. So now it's time to work this music and just keep the world shaking in different ways.
1 second applause. You're right about that, man. You got to be open. You got to let yourself open to God and open to the universe to find everything that's really waiting for you.
Indeed. And once again, I want to thank you so much for putting this together, even with the previous episodes, because it's very seldom that you get dope people all in one space. And it's about mutual respect for what each other does. And, and you don't get a chance to see that a lot, in our space. So this felt really dope, man. And I'm looking forward to tapping in with more of y'all in the future, for real.
Well, I appreciate that. You guys open to taking any questions from the audience?
I'm down. I'm here a little bit. I just want to real quick big up Curtis again for what he said, about Wayne or myself. And obviously, look, man, Double XL, MTV, Genius, like, I had the corporate jobs. I still do. I'm still a Genius. You know what I'm saying? But stepping into this arena, you guys, Justin, Curtis, or y'all bet on yourselves. Y'all been building this for 10 plus years. So there's a part of me when I come into somebody's house, pause, when I step into somebody's house, we ain't gonna pause the whole 2 hours and 15 minutes.
I know, right?
No, but when I step into somebody's house, you know, you wipe your feet and you show some respect. And as much as I know in the media space, and as much as I've done, and as much as I built, I'm clear on who I am and my legacy. Oh, but there's a lot to learn about how this platform works, about how being on stream every day, even the days you don't feel like it, even the day, like, you know, Jordan flu game, like, and so, you know, I look at y'all brothers like with respect and admiration, the same respect and admiration you may look at me because of my longevity and maybe some of the heights. I look at it for like y'all building something out of nothing without the corporate backing, and I respect that. So salute to y'all.
1 second.
Yeah, I wanted to say too, man. I just want to thank y'all brothers for not hoarding no information. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't hit Jess up. Yo, Jess, how many times you do this? I call Kurt, like, yo, Kurt, what? You know what I mean? Business wise, what should I do, bro? You know what I mean? And I really appreciate y'all not hoarding the information, because so many people, you know, they take that as a way to one up one another. Like, look at this motherfucker trying to hit me up. You know what I'm saying? It's like an ego thing. And when first time I met Jess, that's when I was managing Dave East 10 years ago. You know what I mean? And he interviewed him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's been able to see me grow in this space, and I'm just grateful that I got people I could definitely lean on if I need information. Me and Rob, since we started this, we've been playing ping pong. Rob was the first person to show me the check. Like, look, like, you can make some money doing this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just grateful that it's brothers that, you know what I mean, that pour into one another. You know what I'm saying? And don't hoard the information, because I don't do that with the youth. I try to make sure I give them everything they possibly can to arm themselves when they walk out them doors.
I may have showed Wayno the check or the payday on the back, and Wayno showed me the equipment, man. It was like 2 days before Christmas. Yo, Rob, these the lights that you need, this the camera that you need, I took my whole blueprint was from Wayno, but I said everything Wayno brought. I went to B&H, I went to Best Buy, I got all that shit, bro. So
Facts.
That's my bro.
Facts.
Word up. Word up. We got some questions here. Drop some questions in the chat. Let's start with the super chats first. There's some questions for you guys. First one, how do you think AI will impact hip hop culture as it gets better? Will it be more of a detriment or a benefit?
Can I just say this? We just did a music review today, and somebody who produced sent in AI verses. That shit was trash. I have never sat through something, and it took, he submitted 5 songs, about 3 of them into the people was like, nah, that shit's AI. I was like, nah, he just got a little bit of like a little hitch in his flow. And I went through number 4, and I was like, yeah, none of this made me feel nothing. That's all I want to say.
Where's your drop? Somebody need to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
I got something to add to the AI thing. Well, you know, y'all know I work with Beanie Siegel. I used to work with Beanie Siegel, and I went and seen him like a couple of months ago, and he was one of the people that told me he wanted to champion it because, you know, unfortunately he lost his voice due to getting shot. And he was like, yo, bro, he like, I still could write. He like, I don't got no problem with my pen, but my voice had messed with my confidence. So it's like he wants to be one of those people that can put it at the forefront.
That's what I mean. And DOC too, right? I think there's some use cases that make a lot of sense. You know, and you know, and I also think it's good. I know this is a dirty word in hip hop, but it's a very real thing. I also think it's really good for reference tracks, you know, for different songs that you're pitching to different people. I think there's a lot of utility in it. I just don't think it, you know, I don't think
it's a tool.
Right.
Yeah.
It just hadn't reached critical mass yet. It's an intimidating tool right now. And it can be used nefariously.
Some people utilize it well and some people abuse it. So like there's a company I do some freelance work called Musiversal, right? And I'm like literally like the only rapper on Musiversal, and I wish other people would sign up for it, right? But these people will send in completely AI'd songs and want me to retrace over them so they can, you know, do it for placements and things like that. And some of these people, you could just tell they in it for the cash grab of it all and just mass output of music. So there's no soul, there's no emotion to it. And we literally out here like John Henry fighting against the machine, trying to outdo the AI, which is easy to do performance wise. But however, like you just turned in 15 songs because it took you 12 minutes to make them. And, you know, like there has to be some level of a quality control that stops things from flooding, you know, all of these different DSPs. And I know there's certain things that have been put in place to, like, you know, curtail that a little bit, but we still in the wild, wild west of it all. And it's not like ironclad, you know, locked down.
It's similar to a lot of the faceless and a lot of the automated YouTube pages. You know, I think there's going to be a use for that. I think, you know, it's the same with analog to digital. There's going to be a use for it, right? A lot of people still want to pull out that old MPC or that old device to make music. I think, like he said, it's gonna be some use, but it's gonna be a transition period. We're gonna have to figure it out. You know, I could see some benefit to having automation within YouTube, but it's the same thing for me. Where it's like I don't know what Timbaland was talking about with the soul thing. That thing is crazy to me. He was talking about it got the most soul right now. I'm just like, I like Timbo.
I mean, there's some great gospel. I've heard some great AI gospel. I'll say that.
That's crazy. Here's the thing. What is the statistic? I think it was something like we're up to maybe 70,000 new songs uploaded to Spotify each day. There is no shortage of artists, right? Artists are being born each day, man. Work on your craft, perfect your craft. We don't need no more rap songs, dog. and quite honestly, we don't need no more vapid. Right, just like about nothing, like you just put in like make me a club song or make me a this. You know what we need is the human experience, right? The shit that you can't duplicate. Like it's certain shit. Think about Ghostface. All that I got is you. Two brothers with muscular dystrophy kill me. Like AI can't write that. You had to live through that and to be able to give that emotion. You know what I'm saying? I even give it up to Drake, right? I cried, my mother cried too. My shirt is wet. She's only 5'2". Like that level of detail, like the height of his mother and leaving his shirt soaking wet because they're crying while holding each other. Those are the level of details that AI can't do. That's the shit that I want.
You know, another word that we keep repeating here: care, Rob.
Yeah,
care. Like even in media, we hear because we care, man. Like I know that sounds like such a weak word to bring everything to home, but I keep hearing. Yeah. Like that's why the people are here, because they're like, damn, after a whole era of people trying to convince us it wasn't cool to care, like you're trying too hard. If you care about your craft, if you go the extra mile, it's like, nah, dog. The music that people care about is the music that people put care into.
Yeah. AI can't write Dear Mama. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit.
I mean, they can now. They can't create it, but they could do it now. It's going.
But you know, it's the human experience. AI can't write it. You know, even as a crack fiend, Mama, you always was a black queen. Mama made miracles every Thanksgiving. Like
pop music is immortal.
I mean, the crazy thing about AI, I don't know if any of y'all watch Westworld, man, but it's about to get way crazier in a minute. Like I remember seeing Elon Musk on Joe Rogan, and he was saying how like, think about your phone. It's an extension of everything you do. Like if I go upstairs and get in my car at a certain hour, my phone is going to tell me how much time it's going to get me from home to LA Fitness, because it knows around that time I'll go there. It finishes my sentences for me. It corrects everything. And he was basically saying like with that, there's going to be one day when you can upload your consciousness into a cloud. And I mean, by that time, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I think about like AI is like, imagine all of us showing our grandmothers like the first iPhone, let alone the 16, the first iPhone, right? If this is the first version of AI that we really getting rolled out to us, then we in for some shit. I ain't gonna lie, Black Mirror is real. Like, for real, we gonna see some stuff in our lifetime, man. We gonna see some stuff.
You just gotta own it, bro. Once you own it, you'll know how to make it work. You gotta understand your value and its value. The first time you think it's more valuable than you, you know what I mean, you're in trouble. So like it can't write Dear Mama, but it can do some other things to help. You know what I mean? And it's up to you to control it. It's a tool. So like you know, just like they was talking about, Headkrak was talking about with the money. It's AI is a tool, and it's a tool you really, the things it could do for like storytelling and possibilities for one person in control is you have to own it. You know, it's not a machine running on its own. You have to own it. So It's no different than a pen. You know what I mean? It's no different than, let's say, Gloria. It's no different. You got to control it. You feel me? You got to control it.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of AI because I don't think it could create anything new. I think hip hop actually proves that AI won't be able to create anything new because it's still a human experience at the end of the day. It only puts out what we put into it. You know what I mean?
Unless we are already AI and we're so far in the future that what Wayno is talking about is actually the past.
Not black.
So you never see that story about them two computers that would start talking to each other and they cut them shits off?
Right. That shit funny.
Man.
We got
Chocolate Tie. Chocolate Tie says, I used to love Headkrak's Headkrak's takes. And then he was on Rickey Smiley morning show.
Yeah, we need to autocorrect on that one. But
where's the AI when we need it right there?
Hey, right
there.
Nah, man, I appreciate that love, man. Anybody who tapped in any era of, like my radio space, whether it was when I was doing nights in Dallas or, the morning show with Rickey Smiley or the morning hustle, listen, I try to create those moments and also be a window for a lot of these independent artists to climb through. Cause when they was like, yo, you can't play these records. All right, cool. I'm gonna play 30 seconds of these records to see if you can stop me. That kind of thing, man. I used to love that sort of stuff, man, because man, I care. Going back to what we said before, I care. And caring ain't weak. It take a lot of strength to care because there's too many things to care about. So when you find something you really care about, man, you lean all the way in.
Do you were you on the Rickey Smiley show when Cat Williams was talking about Rickey Smiley at the beginning of 2024? Were you on the show?
No, I was
you already gone after that?
Long gone, yeah.
That was another viral moment. Big shout out to Andrew Ninky. Let me know how I can help build whatever it is you're building. I got faith in hip hop and I want to earn my place. Anyone need interns, support system? Andrew got you. I think all of us probably to some degree.
Yeah, right.
Somebody to create my thumbnails. I hate thumbnails. Oh.
Man, you and me both. 1 second applause.
I got AI.
AI.
Nobody thumbnails worse than mine, dog. I love my community. I love everybody who subscribed to my channel. Got to put up with them bum ass thumbnails. We're gonna keep evolving though.
Watch the video.
I'm convinced y'all haven't seen enough YouTube to think you got trash of a thumbnail. That is too much of an honor to even try to get the crown.
There's some horrible thumbnails out here. Yo, it's bad.
That's right.
It's bad.
That girl Shine. Did Wayne know his artist Aubrey had ghostwriters? Did Wayne write for Aubrey and he hid the fact?
Everybody knew.
Everybody knew.
I mean,
I think collaborative writing is a big part of the music industry that people just don't like to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no. No. Yes and no. No. His is a unique thing. He's always had a pop approach, though. That's really the truth. He's always had a pop approach. He had a fantastic plan, and the execution is even greater. You know what I mean? He put on a demonstration over these last 14, 15 years, 16 years, man. It's been a demo. He put an all-time great demo down. You feel me? He did his thing.
Glasses, I got a question for you. Did he write 616 for Drake in LA? That's what the 616 is that he wrote 616 for him. I just be coming up with stuff. You hear it.
That's the shit now, though. You feel me? Like people, I'll be seeing some shit. I'll be like, nigga, did you think this? He was like, nigga. I think Drake has always had a really pop approach. You know what I mean? I think it's about creating records with him. It always.
Well, you said, am I misquoting you? You said he's not hip hop, right? You said
always.
You always say
2019. Yeah, 2019.
Right.
You know what it is that got me about him though, and made me a fan as much as he had these big records is when his reverence for Lil Brother. Or when he would say, Ron, I came up from the underground though, so I'm gonna spend another 10,000 for Dilla. Like just invoking the spirit of Dilla. Like those are like dog whistles that the casual fan might not get it, but it's like, oh shit, he just shouted out Dilla. Oh, he's paying homage to Fonte.
I feel like that's the biggest. I feel like that's the biggest ripoff in the world too. When him and Kanye does that fake backpack shit, that shit kills me.
It might be, but that's
it worked. It worked on the real hip hop though.
Maybe I said, oh shit, he one of us. Okay, but I like the records. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm genuinely a fan. Like I'm not, he's at the end of the day, talent. But
he is a supreme talent. Again, he's not like he is supreme talent. He is not That motherfucker, the first day, Rob, I was like, when he talked, I was like, how's this shit gonna work? They press play. I said, oh, this nigga is devastating.
Yeah, for real.
Even and no disrespect to Quentin Miller, even the reference tracks, right? I'm not gonna lie. When I heard the reference tracks and then I hear what he did with it, because it's the same lyrics, but his voice inflections, the way he bring this shit to life, I'm like, damn, I want to have heard them reference tracks and been able to do it, to bring it to life like how he brought it to life. Like I want to have seen the vision from the reference tracks. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, there's a talent in there too, and I don't condone the ghostwriting. The ghostwriting point, or I don't even know if it's ghostwriting because they've been credited. The writing is disappointing to me as a hip hop fan, but I recognize, like, again, no disrespect to Quentin, but if that was the case, then Quentin would have a ton of hit records.
Hold on,
You know what I'm saying?
Rob, why you got to wait to the end, Rob? Why you got to wait to the end for this one?
He got 4 records right now that Drake could use.
Enough time.
I'm sure, but
What you saying?
Drake, there's a talent in bringing it to life in a certain way as well. Is
Listen,
what I'm saying.
But Rob, go ahead.
Straight up, bro. He's that talented to write and he that talented to deliver. It's not one or the other, Rob. You fair? He's a phenomenal. It's like Michael Jackson. If you hear what
Rod Temperton,
what Temp did, you feel me? You hear what Mike did. It's a level. It's just a level, and which is why I always compared him to a pop act. He's very much a pop act. His approach is making records. He is not for play. That's why the battle was so impressive. Like I know what's happening on one end, and I know what's happening on the other end. Like I get it. You know what I mean? Drake is. You know, he's in trouble, but it's a level. There's a confusion. Niggas can't fuck with this nigga. Don't get it fucked up. This nigga can sit there by himself and do it, or he just repeat everything everybody else say and make it even sound better.
You think it's because of his Canadian study habits that like just makes you a little bit more locked in than the average person? Because I mean,
I think I've always said I thought he was like Madonna, bro. He like Michael Jackson, like different people who could just take something.
That's crazy.
He has no attachment to nothing.
Once again, applause to Canadian study habits.
Anything and go next level, bro. Like he can make started from the bottom, and everybody know it's not the bottom. Like, do you know how good you got to be to not start from the bottom and then make a song called "Started from the Bottom"? And everybody know you're not from the bottom. Like there was no bottom. Like not talking shit for real, bro. Like you looking at him as a Nickelodeon child star. That's not the bottom quite in hip hop. So to be that good at delivering that record, you're underestimating exactly how good you got to be and convincing to make it work. That's the motherfucker code.
But Glass, can I play devil's advocate on that?
Please don't advocate for Satan. Just advocate for Curtis.
I'm sorry. You are absolutely right. Can I play the opposite on this one, in this argument? Okay. When it comes to Drake, are we able to give a certain amount of credit to him looking like a very unlikely combination? A guy that looks like this, that came from this, that sounds like this, right? Almost like a circus trick. You're like, oh shit, this light-skinned nigga sounding like from Canada, and he was on Degrassi, but now he's rapping like Lil Wayne. This shit is amazing to see. I feel like there's a certain level of like trickery that happens. That's one point I wanted to make. The second one, I think it's so messed up how ghostwriters get done, because if I know that I'm writing something for somebody else, I'm not delivering that at a 10 Curtis King. I'm delivering this to give you the general idea as a reference track. This is kind of the flow that I was getting at. This is what I'm da-da-da. I know you're going to take it somewhere else, but you kind of not giving your full display of talent to what's happening. I still believe that if you give them records, it ain't gonna do what he does because he has a different machine behind what he has going on.
It ain't the same record, Kurt.
It's made purposely not to be the same record. Is my point.
I'm talking about he could make the record and it's not gonna be the same record. That motherfucker is a animal.
But I take one of my favorite reference tracks of all time. And remember, we haven't heard that many reference tracks in hip hop publicly. It's a handful.
Which is why this don't count, because he's not in hip hop. But yeah,
the notorious B.I.G. Queen Bitch. The track that Big laid for Little Kim when Big is talking about eating sushi, playing with my pussy. Like Big is talking about I'm the queen bitch, like all Big's voice. That reference track is fucking amazing. The big version could have been a single on its own.
That's crazy.
You hearing him say, "Got buffoons eating my pussy while I watch cartoons."
Right,
Like,
right.
shit,
This shit was on
That was
mixtape.
not gonna be a hit. I get what Rob said though.
Y'all haven't looked it up. Look it up
Oh,
on
gosh.
YouTube right now. Well, not when this is over, but Notorious B.I.G. Queen Bitch. It's a reference track that he did for Lil Kim. His reference track alone, like, could have been a single.
I'll take
It's
your
just
word for
weird
it.
hearing
That's
Big
crazy.
talk
Yo,
about-
yo, Rob. Speaking of that, did y'all know that Little Kim had a that Big Mama thing was a Tupac diss, the original one that was on the mixtapes?
Yeah, next time your punk ass will keep your head
Yeah,
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember hearing that as a kid.
yeah.
We got another question over here from Hassan Solam. I mispronounced that. Who do y'all think will carry the mantle of hip hop next? Jid, Baby Keem, or will Rage Rap take over?
Damn, why I gotta be one or the other? We can't have multiple.
Rage Rap is already taking over. What are they talking about?
I'm
I mean,
rooting
does
for Jid.
Rage Rap have some sustainability though? I mean,
Yeah, Playboy Cardi been doing this shit for 10 years.
Rage rap is rock and roll. That shit's not hip hop. Yeah.
yeah, I look at it totally different. I think it's
think-
guys
I
who
think-
rap.
But is so because that's what I'm saying. Though Playboy Cardi is like coming up on 10 years this year.
That shit rock and roll, bro. That shit ain't hip hop.
I
in the next 5
beg to
years,
differ.
when that
I
Target fan
I beg
base
to
gotta
differ.
take naps to go out, you're gonna see a shift.
Yeah,
beg to differ though.
The
When
ladies,
it comes
if
to
the
that.
ladies ain't into it, if the ladies ain't into it, it ain't gonna work. And I think that
What, but how do we? This is such a funny conversation because how do we quantify the ladies? All the ladies is not the ladies that's in our demo. Like it's ladies in every field. Like you know what I mean? Like
I don't know. I think it might be Glorilla or one of them. I think we looking in the wrong direction. I think
I agree with Read My Soul.
I
That's
think
really where you getting hip hop from.
I think my daughter, Curtis, we talked about this. My daughter special needs. When that Friday not degrees, and it's the only other
amazing song.
does that too is Not Like Us. That was the two songs I could play. My daughter gonna be Friday. She know that song is about her. She knows she a star. And from what I'm getting from Doechii, what I'm getting from, I don't know about Doja Cat. It was a time where I could say that. I don't know if she hip hop neither. Glasses, that's a whole nother conversation. But I think that the ladies is gonna take over. I think if you look at all the social media, man, how what they're directing you towards, it's very feminine driven, whether it's positive or negative. And that's in everything. That's in comedy. You see it everywhere. The ladies are taking over. So I'm betting and I'm gambling on one of the ladies, man. I'm betting on some Doechii. I'm gambling on Glorilla.
I mean, if it's they already there though. Like I think that they already did. Like Glorilla got a Grammy nod her rookie year. Like Doechii just won album of the year. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't think that they're going. They already there, and they just gonna amplify it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I've been in that conversation too. I really think we have to stop classifying everything as hip hop for some false sense of it. It's okay for brothers to go out and make rock music and use rap. And I think that's
just
when
because
Cardi, when I hear Travis, I hear rock music. I hear hip hop drums like you hear pop music, but I hear rock music. Like that's what I hear. Like I hear a take on rock music by brothers. I really hear that. I know it's like when I hear Post Malone, I really hear the country and that shit he doing when he using rap. I just hear it.
I think that there's a distinction between country or rock, but I think that hip hop is also not a one size fits all because there's so much hip hop that we could go back to when we was growing up, and it's a lot of songs that at the time might have not fit the norm, and they became what it is that we consider hip hop. I think like Magnolia from Playboy Cardi is a hip hop record.
Sure.
R.I.P. I don't know if y'all familiar with R.I.P., but R.I.P. produced by Yo Pierre. You know what I mean? That's a hip hop record. I think that Cardi has created a lot of hip hop, but because how he dressed and sometimes of his antics, we just look at that as not hip hop.
It's not just that, but that's why you went to those specific records. His sound is totally went to another place. Same for Uzi, same for
I mean, Uzi will Planet Rock. Like that is I Just Want to Rock is one of the biggest hip hop songs ever. You know what I mean? From Uzi.
I don't know why you feel comfortable calling it hip hop. Like I don't know what's the point of it.
Hip hop.
What's the point of it? Calling I Just Want to Rock. All right, I'll tell you why. Because I Just Want to Rock. Most hip hop, that especially hip hop we grew up on, the record came with a dance. The record comes with a dance. It samples one of the biggest records in hip hop, and that's not hip hop. I mean, I don't understand that.
because again, just because a brother rap don't make it hip hop. Just because
So what makes it hip hop? What makes it hip hop then?
Is a street urban cultural take on art. But I think what we're witnessing, Wayno, is a lot of brothers get after rock and roll.
Let me ask you a question though. What do you, when you say a street element, what do you mean by street element?
Street urban element. Like it's the difference in what we talking about with media. When you have a person having a full out take that's unique. Like I think we're watching brothers redefine rock music and we don't know what's happening.
So what? All right, by those standards, right? By those standards, if we talking street, right? Street dances come from the street. Kids, when we look at when we talking about hip hop, break dancing.
We didn't start dancing. We didn't start DJing. We didn't start rapping. We didn't start none of
no, what I'm saying is that dance is an element within hip hop. So the point, I'm only making one point about one particular record that's I just want to rock.
Yeah,
it samples.
Even
let me just.
I'm sorry.
Let me just and you say whatever you want to say. What I'm saying is that it samples an Africa Bambaataa record. It's a big record that sampled another overseas record or whatever. Sampling has always been a part of hip hop. It comes with a dance. A lot of people who are youth of their time, like that's the hip hop of their time. It's still, to me, it's still hip hop. Now it might not be throw your guns like I like when I was in the 5th grade. It might not be into the 36 chambers, but I'm just saying, like,
I don't think it's just related to those records. You know, I think if those guys come on and say, "Hey, this is hip hop," they're telling you they're rock stars. You're just ignoring them. You're just ignoring. Like you're ignoring.
I'm not ignoring that. I'm just saying that particular song.
Aggressive pushes to be something outside of this. They're not concerned in this space. And it's kind of obvious. They are going back to listen. I sound crazy because I don't want you to think I'm like shooting the brothers down. They're going back to get something else that we lost.
Yeah, because we started. Right.
They're going to get something else that we lost. When I look at Travis, I can feel like he's going to get something that we lost. It don't feel like I'm listening to hip hop. That's not to say I can't hear the 808 drums. It's not to say I can't hear the rap influence. It's not to say I can't hear his influences from all kind of rappers. But that little dude has a lot more. Same for Uzi. Same for Playboy Cardi. Those guys are a lot. They are really special, and they're doing something really unique that we're trying to put in this. And I think it's obvious when you look at the appeal that it's much unique than just this. It's really more unique than this. It's really something different. And they are doing a fantastic job, bro. They're like, these dudes are the new rock stars. There's no fucking new rock stars that's bigger than these rock star guys. And if you look at it, it is kind of over there. We try to bring it over here for the sake of the conversation. But like Reed was saying, like, I'm looking at Glow. This don't feel like it. This feels like I'm listening to like a much hipper version of U2 or Metallica. U2.
Oh, you said who you referring to is saying that you
Playboy, Travis. It's like I'm hearing something different. Like I hear something, the culture, I hear something completely different. Even when I listen to him, that's why I'm like, damn. I agree with you. When I heard Magnolia, I was like, oh yeah, this nigga tough. I like this song. This motherfucker hip hop. But when I hear some of this other shit, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's like listening to something outside of this. And I, just like you, Wayne, I heard all of this shit the whole time. I've heard every variety of hip hop, wide and everything. But I also remember there was a time with like Limp Bizkit and all those other guys who were using rap to make rock. And now we're watching some brothers go out and recolonize, recapture something, but we not pushing for it to be that. And they're telling us. One dude calls this shit rage. That's a direct reflection of rock. Has nothing to do with hip hop. Another guy's calling himself a rock star. It's not just the fashion. The fashion fits the music.
So
I think, but I also believe that. Go ahead.
My bad. How do you classify Run DMC? I'm the king of rock. It's done higher. Sucker MCs. Call me Sire. Like whole shit was called King of Rock. Then you had Walk This Day with Aerosmith.
But those are like 2 or 3 records, right? These guys catalog, they have 2 or 3 rap, like he's naming 2 or 3 rap records. They're the majority of their catalog, they're expanding out past that. And those songs were considered rock songs at the time, too. We kind of had a crossover thing going on with with them with those records. Mind you, my favorite record you didn't even name out of the rock back, right? Which is Rockbox.
Rock
That was
box.
one, right? But again, they're experimenting in rock.
All right. So I think two things can be true. But I also, with that being said, like, good credit. Playboy Cardi's song with Kendrick Lamar, right? He's performing that song on tour, right? Like, and when he performs that song, nothing about good credit to me is a rock record. It's a rap record. Now, rap, it might not be the most technically put together, skilled, rapidy rap record, but it's still a rap record. And Kendrick Lamar is performing it every night. Or he might be performing it every night, being that I seen his set the other day. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's going to change up the set or not. But I think that, like, when we look at, I mean, the shit is what it is. Like, when we look at certain kids and we think about ourselves versus who they are today, that does affect how we hear things. I do believe that while they do say that they're rock stars, they mean more so the lifestyle than the absolute music. Because I could go to, like, if you go to Astro World is filled with hip hop. You know what I mean? Birds of the Trap Singing Night is full with hip hop. I mean, if we talk about hip hop being an actual expression, right? An actual expression. And if you look at the effect that the music has, I still think it's hip hop.
Yeah, but it affects the whole world, Wayno. Just because
then that's what hip hop does. That's the whole point.
Being affected by hip hop is not what makes you hip hop. Like,
I'm not saying but we talking about black kids making black music. We're not talking about, like,
it's not as simple as that, Wayno. Like, when you say that,
it's an ingredient. It's an ingredient.
Not necessarily. Beastie Boys is everybody else. They have a lot of
rock is black music too.
Yeah, it's black music as well, Wayno. It's not one of the
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. I'm talking about where it's rooted at. Like, the reason why, like, that's what I'm talking about, the lifestyle versus, like, the visuals versus, like, the lifestyle. I think the lifestyle, when these kids say rock stars, is because they're doing drugs and hitting a different chick every night. That's what they think rock star shit is, being reckless. That's the part where they mean rock star.
That's rap shit too.
What does Lil Uzi Vert mean when he said, "Ebro, I'm not going to give you a freestyle. I'm a rock star"?
Oh no, I definitely. But keep in mind, Kurt. Even with that being said, Uzi is still a kid from Philly that raps. Philly, listen, you can find.
I think that's the restriction, though, Wayno. When you're saying because they rap, they can go out right now. We're looking for the next new jazz. It's probably going to have rap over it. We're looking for the next new country, right? You see Post Malone, it's going to have rap in it.
Hip hop.
All these different genres are going to have raps because rapping became the most popular way to deliver music. It's not necessarily hip hop made it popular, right? But it existed before hip hop. So again, I think if you restricted just being black and a rapper, that makes you hip hop.
But that's not the point I was making. I'm saying where it's rooted from, like their communication as to their music. If you go from the start of their music, the whole way we got on this whole term was because I said I just want to rock as a hip hop record. And the reason why I said is I just want to rock as a hip hop record is because it has every hip hop element in it. Now, bars is subjective. We could go down the line of people who just say anything and they're hip hop.
But just because you sample Bam, a rock song can sample Bam.
I'm talking about not only the sample, the dancing, all of that's hip hop. Every hip hop record from Laffy Taffy, which Laffy Taffy aged well. All of them snap records aged well for parties. I'm not talking about. See, that's the thing. I'm not looking at D4L to be fucking Nas.
Wayno, but
you know what I'm saying?
I think you. I'm sure you heard me enough to not sell me that short sighted. You know damn well songs and dances went together. Hip hop didn't create that.
When I'm all right,
right now
we talking in circles. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that
move this along.
Songs and dances go together some of them come as a byproduct of one another when it comes to hip hop. That's what I'm saying.
Can I just come in the middle of that real quick, Justin?
No, let's go ahead and move on. We've been over here for a long time. Let's get over here. But I do think it's interesting, that's the discussion here because rage rap does, in my mind, hold a very unique place that we don't see very often. Next question. Big Biz Grizz. Okay, so what is your opinion on artists like Mike, Neonte, Navy Blue, MAVI, Fly Anakin, and Earl Sweatshirt? Where do they fit in hip hop? Because I feel their progression of hip hop not spoken about.
Why are they progressions?
I love Navy Blue. I just reached out to him to interview him.
Why are they progressions? What make them progressions? It just sound like dope MCs to me. I never thought of them.
They all seem like rap to me. Maybe they're, you know, maybe they're a little more.
Shit, I heard Earl be rapping. I don't know if they necessarily progressions. I wouldn't have thought that.
Yeah, sometimes people could be so unique in their approach to where it's nichey and dope, and 3 billion people don't know about them, but that strong 30,000 that rock with them real tough. You know what I mean? That might be enough to, keep they sailboat floating.
Word up. The chocolate tie. The last best Wayne was No Ceilings and Sorry for the Wait.
Carter 1 guy.
I like the Carter 5. I thought the Carter 5 was good.
Carter 1, man. And walking through that house, I love that.
See, I'm Carter 2.
Carter 2, my favorite. That's my favorite Carter. Yeah.
That's like the agreed upon best Carter classes is the Carter 2. Everybody will agree that that's like his best.
I don't know what they hear, bro.
I think there's a debate with that. I think a lot of people think the Carter 3 is his best one.
The Carter 1 with the many fresh beats, he actually had focus. You know what I mean? He had some substance on there. He was talking about going through it. I thought it was creative. I mean, but if you're a Wayne fan, I would have a true Wayne. It's like I'm how people Wayne. I'm a Scarface fan, right? Like I know Untouchable is better than The Fix, straight up. But I get why The Fix is everybody's invitation to come into Scarface's world. So if you're a Wayne fan, I understand. I'm not necessarily a Wayne fanatic like that. I mean, I'm a Carter. Like I just judge your records again. Everything gets judged by Dark Side of the Moon. You feel me? Motherfucking Rumors. Thriller, it's gonna get judged in that category. So if it's not a body of work that fits and it has a level of cohesion and I'm enjoying it, and it's probably not gonna work with me. Kind of like I'm stuck like that now.
This is what Moni had to say to you earlier. Glasses stopped. Wayne held up his OVO chain, Weird Hill to die on. 1 second, pause, Moni.
I think sometimes too, like people around everything that was going up around an artist with the time a project was made, like Carter 2 might be a more solid album, but if my memory serves me correct, Wayne was knocking out so many like high quality features during that Carter 3 time that you sometimes just loop that in with that pocket. Like, damn, a Millie was a moment. I forgot what there was a few other stand-up records that was on that project.
Hollywood Divorce.
Yo, with
in between, that's an Outkast joint, but that was right there in the conversation. That's the Wayne. I wish we got more of that Wayne. That's my favorite Wayne. There's like 4 examples of him in his career. That's my favorite Wayne.
When I first came there, Hustler, that was Carter 2 had just came out. No, Carter 2 had been out then. The Birdman and I like the Birdman and Wayne album too, but
like Father Like Son.
Yeah, like Father Like Son. I was in some of them videos. That shit's I like that shit. But
you see, you talking about doing it with his kids?
Man, that's dope. I don't know, but Carter 1, man, that's like my style of album. You know what I mean? Like I'm one of those guys that hold 400 Degrees is the greatest Cash Money album. Period. No matter which one, you could attach to any.
I ain't mad at that.
Other one. I'm just you know what I mean? I like records. I like albums. I want to get in it and I want to be in another world. I don't care about just listening to people rap like that.
Isaac Vasquez, y'all excited for Nas announcing the 7 albums?
Yes. Yeah. Fired up.
Oh yeah, Mass Appeal got a good hit record right now. They are. I'm happy with Mass Appeal. I know Curtis probably is loving what they do over there too, with them being independent and trying to do it the right way. Whatever they drop, I'm listening to it.
Man.
Yeah, I just need Mobb Deep is one of the albums that they dropping, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Mobb Deep, Big L.
That Mobb Deep album. I have faith for Nas and Preem. I need that to be right.
The look at his face.
But just because Prodigy isn't here, I just hope what was left over is enough to build upon. Like posthumous albums are tricky, and then even with Big L, no disrespect. But I was a Big L fan from Lifestyles of the Poor and Dangerous, the one album he dropped while he was alive. I remember being disappointed by the bigger picture, and the big picture. I know that was a lot of people's introduction to Big L. A lot of people caught on to L after he died, and that posthumous album was But man, I remember L's energy when L was like out here and alive and moving and shaking. So posthumous albums are just tricky for me. So I just hope those posthumous albums are right, man. I want to see Prodigy's legacy upheld and Mobb Deep's legacy upheld as well as Big L. So
Can we just
I think this could be real quick glasses. Real quick
shit
glasses.
so
I think this could be cool because like I liked when Duck Down did this, when they did this with Helter Skelter, Sean Price, Black Moon. You know, that's kind of what Mass Appeal is doing. So I know there's a lot of weight on the quality of these projects that are coming out, but I appreciate this rollout as a strategy, just generally.
Can we
speaking.
not give credit to Nas? And that is fire.
Yeah.
I was like, this is really cool. That's what, you know what I mean?
wait,
Because he did what he did with that last Ghostface album, and I know it wasn't some people's favorite Ghostface record, but there's some records that I've listened to as recently as last week off that last project, and I like how people could put projects over there and do the projects that they feel like doing. And I don't know if they've announced like the last number 7 one, like the legendary return of like My Fingers Across, and hoping that it's Slick Rick, but you know,
Slick Rick too. Yep.
You might be a happy camper.
that's what the fuck I'm talking about.
You might be a happy camper.
I really like that LL Cool J album last year. I don't care what nobody said. Q-Tip.
LL's joint was solid.
The Force and Common too. Common and Pete Rock. That
Common Pete Rock joint.
Ooh.
I really enjoyed that one.
I really appreciate. I am growing to really love Nas, bro.
Right.
Like I'm a diehard J guy, but I am growing to truly enjoy Nas. The shit he be, that is fly. I saw that. I was like, damn, that's cool.
I trust Nas, and especially, you know, after that last run he was on with Hit Boy with the 6 albums, I think Nas is in this era where just redefining. You know, we talk about maybe adult contemporary hip hop. Maybe that's not the right name for it, but guys who could be, you know, we're finally in a space. And again, when we talk about tearing the roof off the motherfucking new heights, we ain't never seen rappers in their upper 40s touching 50, like be able to drop joints and still be relevant. You know what I'm saying? And look at what Common and Pete Rock did. You know, Nas sold out the Garden for the first time. He sold out MSG for the first time off the back of that 6 album run that he did with Hit Boy.
His first Grammy.
His first Grammy off of the back of the stuff that he did with Hit Boy. So when Nas is in his career, man, it is beautiful to see, man. For him to still be doing things for the first time and accolades for the first time is amazing. So the fact that he's putting all this under the wing, I salute him for it. And you know, I just hope everybody's legacy lands in the right place. You know what I'm saying? Because we dealing with classic artists.
I love the fact that he gets to do it without having to sell a bunch of records either. Like that's not even a part of the conversation when it comes to his music. It's just about the music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jay not in the way to drop at the same time. So
it's all right. Bring it on. I think they welcome it at this point. But you know, that's the other thing about not the pressure to sell records. And I can't speak for everybody pocket. I'm not a pocket watcher. But Nas ain't hurting, man. A couple good investments. Like Nas, like it's also so beautiful to see Nas in the space where he doesn't need to drop music. He wants to drop music. He has something to say because he was dormant for a while. And it looked like for a few years, Nas was maybe disinterested or just not kind of into it in the same way. And something reinvigorated him. And it ain't the money because when your investments is the Ring doorbell and Uber and Lyft and all this other God knows what. Like Nas is not hurting at all, bro.
Right.
Hit Boy.
His commitment, shout
Hit
out
Boy.
to Snoop too. Their commitment to hip hop it should be definitely, they are definitely expanding it, you know what I mean, to another level. I'm just really impressed. Like that fucking Nas, man. That was all right, dog. That's cool.
Well, second applause to Nas.
Yeah.
Jackie Brown, unpopular opinion. T.I. greater than Lil Wayne. T.I. greater than
Not
Lil
great.
Wayne.
I like it better.
he got better body of works. Paper Trail, King, T.I. versus T.I.P., trap music. I mean, even Trouble Man had like one of the best Andre 3000 verses out there.
Urban Legend. Urban Legend's a crazy.
Urban Legend.
It's fire.
He got some joints.
They could go album for album. They could definitely go album for album. You start stacking in them Carter series and all that, they could definitely have a debate about it.
Yeah. And T.I. does a great job of staying on topic, you know, thematically with something. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just get a bunch of great Lucy's with Wayne.
One second applause. Yo, I mean that reminds me of this where's this at? Of the the down south. The Atlanta.
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, the Atlanta Mount Rushmore. I think it's like
Who's
really
on it?
interesting. That's
They
right.
have
You guys see that?
Yeah.
Mm.
I saw this.
So they got
I
Andre.
hate to disrespect Big Boy, bro. That shit is the most annoying
that-
thing in the world, bro.
That's
so
my
mad.
thing, Glasses. I don't know that you do this. You got to add a fifth. It's not to discount Andre's greatness, right? But the bulk of Andre's career is built alongside Big Boy.
Right.
It is different, and Big Boy is just as equally capable as an MC.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Those guys were the perfect tag team in terms of skill level. You're doing these Outkast albums, and you don't got to write 3 verses in the hook because you got Big right there.
And
So
then,
like, I'm
you
gonna do
ain't
my
gotta
verse,
do
Big
it
gonna
with
do
the
his
hook.
verse right after. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like that's like Daredevil and the Punisher. You know, on my Marvel shit. It's like, man, when I'm going back to back with that guy, like we can't lose. So I need to see Big Boy represented on this because Outkast put Atlanta on the map.
But who do you take off? Who would you take off then? Or just have them
I'm
split?
saying it needs to be both of them or not one of them.
Yeah, if they could do a
They
composite
face.
where it's both of their faces,
Yeah.
but you
They never usually put
totally
groups
know.
into like the conversation. I seen they just did that with the top 25 women. They put like groups in for best female rappers, but they usually don't put groups in for like, you know.
All I'm saying is before Outkast, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but before Outkast, Atlanta definitely had a scene that was local, but if you look at it, it was bass music, and really that
I mean, you had
came from
Arrested
Miami.
Development. Arrested Development's from Atlanta. They won best new artist.
I'm going because I got a video about this on my channel.
Yeah.
Arrested Development has been completely written out of hip hop history and Atlanta history and speech,
wild.
and them brothers need to be like, yo, that album, when that album came out, first of all, won a Grammy, had 3 top 10 singles.
Right.
The album went gold, all of them went gold. Arrested Development had fucking hits, and people don't even talk about it. Came right out of Atlanta. You know, okay, so then we get Chris Cross.
Before Andre, I would rather it be CeeLo if that's what they was gonna do.
I got because you can't discount you.
CeeLo?
Cass represent, man. Cass built that city on some hip hop shit. You know, again,
No, I'm saying if it's not Outkast, if they were gonna pick a solo act outside of like CeeLo would be a better candidate for that if they was gonna take something out of a group.
Right.
Can I ask a question? Do nobody fuck with Jeezy at all? I mean, he got misses on his. Jeezy got misses.
I mean,
but
there's only 4, right? So who you take off?
yeah. I
Who you take
don't
off?
even know.
That's the question. Who do you take off?
I feel like Jeezy is just as important as T.I. I feel like Jeezy is just as important as T.I.
And I think you gotta have balance too. Like, why will we not put Ludacris on there?
Nah, because I think also we get it twisted. Mount Rushmore is not about
really the 4 best.
Who's the best? It's the founding fathers who put the shit on the map.
Exactly.
Right.
That's Outkast. If we talking about trap music, that's T.I. When nobody talking about the trap before T.I. And actually, first time we heard trap on the record was actually on the Outkast.
It was actually Outkast on 2 different.
Actually, Outkast record, but
right.
it's Outkast and then T.I. You know what I'm saying?
It would look different. It would look different if you went the George Washington, the Jefferson, the Roosevelt, and the Lincoln. We did that for Def Jam, Rob, one day. And it was a lot different. Like to not have Jay-Z on the Mount Rushmore because you're really doing it based off the Mount Rushmore idea is really different. Everybody just put the 4 who they think the best rappers is.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the foundation.
Then you might have to put Kilo Ali on it and Jermaine Dupri on that motherfucker. If we being real, we talking about who built it.
I was just watching Jermaine on
He's on the producer Mount Rushmore. Jermaine Dupri definitely on the producer Mount Rushmore. I don't know about rapper, but
he was writing a lot of his work though, Wayno.
He did write Chris Cross. He write Jump.
No, absolutely. But I'm talking about if you comparing him, if you're comparing JD as a rapper to said rappers, not as writers, because if we go in writers, that's a whole different conversation.
Oh no, you're right.
But can I make a go on and just ride over Ludacris's dead body and not even like think about putting him? Is crazy work.
Love Ludacris, but you know what? Headkrak, my fault. It goes back to what Glasses said about the street element. That is especially Atlanta rap, trap, all of that. Like that element from the late 90s to the early 2000s was everything for them. Like the trap, they that word made it around the world.
But it goes back to the convo y'all was having a little earlier about Vert, where like, all right, with these Rushmores, we gotta classify what we're talking about here, you know, in the larger scope of things. Because if you're talking the trap element, yeah, there's certain faces you're supposed to see.
That's a whole
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, who moved the ball forward, who helped build some things. Then you get into that Goody Mob conversation, that Little John. Even though he ain't a rapper, but goddamn, whether you want any songs,
but that's why you gotta slice it up different ways. But you know, it's so crazy that I read about Mount Rushmore that it was like the whole purpose of doing it was a tourist attraction.
Yes,
like it wasn't like the way we break it down and all that is really just some shit that they wanted to build for people to come and say, "Hey, look at that!" Like, you know what I mean?
And then they chose the presidents based off first expansion United States, expansion outside of the United States, and then the whatever Lincoln represented. Who would that be? Who would be the first solo?
Oh, somebody said, what about Waka? I ain't gonna lie, even though Waka is a very pivotal part of Atlanta.
He got a diamond record.
Yeah, but
bro,
you can't put not a Mount Rushmore. Like then you need
not
Gucci.
Mount Rushmore.
Like,
yeah,
Gucci goes way before Waka because we wouldn't have no Waka without Gucci.
Who would be the George Washington of Atlanta hip hop? That's interesting.
Speech.
George Washington of Atlanta hip hop.
Gucci.
Gucci.
Can I be
George Washington? George Washington is the one who actually won the war planting the flag. You know what I'm saying? That is
bro. Gucci. Atlanta, they love Gucci out here on another level.
That is it's a Arrested Development.
President of Atlanta hip hop.
But we saying our Bruce in the chat made a good point. MC Sade, you know what I'm saying? Kilo Ali, like those are the four founders of that movement in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? But Sade, Kilo Ali, right after.
Who was the first superstar solo act from Chicago? I mean, from Atlanta hip hop.
Ludacris.
The first superstar, yeah.
Ludacris.
Probably Luda, because Luda's the first one in movies that was rapping and all that, right?
Luda came out before Tip. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, 2000 his first album came out. But not Tip. Then I'm Serious came out around that time.
I'm Serious. 99.
But he was still.
Yeah, I'm Serious.
But Luda's definitely a superstar before Tip was.
We did it. We did this for Southern California. It was Ice-T. It was Ice-T, Ice Cube, Snoop, and Game.
Ice-T, Ice Cube, Snoop, and Game.
Yeah, that was like the Mount Rushmore, based off of the actual reasons they chose presidents.
Wow. You would think Eazy would have been in the conversation just based on that there's certain people you wouldn't have got Cube necessarily without Eazy-E. You know, because if it wasn't for Cube writing Boys in the Hood,
no bueno. First off, the first person on that Mount Rushmore should be
Pac
Too Short.
from New York.
Well, it's not about Pac. The first person should be Too Short. Too Short is the George Washington of all West Coast hip hop, if not Ice-T.
Blow the whistle.
Yeah, people move Pac to New York when it's convenient. I swear.
It's not because Pac is more than substantial. I'm just saying he's the George Washington of West Coast hip hop. Too Short.
Yeah.
Who would be the probably the Jefferson would be Ice Cube. He took it, you know, he did the album with Bomb Squad, went coast to coast with it. Who would be the Teddy Roosevelt who expanded outside of United States of America, who took it like, you know, outside of it? Probably
Snoop.
Probably Hammer.
Oh, Hammer.
Probably Hammer.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Hammer would be on the West Coast Mount Rushmore, though.
Yes.
I mean, I mean, if it represented with Teddy Roosevelt purchasing the Panama Canal deal, you know, that's why he was there. That's why they chose him. He represented expansion outside of the United States. So who would be the first global West Coast hip hop act that took West Coast hip hop outside?
Hammer. Listen, Hammer got crucified for the brand deals, having the cartoon, having the thing that rappers kill for now. The whole reason why people even start rapping so they can get all the other shit. Hammer did all of that shit first and got crucified. They called him a sellout. They made diss records. Like Hammer is one of the most important rappers in history.
Yeah,
and we need to build a statue for Hammer somewhere because everybody's eating off.
And now they doing that shit. Now they talk. Pac was talking shit. They always talking shit about Hammer.
Yeah, I ain't gonna front. When I was a kid, I loved Hammer. You know what I mean?
Like, Hammer. What do you mean?
For real, I love Hammer when I was a kid, man. For real.
I dug in my bag and pulled out my magical shoes.
I think
the Hammer cartoon, boy.
Too much
the cartoon, great.
Because he raps like
he loves the foot before
tier of dudes. You know what I mean? Like hip hop, the MC had developed, right? Rakim came and just the second tier MCs, he just came and flipped the game, right? You got Rakim, Kane, G-Rap, Chris, Cube. You know, that became the second tier out of the Melly Mel and Jalil era of guys, right? And then Hammer comes rapping like Run DMC. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think that probably.
Bro. Hammer, well, you know what's so crazy about Hammer? This nigga would be doing all the dance moves in the world with one face.
Yep.
Like his face didn't change. Yo. His face to be.
And his,
his face did not change, bro.
and
he had a friend, and he had a homie named No Bones. 1 second applause, No Bones.
Oh, word?
I want to go back to the Pac thing too, because I was joking when I said, I mean, he's technically from New York, but of course we don't like consider him a New York MC. But Pac was very important to New York with Juice. Like, first of all, he lived out here, and a lot of the bullshit he was getting into. I mean, he was really ingrained in what the fuck New York had going on during that era when he was shooting Juice. But just to also portray, Juice was one of, I mean, because it was Boys in the Hood first, and we saw this portrayal of what the West Coast looked like. And for those of us who were too young to travel or experience Cali, we saw that through Boys in the Hood. You know what I'm saying? When Juice came, it was a representation of what New York was like, Harlem was like, and Pac played that role perfectly, man. Down to the T. Influenced the way people dress with the Carhartt thing, with the 40 below Timberland boots, like with the cut. Like, I don't know if they was cutting their hair like that out in LA with the Gumby joint and all of that.
To this day.
So Pac, though he's not a New York MC, like had a lot of influence and did a lot for representing what we was doing out here in the street and the shit that was fly to us and putting that shit on the big screen.
Where y'all see E40 at?
Definitely should be part of the convo.
Pioneer.
Yo, and then kept elevating it too.
And on the indie level, right? Because he was doing his shit indie, right?
Sick with it.
He was on a job. I mean, he had his own deal with Jive.
With his own, with his imprint.
He had an imprint really early.
His flow is just really special and different. That just he 40. I bought it. Like, I don't like still
40 is like our dark 40. Forgive me, this is gonna sound blasphemous. 40 is our Nas. That's our guy. We're gonna go to war over. We love him. There's no slander. You know, you go to New York, Jay-Z is open field. You know it's all the love, but you get a million motherfuckers hate Jay-Z. You know, everybody else is so polarizing. Like, you can get negative or positive, but Nas in New York is like, yeah, it's no way he could do wrong. That's how 40 is for us. Like, we just love 40. I mean, talking to 40 is still like a fan moment, bro. Like right now, you know what I mean? We just love him. He just our guy.
Yeah.
Our guy. You know what I mean? We just love that motherfucker, man.
I think what's so dope about 40 is he spanned times. Like, when you talk about eras, right? Like, I remember 40 having a hit record when I was in the 8th grade and having a hit record when I was in my early 20s. You know what I'm saying? It's like he spanned so much time.
He just fresh. The nigga just really hip.
Man, when he jumped on that Big Sean, leave a whole standing outside forever like the Statue of Liberty. Like, he'll bust it. God damn. Like, he like in every era, like he'll come with something, bro. And you
I think the true testament of the greats are the people who can figure out a way to, you know, re-galvanize their flow and find a new audience. Because maybe when E40 first came out, maybe he wasn't a palatable taste for everybody. But then Tell Me When to Go era and nope. Yep. Like, he found a whole new pocket of people who had no idea who he was prior to like all that. They just knew Sprinkle Me, maybe.
Man,
you know
Crack,
what I mean?
I love that for y'all in New York, bro. I'm glad y'all finally came around, bro. It took so long.
I was still listening to everything.
I was worried about y'all, genuinely, bro. That y'all was missing out on all this.
G, I'm telling you, G. We as kids, we was with it. The media wasn't with it.
Word. Just because I would be worried because I'd be like, oh, they don't get it.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, Justin, you just flashed the soup on the screen. I want to address it real quick.
Which one? This one?
Edward said, hot take, Biggie has never been out rap. And I love Big. Life After Death is my favorite album of all time.
It's fire, yeah.
But I gotta speak the truth. The truth is somebody gotta tell it. Like my man Curtis King said. It was close. But Big and Method Man on the what? I think Meth got him.
And Meth got him on that one?
Got him. I got more Glocks and tests than you. I make it hot.
Niggas won't even stand next to you, yeah.
Like, oh my God, Meth
is an underrated rapper. He don't get enough respect.
Meth is super underrated.
in New York. Hip hop.
Now,
Rusty,
I mean,
It was close. Meth got him on that record.
now,
What's y'all
now
take?
I know it gets an asterisk, but Dead Wrong is sitting out there.
I don't.
The
I,
one
you know,
with Eminem, they recorded it
I don't
years
even count.
after.
Yeah.
It gets an
When he probably
asterisk.
had the record for 3 months and to write his verse.
It gets an asterisk. It gets an asterisk.
I
But
thought that record should have never been released. I was never a fan of Dead Wrong.
I love
Yo,
that. I love that song.
Bone Thugs kind of went crazy on that Notorious Thugs. I mean, that's my favorite.
Yeah, they did.
But
They
they
did.
Yeah.
They did.
Busy.
Hey, you know what's so
Busy went
dope
crazy.
about Notorious Thugs? I remember
Not crazy enough.
that. But you know, it was so dope about Notorious Thugs. Remember, everybody didn't use everybody's flow. So when Biggie did it, it was like this. I was in the 9th grade. It was like this thing. Like, you heard the song with Big rapping like Ball. Like, it was
a
such
big
a
deal.
thing at that time.
Because even when Pac was on Thug Love, he didn't rap like Bo.
He ain't rap like them,
He
yeah.
didn't rap like Bo.
And I love Pop. I don't think he could. I just don't think that was in his bag. That wasn't in his superpower.
It was one of his posthumous projects. He had like a double time he was trying out. You know, one of the ones that came out after Machiavelli.
They said I'm a hater. Why I said because Big out rap Bone. Big took their style and just for that one joint.
That's
Just for that one joint.
Biz got with him, but he's got cracking.
Yeah, Biz went crazy on that.
It took me
He
a
did,
few
but
years
like he's
to
a standout.
understand everybody's verse that wasn't Big's. You know, like to the untrained New York ear, you knew exactly everything Big said, and I had to go to counseling to understand
are
the
you
rest
kidding
of
me?
the song. I get it now.
Are you kidding me? So-called beef with you know who? Fucked a few
That's my
female stars or
No,
two.
I got
but
Big
blue
part.
like Mike shit, not to be fucked with.
Yeah, and he's saying
Motherfuckers
everybody else.
Come on.
Yeah.
Stop
He was
it.
busy. He got busy on that song. I like
As
busy.
soon as he-
Busy. 7
as
a.m.
soon as he
in the
was-
morning with
Yo,
caffeine, green, nicotino, doso, papa, couple of dodo, vista, nicotine, nicotine, you go to my temple,
you sing with my.
You see, like,
know what he's
there's levels to that style.
fun.
That's what I'm always saying is there's levels to
Yeah.
that style.
Can I make y'all
And
feel
Busy
old?
got
Yeah,
another level on that
But
style.
when we talk about intent, we talk about content.
Please make us feel old, Reed.
I will make y'all feel.
Cause you old, Reed. Don't start cutting up. You up there, brother. Don't start cutting up. You ain't no spring chicken,
You're a
brother.
big bro. Go ahead, Reed.
They don't know I'm 30 for the third time. They don't know that. They don't know that. But now that's the first big. That was my dad's from Coney Island, Brooklyn. He from Marlboro Project. So
Man, I almost got. They almost took me out of Marlboro Projects. I ain't gonna lie, man. 1996, man. They almost happened to your boy. Shout out to Marlboro.
yeah,
That's why you hip hop media, dog.
like, he played that though. Like if you think I'm born in 93, he played that album from 97, Life After Death. I thought that was a new album in like 2003, 2004. Like every time I got, he was over there. He went with me, mom. Every time we got in the car, he'll play that damn thing. So that was the first verse that I knew from start to finish. I think I'm pretty sure that was the first verse I knew at like 7 years old.
Right.
That's
That
crazy.
was a dope song. That album.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy about that too? That's why I love TikTok to an extent, right? Because I could be in a car with my daughter, my youngest daughter. She about to be 13 next month, and she'll sing a song from my era when I was a kid, word for word. I'd be like, "How do you?" Because she'll see something and then go find it and listen to the song over and over till she learn it. So it's like it's like a discovery tool for young kids as well to get up on our stuff without us. You better listen to this, so you can't go outside.
Right.
I know how your pops was doing. You read.
He was like a musician too. He wanted to do like manage music and stuff like that too. So he was like really into it. Like it's y'all. Y'all know y'all. That's y'all. That's what y'all. If you were there during that time before the internet, it just makes sense. A lot of this just makes sense. It's not like you got to go Google it. It's just it was in you. That's just what. Right. This hip hop stuff was in you, Rob. Like this is just in you. It just is.
One of the greatest days of my life when when you just feel like the man. You might just have something new on. You might be the first one to school with the Jordans. You got a new whip. You drive slow. One of the greatest days of my life. I was the first one in my block with Life After. My man had Life After Death like before it dropped, like 2 weeks, and we was gonna listen to it in the crib. And we said, "Nah." We went out on the stoop and just blasted that shit for the whole block. We was the first ones. I never stunted so much in my life. I felt like I might have got the new Rollie at 15 or something like that. Like just having Life After Death and being the first one to play it on the block.
Amazing.
Yo, It's crazy because when Headkrak was talking about albums earlier, it made me think about, you said Tower Records and all that, but remember when you had a relationship with that mom and pop and you could get it on Friday instead of Tuesday? Was it no better feeling when you can get the album on Friday instead of Tuesday?
Yeah.
For real.
That used to be the coolest thing. Like, I was the first, it was a grip album. It'd probably be like 5 albums specifically that I remember that was like, I was the first person. The Creeping on the Come Up EP, I was up on that for a whole month before, because, you know, that wasn't a big release.
That was my shit. That's still my favorite Bone project.
Creeping on the Come Up. I was the first one off 400 Degrees. Right?
Classic.
First one in Watts off Reasonable Doubt. Right? First one in Watts off. First one off the original Mystical, Minor Mystical.
Before he was with
When he was the big boy.
Yeah.
Before he got with you know, with No Limit.
When he had the other boot camp clip.
Yeah. And then 5, what was the 5th album? DMX.
Dog and Hell is Hot?
Yeah, the first one. The first one.
Dog and Hell is Hot.
Yeah, before the Rough Riders anthem really hit. Or did it? I think
Dog and Hell is Hot.
Yeah. That used to be the coolest shit when you be the first one putting people up on shit, and you like, yeah, you need to get up on this. And on the West it was different, so it could be a big deal somewhere else, but everybody might have not jumped on it. But then you watch everybody jumped on it later.
Especially with mixtapes. Oh man,
this is a good question right here from Jess B. Yappin. A friend compared rappers to WWE wrestlers because of all the BTS ghosts and collab writing. Is an MC pushing their own pen still important in hip hop today?
For me, it is.
Yeah.
I don't know for the majority of the fans who are tuning in. I don't think they hold it as a sacred thing. But to me, it still means something. I can still love a song, but if I feel like you ain't write it, it'd be like, damn, it's just that little thing in me that crumble inside. Like, oh shit.
Yeah.
When
I think if you ain't write it, you just gotta be upfront with it.
It felt disingenuous.
Right. And I love that record. Shout out to Source Money. Source Money wrote that record, but it was like, damn, Puff, that was your man. You ain't write that one. And it wasn't like it was the illest rhymes. It was
right. All things considered, it's
me taking
all things considered, it's kind of a starter flow.
And that's not a knock to Source Money. Source Money is one of the illest, but he wrote the record for the occasion. He wrote the record so that Puff could deliver it, so it could be believable. You know what I'm saying? And heartfelt. So he did an amazing job writing it. But yeah,
who in hip hop are we saying is not writing their records outside of the producers?
A lot of them. You know, oh my God, I'm not even gonna go there, bro. It's nasty. It's nasty. No, it's nasty. I'm gonna keep it 100. It's nasty. And I, you know, from being an A&R, putting together writing camps and all of that, and people to put together records for other artists, because I think that the fame makes so many of these artists today creatively shot. I think that, like, you know, once they get the fame is so loud, the social media, all is so loud that mentally a lot of these dudes and these ladies, they get creatively shot. And my thing with pushing, I love pushing your pen, because it all goes back to when we was kids in the lunchroom and we found out that somebody stole a brother rap. You know what I mean? He ain't write that. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to that with us. But I think if you don't write your stuff, you just got to be upfront with it. Just own it. You know what I mean? Own it. I feel like Cardi B, while she might not write, she's one of the best at delivery.
Historically, female MCs don't, you know, we kind of didn't expect them. But I mean, on the male side of things, that would be devastating.
I mean, Snoop has been upfront with the times that he didn't write, and we know Snoop, right? Like.
Yeah, but I think we start talking about really late in his career.
Nah, because then he, and if I'm wrong, correct me. I feel like he had help with Superfly on the second album, on the Dogfather, because he was going through the trial and he had to deliver the album, so he wasn't like in the space to write. And if I'm wrong, somebody please correct me. But I feel like Snoop had been open about that. The one thing about Snoop,
remember that
Snoop is very open about where he's at.
For sure. Remember, he had wrote The Chronic at this point. That's in 92. He had wrote Doggy Style in 93. He had wrote Murder Was a Case in 94. He wrote.
We know he could write. Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, I don't really see that early. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you drag on 7-8 years, you know what I mean, and you do too much material, you know what I mean, you're going to have a problem. But I think Wayno knows something that I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even want to know that.
It's too many,
question.
bro.
Next question.
Yeah.
Next question.
Too many.
G Lambo, Mixtape Wayne is the only Wayne I know. His albums was dope, but nothing like his mixtapes. Torrent, Dat Piff shit. Also, Rock Dead, they used that term so they could be lazy on tracks. Laughing emojis, a whole bunch of
I only listen to the
Mixtape
Carter one.
Wayne is elite, man.
I only listen to the Carter one.
None of the mixtape stuff.
You ain't listen to none of the mixtapes.
You
I mean,
only
No,
listen
I feel like
did you-
dying.
wait,
No, brand new. None of that.
Man,
you say
I
you
listen.
only
I
listen
feel
to
like
the
it
Carter
dying, like it just came out. Like that song spoke.
I
to,
feel like dying was
gotta, like,
man.
feel that all the time. I just love that record.
Man, Wayne has some.
I really didn't listen to too many people mixtapes like that. Really none.
Like was it like a what you had against mixtapes? I'm just trying to figure it out.
No, nothing. I just, shit, I just didn't.
You just went
Yo.
on that time.
Nah, like never. Historically.
That whole era, that Piff deserves a full-fledged documentary. I'd pay money in the movies to go see that. For real, like
for real.
that Piff was the first streaming service. For real, like
Who mixtapes did I really? None. Like I've heard something, but not really. Like I don't think I take them serious. It's like watching. You know what I
Some
mean?
of his best projects was they mixtapes. Like Jadakiss Champ is here.
wait a second. We got wait.
That's
Bring
crazy.
it back.
That's crazy, bro.
So, G, you never heard Dedication 2 or 3 or 1?
Not one.
Oh man, yeah. Oh man, I don't know, brother. You ain't what? No dedications, none of that.
Not a soul.
Dedication 2, one of my favorite mixtapes of all time.
One
My
of the
favorite
greatest mixtapes of all time. So you at least heard 50 Cent is the future.
Hell no.
Oh,
You never heard 50 Cent is the future?
No.
Listen. My top.
God's plan?
No. God's plan is
No mercy? No, God, 50 Cent, God's plan, no mercy.
Oh.
Wow.
My favorite mixtapes is funny. 50 Cent is the future. So Far Gone, Cushion Orange Juice, Dedication 2. In any order. But these are amazing bodies of work, bro.
Detroit, Big Sean. Detroit.
Crazy.
I still think that's his biggest project.
Yeah.
Detroit.
I don't watch
the
college
50 the first
basketball or
50
high school
series.
basketball either.
My mind is blown. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah,
You know what it
Yeah,
is?
I'm actually kind of surprised by that too.
Glasses. Think about it like this. You know what it is?
That's a whole era.
Tiger, Black Thoughts too.
That was
No.
crazy. No,
Tiger, Black Thoughts too was crazy. That was a hell of a mixtape.
but Glasses, think about it like this, right? And maybe this might change your mind. And you know what it's like to make an album.
Sure.
Get samples cleared, like the business of the music. Like you're creating the music, but you also have to think about the business. A lot of mixtapes and why it's a lot of artists' best projects is because you create with that freedom without the constraints of the business. And I'm gonna
I
rap
could
over the
imagine.
beats.
Yeah, I could imagine.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna rap over the beats I want
I
to.
listen to the Albert Anastasia mixtape. Well, wait a minute. OD, no, OD is not a mixtape.
It's considered a mixtape.
Sure, I heard OD, but I don't even like. It's cool. I need my games at the pro, bro. Like I don't really watch N1 games like that, bro.
I don't know, Glasses. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. That's
kinda-
kind of
no,
crazy. That's kind of crazy.
I kind of agree. That's how I judge you because
That's crazy.
It could have like Lil Wayne had a bunch of like other people's songs that he was just smashing.
That kind of.
But I mean, excluding that though, all mixtapes aren't just that. So it's just a lot of mixtapes that, like, I don't know, bro.
No, I get it. I don't disagree. I just don't. You got to play the pro level. I'm just pro level. Like, give me the album. Put the album in. I'm not mad at the mixtape. You know what I mean?
What about
and
Nip?
I had to make them.
Nips joints. Like the
Hell no. I was on.
Well, this
some-
ain't got no name.
he was on.
and I was on 2 of them. Hell no.
He said I was on to him.
No. I didn't listen to no rock mixtapes, no dot mixtapes, no NH mixtapes, none of them, no Chuck mixtapes.
Crenshaw. You Crenshaw.
No, I got it and I never played it.
You never
It's
played
autographed.
it. You never
I think the
played
chat said,
Crenshaw.
so
I
you
got the
only
number
deserve victory
7-1 and I
laps.
never played it.
It's crazy.
That's so
Nah,
funny.
bro, I really don't play mixtapes like that.
We got this
I'll
from
jam
show.
a song or two, but I
All
don't
right,
really
fellas, I gotta cut out.
I mean,
I gotta take my daughter to school in the morning. I appreciate all of y'all
gotta
brothers,
do that
man. Thank you for your time.
still
For
do,
real.
man.
Brother
You still
Wayne,
do,
Much
baby.
love to all of y'all.
Much love.
Glasses,
bro.
I'm gonna text you, brother.
You still do, yes, sir.
Likewise.
All right, y'all. Peace.
I'm out too, man.
Peace, y'all.
All right, peace.
All right, we got Chauffeur right here. Blues, jazz, country, rock, punk, grunge, and rap is all black music.
Tell him, chauffeur.
Yeah, facts.
Tell him.
I don't think that's like a rude take by any means, because I hear, first of all, when I hear Cardi or a lot of this rage rap, yeah, there might be some more hip hop sounding tracks, but the broad swath of rage rap to me is a different energy than hip hop. You know what I mean? And I think that's fine. I think that's okay. I don't think like you could rap and it not be hip hop. Like rap doesn't have to be hip hop.
And that's what I'm starting to realize, and it makes me give them brothers way more credit. Like now I see what's happening. I see what they, even if that's not their true intentions, I see what's happening. And I'm like, oh, that's dope. These dudes are, if you look at their audience, bro, like when you go to their shit, it is different. That shit is not like the shit we saw. It ain't the shit even today. It's special. And I love that for them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like to go out there and really just read, you know what I mean? Because if they said it was rock music, we wouldn't even take it serious. You know what I mean? We'd treat it like funny. But to go out and just really make music and reorganize, and trust me, rock is listening to them.
Right. They're doing a bait. They're doing a beautiful bait and switch, and I support it. I support
Rock is switching. Rock is listening to Travis Scott. Rock is listening to Uzi. Rock is listening to Playboy Cardi.
Right. Cam Cobain, if J. Cole and K. Dot do a Black Friday Part 2, who would have the better verse? Which beats of theirs would you like to switch and freestyle over?
I feel like at this point, Kendrick would have the better verse, and I only approach it from the standpoint, you know how like in boxing, right? If you lose to somebody, right, like, and you get snuffed in front of everybody, you either gonna come back with the type of energy to where like, yo, I learned my mistakes and I'm gonna come for blood this time, or it's gonna be like, damn man, I'm still a little like, man, I can't believe that shit happened to me. So like, I feel like Dot gonna have an upper hand on that joint. Which beats they should rap over, it don't matter.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's touching Dot right now. I think Dot's really feeling this flow right now.
He's in school shooter mode.
Few people, and I don't think J. Cole's one of those people.
Yeah, I just heard 7-minute drill again for the first time in a year. It's like, nah.
No bars.
What he did on Pi, if he would do that on 7-minute drill, we got a different conversation.
Yeah.
Probably still be a battle.
He might not have deleted it.
That part.
Yeah.
Even naming it till delete later irritated me.
Right.
Like, bro, what kind of title is that, bro? Like that sound like some girls say when they post the wrong kind of picture.
Yeah.
Might delete later.
J. Cole, bro. Pop.
That was a very Drizzy move. Drizzy move.
Even Drake was like, that's weird.
That sounds like someone who was just on tour with Drake.
Damn.
Got some of that Canadian niceness rubbed off. Thanks towards you, sir.
I'm still tripping off Canadian study habits, yo. That's incredible.
You can tell you pay
Canadian
attention.
study habits is special.
Can I go on record about the Mount Rushmore? I didn't get a chance to say something. I was waiting patiently. Ain't nothing wrong with that one with 3 stacks on it, because of this very chaotic reason. If the tables would turn, and this is no disrespect to Big Boy, one of the greatest rappers, especially out that region, if the tables would turn, I don't know how many people are demanding a Big Boy solo album quite like they're demanding an Andre 3000 album. Not to mention the influence that he's had on fashion, the way that folks rap. I think there's a little bit of 3 stacks in not only artists in Atlanta, but in Lil Wayne at his peak. In some, you could even argue a little bit in Kendrick as well.
I disagree. I think when you saying 3 stacks, I think you don't realize it's Outkast, but I understand. No.
But I'm saying his
3 stacks particularly.
3 stacks particularly because of what he done as a solo act in the feature. Yeah.
Yo, I want to add this because I want to add this to discussion too. Because I want to add this to discussion too. I'm actually pretty tired of people thinking praising Andre means slander towards Big Boy.
He don't
I
have.
don't understand that. Like it's like people, it's like everyone it's all of a
doesn't-
sudden it's this community center of rap conversation because people will have a preference between two great MCs. No one, just because you salute Andre does not mean that you're over here disrespecting Big
He
Boy.
doesn't have a solo album.
Who cares? He can still be amazing and influential without a solo album.
Be great without putting out a solo song.
No, a solo rap
Allen
album.
Iverson.
No. The distinction is a solo rap album, and you look at we had this discussion. You look at Speaker Box Love Below as one album, which is fine, but they each made their own half of an album. That whole half of that album is an album.
No,
it's a disc.
It's an out. It's a reason why Andre does not want to put his name on an album. And the fact that y'all keep disrespecting
all that's cool. All that's cool. All that's cool.
Hold on.
We get all that. All that's cool.
His wishes is even crazier. He's doing everything to not be a solo artist.
That's a different discussion.
Y'all like, nah, I don't care.
You're further down the road than I am. All I'm saying is complimenting Andre isn't a slight to Big Boy, in my opinion. And all of a sudden, the whole world is like, "Nah, we got a cape for Big Boy. We got to make sure Big Boy can his emotions and his integrity's intact because people out here saying that they like somebody more than somebody else." That doesn't make any sense to me.
If that is the case,
make sure that Big Boy is counted present in class because there's a lot of times they don't count him present because they never took the time to listen to Sir Lucius Left Foot or any of the
great projects. It's phenomenal.
For somebody who's a fan of his solo work, that's not the people's fault. He put solo albums out and he's not in that conversation for a reason, for their own reasoning. I'm not saying he's not worthy of being in the conversation because they were in a damn group together. It was peanut butter and jelly. I'm saying judging the body of work even without an album.
There's not even a song. You can't judge it.
Yes, I can. Where's Big Boy on Prototype?
Happy Valentine's Day is a song.
A Day in the Life of Andre Benjamin.
Realize what makes records sell is the fact.
Life in the Day of Benjamin Andre.
Actually, I'm glad.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
He does have a solo album. It's not good.
It's a flute album. You talking about the flute one?
It's not good.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Talk about the flute album, the one that's
Don't do that, G.
That's not even right. Are you saying the album that was nominated for Album of the Year?
Ron Burgundy.
Oh, the album. Yeah, don't do that.
Are we talking about the album that was nominated for Album of the Year?
He's right.
He's got the biggest accolade in the group's history.
He ain't win.
He's got the singing half, which is how they got the Grammy Album of the Year in the first place.
Actually,
and then now he's got the flute album where he didn't need his partner. No shade to Big Boy.
I think the
I like the way you move is as big as every song on Speaker Box, and it's just as great, and it's probably bigger.
As big as Hey Ya?
I don't think it's bigger than Hey Ya, brother.
They're both number ones, but Hey Ya was bigger.
They right there though, because at the function,
talking about
if you play,
Hey Ya come in at any function where it's melanin in the room, that's not popping. Stop playing. That's a white person. That's a bad emulation of a Beatle record. I like the way you move is the real deal. Stop doing that. Stop
that.
You're arguing two different things. One is about the preference of our people and the preference of what I would like.
Watch the crosstalk. Watch the crosstalk.
I like both of them. I like this Outkast. I only know both of them. I watch both of them. Outkast. I like trying to make me separate them, and I don't understand why. There is no separation.
Well, I don't understand why individuality can't be celebrated, even as people.
Because he's going out his way to not be an individual.
I think we're programmed.
Every time he's on the track, he's an individual. He's not rapping like Big Boy. No one's saying that.
No, they're not being individuals. He's being one.
He put out a whole flute album that got nominated for an album for Album of the Year. That's pretty individualistic. I don't think anyone's ever conflated 3 Stacks with being a conformist. I don't think that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I think God likes Andre 3000 as much as God loves Kendrick, but Andre isn't as confident as Kendrick is.
Definitely.
Yeah.
He has the social anxiety. Like, Big Boy like to be outside. Andre, like anytime I've ever ran into Andre 3000 in the wild, it's been at the most regular shit. Trader Joe.
Regular guy. He be walking around playing his flute in LA.
Yeah. Oh, word?
Bump into him.
I didn't know he brought with him
he's in Venice. He's
travel item
in Venice all the time.
That's the only reason why I discredit him is because you gotta participate. You gotta play. You can't be scared. You can't scared of the reaction.
This is a question I have for you guys. I thought this was interesting too. Big shout out to Badger Umi. He used to be a general manager of Project Blow, local astronauts,
my guy.
stuff. Badru watched me and Rob's conversation about Outkast or Andre 3000 and Lauryn Hill. And he said, while he thinks Andre has GOAT level talent, his reason for not thinking Andre could be the GOAT, or one thing that he's missing more than this idea that he doesn't have an album, which is debated by. I don't want to get stuck. The thing that he is saying that he 3 Stacks is missing is never being in a rap beef. And you can't be his real point of view is you can't be the GOAT if you've never experienced humiliation, or if you've never had to pen a verse against someone while everyone is watching to see if you fail. That's a very unique environment that is pretty much every other GOAT contender got some version of.
Scarface don't have that, do he? Well, he did battle Troy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Didn't Outkast and Tupac almost crack off into something?
Almost is a different thing. Almost is. I didn't even hear about that. I'm not even sure.
Big boy
for
sure gonna push that pen and talk crazy about somebody.
Yeah.
Falcons too.
Well, hold on. Before we transition before we change the thought, can you be the GOAT without being in the rap beef?
Well, you have to have a solo song too. That's good.
Okay, well, let's move it away.
Here you go.
Let's move it.
Features too.
Just because you don't like Hey Ya, that doesn't mean it's a bad song.
I don't even like the Beatles.
But that's a rap. That's not a rap song though.
Neither is Hey Ya. I don't even like the Beatles.
Happiness Is a Warm Gun. That shit is that was my gateway drug into the Beatles. Like I didn't fuck with none of their like. I didn't like the Beatles till they started doing drugs.
Yeah, I like some song, but like Hey Ya's a bad version of a Beatles song, and I don't like the Beatles. I'm not doubting Andre 3000 talent. He's unbelievably talented as one half of Outkast. He's not a solo act. To even be in a diss, Justin, you gotta have a solo record.
Okay,
give me the solo record.
We're getting redundant. G. We're getting redundant. We're moving the conversation up a level, away from 3 Stacks just by itself. Can anybody be the GOAT without being in the rap beef or winning rap beef?
I think you gotta
prove it. Go ahead, brother.
You gotta prove it. You got to prove it. It's a part of it. From the early days.
Kanye
Boogie Down production wanted to go against I forget the guys from the Juice Crew. This is a part of it from the beginning. The first rap song, this song, Roxanne Shante, she got more of a claim to a GOAT conversation than people who haven't battled. I'm a Phife Dawg fan, so even with this whole conversation, that's what I always try to throw in. We talking about duos, I throw in Phife Dawg. So for me, if you're gonna be the GOAT, you gotta prove it. You have to have that pen challenge. Even for me, it's a pivotal part of the culture, right? It's a very pivotal part of the culture. Even doing subs, to me, even doing subs is like, we know Wayne was talking about Jay-Z. Like even throwing subs, Andre, and just anybody that has the claim that you gotta battle, man. It's Cool Mo D. They saying in the chat, LL. You putting the Kango over the truck, right?
Could J. Cole be the GOAT?
No,
because he's never been in no rap beef.
No, not a damn chance.
He had a chance.
You had your chance. You had your chance. You told everybody how good your jumper was, and we said shoot in front of all these people, and you said, hold on now.
But that's the Andre thing.
Pump fake, and then you said I'm sorry for pump faking. You can't do that because all your raps at your moments where you talking your shit is all consistent of you telling, I dare one of y'all to say something. That it's not if you're my friend, then I don't mean that. Like, no, if we hooping, we playing pickup, if we playing 2K, whatever the case may be, friendly. We having it's a friendly competition, and he is a competitive rapper based upon the content of his lyrics. When it was time to compete, he pump faked and ran away.
Think about the standout non-Outkast verses from Andre. Now compare that to the big boy features. Who's better?
Oh, so we're saying Andre is a great feature artist. Okay.
I think the argument is Andre's a better rapper, actually. But
that's a lie.
Yo, but that whole statement that Jermaine threw out there, like, turn my light off on that one. Some people, man, you feel like you need them together. I think a lot of times in hip hop, we wanted solo albums from group people, and we thought it was going to go one way, and we realized that, oh no, we do need you together.
And Andre know
the tires.
Andre got an album of the year nomination for his last project he released solo.
God really like him.
I'm going Ron Burgundy.
All right, we got Moo Moo right here. Mount Rushmore of independent artists. I got Immortal Technique, Master P, Tech 9, and E40.
Not bad at all.
You guys throw Too Short in the mix there too. I mean, and he just dropped something Friday, and it went. I listened to the album on the way to a funeral.
I want Lil Russell on that eventually. He not on it right now, but the way he working, the way Lil Russell working,
Russell up there.
Ooh, for right now, all this attention on him, like all of those they had, he getting the benefits of the system. I want Lil Russell on it eventually, but I don't have a problem with that. I think that's dope.
Somebody, Tupac in the chat said Russ should be in there, or they said no Russ. I'm not sure which one, but Russ got an ill independent grind too. But when you think about overall, what I saw with Tech 9. And I don't know. You said you was touring with what years were you touring with them glasses?
9, 10, and 11.
Bro, I went to go see Slaughterhouse, and I think this is I
was on that tour.
Allentown, Pennsylvania. Right?
I was on that tour.
Yo, so glasses. I'm under the impression that if the show started at 7, right, I can get there at about 8:30, just in time to see Slaughterhouse. These Negroes opened up for him, and everybody knew the records. And yo, Tech put on a masterful show. I've always appreciated his recorded music, but it was seeing that cult leader status activity in real time made me such a huge fan of Tech, and just to see the way that merch was moving too. That dude is in a different business space, and he ain't really talked about as much as he should be.
Yeah, nah. He
second pause.
He about to be in a conversation real soon. Him and Buddy and what's his name? Just put out the record 2004. That's a good conversation I want to have, but that's probably for another day. Because
Tech is really in show business. He's the best showman I ever seen in hip hop.
Word.
Yeah, that's a great description of him.
I think I saw a Slaughterhouse song that night.
I was on that tour. That's when you said that. I was on that tour.
Yo, y'all put on a hell of a show that night.
For Glasses Malone, were rappers afraid to battle K-Dot when he was younger?
Hell no. Hell no. No. People ain't scared to battle him now.
When I rap battle, then
J. Cole scared of him.
I think right now people realize I probably should leave him alone.
J. Cole is somebody who openly and outwardly. I'm not trying to be funny. These are just a series of events that took place in the past 365.
But Justin, isn't releasing an album competing though? Isn't releasing a solo rap album a version of competing?
It is a version.
You would hope so.
Yeah, it's a version. You'd like to think so.
Hey, I'm the best. This is my best foot forward. Can we
Look, there's, you mentioned it earlier, right? Jay was always dropping the same time as Nas was, right? that's a petty pentagrass right there.
Sometimes I felt like Nas was just dropping so we can get new Jay albums.
That's how I felt about that battle with Drake and Kendrick. I think Drake was just dropping shit to see what Kendrick's gonna do next.
Right. Do it again, Kendrick.
Tell me more about myself.
Okay, your turn.
Morning.
Tell me more about myself is crazy. S. Little, always appreciate Justin and Glasses' takes.
Me and Justin been arguing about this Andre 3000 thing for about 12, 13 years.
There's got to be at least 3 or 4 different very long video conversations on multiple platforms where we're doing this. We did this with BTSN. I know we did it on Shade 45. We probably did it on one of mine at some point in time, and I'm still correct, so it's all good.
Well, me and Andre disagree.
What's this guy saying? Oh, I meant to. Yeah, Nick.
That was ironic. What you posted it took it.
Yeah, it's is there a way for super chats not to be on the screen? I mean, I guess not.
You took it there.
The company man membership. Nick S. Big shout out to Nick S. He's been rocking with the channel for a very long time. And I appreciate you, brother. The best Wayne was No Ceilings. We did this one already.
Yeah, I believe you.
I can't believe you didn't even hear it. Did we do this one? I've been at parties and wedding parties and after parties where people knew exactly who Kendrick was talking about. I'm in Atlanta adjacent right now. People here are hella feeling not like us. I slick been outside, so I've seen it. This is a comment saying that when Glass was trying to convince the world that Lil Wayne had no idea what Not Like Us was.
I mean, because I think people don't realize how big the song is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think people know Dre Day is about Eazy.
Right.
Like, a lot of people heard that song, the record. Like, Not Like Us is a really good record. It really minus the diss.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
a great record.
really well. Just sound like somebody talking shit.
There's a sports record. It sounds like a sports record, like a.
That's the reason why I feel like you got to know what it is more than anything else. You know, like Wayne got 3 places he liked to go: to the bathroom, to the pussy, and to the sports bar.
Yeah, but
that's like if you listen to his raps, that's all. His raps are basically that toilet metaphors.
I know somebody said something as soon as that song came on. They was like,
right.
Somebody had to say something around him. Like, you playing that? You know, that's an issue, right?
Matt Hemming says, Curtis to Lil Wayne. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah. It's not you, it's me.
Swift Dreamer, great conversation. Thank you, Swift Dreamer. Are these all the questions? Or they might be all. Let me see.
All right, I got to get up out of here. I love you, Jay. All right,
yo,
Kurt.
love you too, bro.
Peace, Glasses.
Number Glasses. Good to see you, bro.
Glasses, appreciate it, man. Pleasure chatting with you.
Kim K, y'all are amazing. Y'all are amazing.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim K. You amazing too. 1 second, pause. Let's see. We did that one. We did this one. Let's see. Do y'all think it's harder than ever to break out as an artist? Sometimes it feels like the industry is dominated by legacy artists more than new. DIY Nation, Captain of the DIY Nation.
Come on, man. It's all about perspective. You literally wouldn't care about this question if you got your version of some motion. I always ask myself when I'm worried about what's happening with other artists, like you said, legacy artists, it's probably because I haven't made enough money or I don't have enough business to tend to. And both of those can keep me looking over my shoulder. There's too much work to be doing as an independent artist on a daily basis. Not if you're concerned with the industry of things and not necessarily where you're being moved with your passion. That's the first problem, I think. Don't be concerned about that. If you love what you do and you have the patience to invest into it and do what's got to be done, you'll do it. But yeah, in terms of breaking an artist, no, you got the internet, fam. You have the literal internet. You don't have to snail mail nothing. Get your ass up, make some content, and make some music.
1 second, applause.
To further that point, I've been seeing more Lil Russell than I've been seeing even JID's new song that came out the other day. You get what I'm saying?
100%, yeah.
I've been seeing Lil Russell nonstop. Like, I mean, of course I follow him, but like, even when I'm not looking, it's there. It's everywhere. And so, like you said, Curtis, it ain't. It's what you do with it. You know what you do with this.
Right.
Just assume you're the problem.
There. I love the fact that you can see more legacy artists being active because for a while they were being boxed out.
Right.
You know what I mean? I remember being at radio stations like, yo, can we interview Big Daddy Kane? And they'd be like, no, like no one knows who he is. I'm like, nigga, that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, yo, he built the bridge to where some of these people walked over. And now because it's hip and cliche to have these legacy artists on, now everybody cares all of a sudden, but we should have been caring the whole time. So anytime I get to see the pioneers eat, I think it's a great thing, man. Like, you know, like I think, you know, the verses helped out a lot. And then even man, like even when I saw like Yo Gabba Gabba, like bring Biz Markie to the forefront and allow children who had no idea who he was, you know, like a window into like who this cat is. I always thought that was dope.
1 second, pause. Yeah, I mean, I think the space is wide open. You know, there's no one way or right way. There's your way, and it's your job to find it. Right. What's the next one? My man, Deluxe the champ, representing the Carolinas. Would you say Drake is rap Justin Timberlake?
What does that even mean? I ain't never hogged out nobody.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it because of the code switching or the?
I think that's a ghostwriter joke, probably.
Well,
I don't
not
think we
just
think of
we
Justin
expect
Timberlake as a
Justin
writer.
Timberlake to have a ghostwriter, but like like people who know him real close be like sometimes when black people would come around, like he switch it up and shit, give you a different
Oh,
handshake.
it's a code switching. Yeah, it could be code switching.
Drake never made Cry Me a River. So
I like Justin. I'm about to say I actually like Justin.
I like Justin up until the
Janet thing.
Yeah, to the Janet thing. He blamed it all on Janet. He was cool until he did that.
Then she got like she couldn't go to the Grammys or something like that. He was able to or something like that.
I think she chose not to do a lot of things, but that was some pretty messed up junk, man. Because in the beginning, after it first happened, after the Super Bowl, and in his first interview, he was like, "It was cool, we planned it, you know what I'm saying? It was actually my job was to go, that was my job, I did it." And then the pressure started hitting that dude's face, and all of a sudden he was like, "I am sorry for the wardrobe malfunction. I had no clue." That was terrible, dog. After that, I couldn't get with it.
Oh man,
It built Google. Low key, it built Google. That was the most Google thing at the time. That literally launched Google.
Yeah, right. That Google trend started that day.
Google.
Yo, and the crazy thing, if that exact same thing happened right now, no one would have bat an eye
Right.
if that happened at the Super Bowl.
True.
Drifting Flux. Is there any credence that Doc can do stream of consciousness writing like soul? Just something I saw recently, Aware of Glory in this pen. Curtis, you want to speak to that? You were just talking about that.
he's asking what now?
Is there any credence that Doc can do stream of consciousness writing like soul? Just something I saw recently, Aware of Glory in this pen. You want to talk about that one?
That's what Punch said. Punch. I mean, that's the first session I ever saw where Dot was recording. He didn't have any paper or pad. It was a song with Javante, and Punch talks about how he kind of influenced Soul to just completely. When I met Soul, he wasn't writing with a pen and paper, but I just thought that's how he always wrote. Maybe he did some paper as well, but Kendrick does that. And I think anybody who's tried it before, I've done it in a few verses. It does help you to find different creative pockets as a writer that maybe being restricted to a piece of paper doesn't always allow you to do. So when you're thinking about the creativity and the complexities of what Kendrick does, when you're taking these 2-4 bars at a time, it's actually a more, I was talking to Soul the other day. He's like, it's almost like a form of scatting when you approach the rhythm. So in doing so, it's not like you're playing notes off of it. No, you're just literally going off like a Miles Davis or a Coltrane, but you're doing this in rhythm with words.
Well, second applause. Yeah, I think that is a gift and a curse, right? I think you can find more interesting flows and pockets and things like that, but a lot of times finding deeper depth is more challenging, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if you just go off top and you're finding flows, and then you go back later, you start putting in some deepness and dopeness into where those flows came out the first time. You know, I think there's some people who are just immensely talented, immensely gifted at that kind of thing, who don't have enough reps who can create big and great and dope and deep concepts to it. But the average person out here doing that really gets hype over some very flaccid bars. And that's
flaccid is nasty. That's nasty work. Flaccid bars is nasty work. And then plus, you know, some of these they just can't read. And they need to admit that. And they need to stop acting like they don't want to write. No, if you cannot read, stop saying, "Oh yeah, I do the Wayne thing." No, just say, "I struggle with this." Take your time with the process because it's not helping anything that you're writing. There's no depth to it at all.
Right.
Maestro is somebody that I think is one of the best I've seen do this, but it's because they're thinking of this as clusters of conversation, and it just makes sense because that's the way that they structure their writing. But it ain't for everybody, for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, even Punch in your conversation was talking about how he was talking about Jay-Z birthed a generation of bad writers or something like that. That's how it came up. But one of the points that Punch makes, which is exactly how Jay-Z describes it in the Decoded book, was how far away he was getting from his pen and paper. Meaning, so he was outside selling drugs, and you can't be looking down at your pen and paper trying to sell drugs on the corner, right? But the point is, like, I feel like Jay just be thinking about rhymes all the time. And then by
Right.
the time he gets to the booth, he's got a bunch of rhymes he's been thinking about and he can just put them down. I don't think that's the same thing as like someone punching in, you know, bar by bar. Like what we saw with the Lil Wayne in the Carter 3 documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like Wayne was punching in basically in that documentary.
But what if we found out later that like Jay-Z is actually like high level autistic, and that is his super strength within that? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even saying that for a punchline. Like, you know, autistic people are fantastic and can do things that are very difficult to the average person because, like, you know, because like as a person who I've dabbled in all different types of writing styles, you know, like, I've done the thing where like I'm just gonna say whatever comes to mind. Like, it's a lot more heavier lifting than the typical just sit there with a pen and pad, and that might be, you know, his thing. And later on at some point, you know, we might find out, oh wow, like yeah, he was on the spectrum the whole time. We didn't even know.
That's how he made $1 million.
As a creator myself, I wouldn't call myself a rapper, but I do have things out there that you would say I was a rapper. It's very difficult for me to sit down and write. So eventually, like I would do like one bar, and then maybe I'll write to it. So right now, where I'm at it with it is like it's kind of like that Jay-Z where things come to me all day and not piece them together. Keep trying till it comes together, makes sense. But the process of making music right now is just, I think because we got so much going on, I think that's another thing that we don't talk about with a lot of these kids. They don't just have the attention span to write. I don't even think it's that they can't read. Is that a lot of people just don't have the attention span to write. So I find it with me, being in South Carolina, sometimes I take a walk. Like I took a walk earlier when Justin told me I was going to be on this. I was just like, I got to go take a walk. I got to go get away from my phone, get away from everything, listen to some music. I was listening to GNX or something and get away from it. And that's when I feel better creatively and just at peace. And I just don't think people have time to. That's why we hearing what we hearing. We just hearing a bunch of just nobody has that time. You know what I mean? Like,
I wish that was the case, but damn it, brother, the national reading level is at a third grade reading level. We coming out of a pandemic, and on top of that, Lord, they said most people that you engage with online have an emotional IQ age of between 8 years old and 12. Doesn't it make a lot of sense when you start thinking about that? Now, when I think about somebody who doesn't pick this up because it's their passion, I think all of us do what we're doing because they're very passionate about it. We attract folks who are passionate. You get somebody who's like, yo, this is an easy flip. And wait a minute, I don't really have to write. I see my favorite rapper don't even write. One is a skill set. One is one is being utilized as a shortcut. And I really do. When I'm looking at, even when you see the breakdowns on Genius, I really be like, do you not like, you really are a vehicle because you really don't even understand what you wrote. Are you just purposely playing like you don't know? I don't know. But I look at this and I'm just like, I'm gonna send you the video, bro. There's a doc that I think New York Times did about this phenomenon of rappers that don't write. It did shed a whole another light on who's actually utilizing this.
Right. 1 second, pause. Rolanda, K-pop has rap and dance in it. Does it make it hip hop? Yeah, great point, Rolanda. Like you could rap and not be hip hop.
All right. I mean,
Devil Goes Down to Georgia is a great rap song. I would not call that a hip hop song at all.
That's your mountain. You gonna forever live on that.
Yeah, for real, there's a bunch of them.
Linkin Park was using rap. Linkin Park. I think that's where a lot of
Right.
that energy come from with these rappers. People.
Beck was, you know, in the town of chimpanzee, there was a monkey.
Then I can kind of get lost there. I need to read the lyrics. But man, Loser, yo, he was snapping on Loser. That was my joint.
I loved it. I wouldn't call it hip hop, but he's rapping his ass off.
Take to an album or two.
Matt Hemming, alas, the 18th century British colonial impulse to label and categorize everything always looms, threatening to derail conversations about art. I think this was about the rage rap stuff.
He also wrote that with a feather pen.
He typed that with a feather pen.
Yeah, my nose started tickling when I started reading that.
He typed that with a feather emoji. Let's take applause for feather emojis. What else we got here? There's, I think, some news that came in here. Let's see what this is. Justin looks like the shark head from Beetlejuice. That's the first time I've ever heard anyone say I had a small head. I appreciate that.
These
I
are the
thought he
ones
meant
writing raps.
Timberlake.
Huh?
These are the ones writing raps. That's what I'm talking about. Read my soul. That's right here. These are the ones taking going off the top of their
I
head.
never had anybody say I had a small head.
I think
ever.
the attention span and the reading thing is like both go hand in hand. It's like, well, I can't say that because my 6-year-old reading at almost a third grade level, fifth grade level, and he has a terrible attention span. So you're right. I had to think like he can still read though. He don't sit down, but he can still read. Okay, I just thought of that. Like, hold on. Yeah, my wifey is school teacher, so I understand. Like, you know, the school thing is pretty terrible. Bowser never wants to stay up, but yeah.
Edward says, my favorite moment last year was listening to Only Built for Cuban Links for the first time. And now it's one of my favorite hip hop albums of all time. And 1 second applause is that classic.
To the party.
Where were you at Headkrak the first time you heard the Purple Tape?
I was working in Target and I bought the tape on my lunch break, and I was driving a green Honda Accord at that time. When I tell you, when I popped that tape in, man, it made that car sound like it was 3 years younger than it really was, because it was an 81 Accord. I bought the shit used. But
Yeah.
yo, that tape made my car sound better, like the Rick Ross stuff. But it was like such a grimy album, and everything wasn't mixed to the standards that people would have done things today. But it felt so good. It was like listening to a mixtape that was just well mixed, or better mixed better than a mixtape, but not perfect. It was a vibe.
100%, man. 100%. Fresh vanilla butter pecan chocolate deluxe.
And then if you got
my
the
favorite
CD,
play.
which I didn't have, I had the cassette, not the CD. You got like that extra song on the CD version.
On the CD,
North Star Gems, I think it was. Man, love that album.
That was classic right there. All right, we got okay. This one says unicorns are goats deferred.
Andre 3000. He talking about Andre 3000.
It's getting late.
1 second applause. There we go, the doomer. I'm with it. I mean, I'll take a unicorn over a goat.
Justin, we'll debate this one day. Big Crit versus Andre 3000.
Well, you know, Big Crit's got a solo rap album, so you know that just changes everything.
Qualified.
Once you got a solo rap album, doesn't matter anything else. Now, Chris is a problem. I love Big Crit. I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah, I think he slept on. I'll make a video about it.
He sold the wrong album. That's what happened to him. He sold the wrong mixtape.
What, the Better This Way, Tom? Was it the Better This Way one?
What was his mixtape series called? It was called Forever. Something Forever, right? Well, what's his most popular mixtape?
Forever Is a Mighty Long Time, or it's not.
It's the one. It's before that. Let me look it up. Let me look it up since we're on. I'll find it real fast. He sold the wrong mixtape though. That's what happened to him, right? So everybody was putting out their mixtapes and they started selling them, right? And so Crit was here. He gave away Crit Is Here for free. No, never mind. Crit Was Here, I think it's the one I'm thinking about. Let me see.
That's the most recent one, right?
No,
that was one of the OG ones. That's what I first started locking in.
Okay, because
right,
he re-released when he came out at one, like in between Justin Scott, the one he went on tour with Saha went, and then the most recent one, I feel like he kind of lost some steam when he went independent.
Right. Crit Was Here is like that was the big one at that point in time.
Yeah.
And
okay.
then Return of Forever, right? And I think he sold Return of Forever when he should have sold Crit Was Here, and that would have changed sort of his trajectory. That was the conversation around there at that point in time. You remember that, Headkrak?
I know. I remember it very well because I was actually blown away to find out where he was from, and then I started locking into the music. And he was a guy that I was fortunate enough to interview quite a few times in the earlier parts of his career, and I always wanted a bigger career for him.
Yeah,
he's one of those guys who I felt like had unlimited potential, but the game is the game. They'll change the locks on you crazy.
I mean, I feel like you might have rocked with him maybe at some festival or something with Bodega Brothers or something around that point in time.
Possibly. I feel like there was some component with like A3C or something.
Yeah, that's what I feel like.
We did it.
I feel like I've been somewhere where I was watching him and then I was watching you.
Definitely A3C then.
It might
When
be
it was still
A3C.
at
I think that's what
Masquerade
it
when it
was.
was at the old location back in the
Exactly.
days. That was a vibe.
Exactly. What's taking applause? A3C. I'm like 40 minutes behind the conversation, but when you guys were talking about Hit Boy and Nas albums, what did you think about the music that Hit Boy did with his dad, Big Hit? Very good question.
That was dope. You don't see like a father and son rap production album often. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of cool.
I think it's the most important generational wealth conversation I've seen in hip hop in a very long time. You know, you have someone who has been perennially incarcerated, you know, most of his life, to be honest, and, you know, gets out of jail. His son is Hit Boy, and they put out, I don't know, 200 songs, you know, 5 projects. They got a project with Alchemist.
They went crazy.
You know what I mean? And the whole thing was to get, I mean, Hit Boy's talked about this. The whole thing was to get an additional layer of support system for him, help him re-enter society. And in that regard, I just think it's beautiful and incredible.
Yeah, it's dope to see generational music happen, you know, amongst artists. Like we get to a point now, like, you know, people in the culture are old enough to like have kids who are old enough to rap, but rap at a good level. But it's weird to see it in reverse, where your son is one of the best producers in rap, and you know your dad just got finished doing a bid and is ready to do a rap album with you. You know what I mean?
Right. What's taking applause though?
I thought it was dope because it seemed like, you know, Hit was always talking about the bad contracts he got. So I always felt like he got his dad to like, you know, like help him out. Like, yo, my dad home now. Yeah, we need better contracts. Cause I listen to the contract talk a lot, just behind the scenes of it. And, you know, Hit Boy was always talking about how he, you know, he had the bad end of a deal. So I just saw it as like, yo, he got his dad now and he big, you know, he's just, you know, he got that energy around him and it's like, yeah, play with me now. That's how I looked at it. And I thought it was dope personally.
What up? Why is Eminem in GOAT conversations then? What solo song album did he do that holds up against the best? Which premier MC did he battle and beat? I mean, I think the key word there is premier MC. I think Eminem's battled a lot. I don't know if he's premier. He battled Cannabis.
He was literally a battle rapper though.
Is that
like what you kind of entered the game already as a battle? You've already gone through. You damn near won the Rap Olympics, didn't he?
That's he damn near won the Rap Olympics. He never did.
What more do you want from me?
Right. And honestly, I think Marshall Mathers LP is incredible. You know, it's very difficult for me to look at that album and not say it's one of the best of its era, at least.
And the Eminem Show, I think those two are like the Eminem Show. Yeah, the Eminem Show and Marshall Mathers.
A lot of songs on there, yeah.
Right.
Those two.
Now, you know, he has the worst apology ever. You know, Yellow Brick Road, when he tried to apologize for calling a black girl the N-word. I'm like, on his way to apologizing, he has to say he blames it on X-Clan. He blames he's apologizing for saying the N-word. It was like, yeah, but you know, the X-Clan, they're racist. So those black guys are racist. Like that's one problem I do have with Eminem. I feel like that whole Trumpian manosphere right-wing conversation that returned where it's like anybody could be racist. Actually, you guys are the racist ones over there. Eminem had to apologize for calling a black woman the N-word multiple times in high school. And in his apology song, while he's at the top of his game, he points out how X-Clan is actually racist, and it drove him to be mad at this black chick.
Sometimes
that is crazy.
Better to say nothing.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that part.
It's like you couldn't just do this on your own, dog.
Yeah,
that'll take you out of GOAT conversation. But I'm sorry.
They got email. He could have emailed a statement to the XXL. Like, what the? That shit is
that
crazy,
right there get you out of GOAT conversation before not battling somebody.
Exactly. It definitely shifted my point of view on them. To be honest.
He said it go Reggie, Jay-Z, Tupac, Biggie, Andre from Outkast, Jada Corrupt, Nas, and Demi. So I when people bring him up, I'll just because his fans are the worst. I'll be like, listen, let's just talk about what he said.
Well, that's what he said in 05 or whatever, or 03 or whatever that was. By the time he gets to "I'm a Rap God," and then later on he gets to a song he calls "Goat," like he pivots away from it. He always gets this close from saying he's the best, And I think he understands why he can't say he's the best.
I'm sorry. I was going to say he spawned the worst generation of rappers after Rap God. Because there's people who their whole shtick is I can rap like Rap God. It's terrible.
That auctioneer flow.
I said
the auctioneer flow is accurate as hell.
That's why I was upset when Mac Miller died, because he was giving white boys a different. If he would have kept going, he would have gave the white crowd a different brand. Like he didn't have that brand, and he was working for him.
Yeah.
Eminem is like, that's the brand that the white boy rappers be going to, and it's like, you're not saying anything.
Yeah, because M can say stuff in his music. I give him credit for that. Like M is an incredible artist, you know what I mean? All things considered. I just don't like the fact that he got stuck on that typewriter flow. That's terrible.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. Like when you come into the game and you're very transparent, you talk about your life and you give up all the goods early, right? And now you have nothing else to say, because kind of like how comedians, when you get to a certain point, while we haven't gotten an Eddie Murphy stand-up thing, like you're not living outside doing regular people things that they can understand. Yeah. So let me show you how good I can rap. Whereas on the flip side, because I saw a bunch of people mention Royce the 5'9" in the chat, Royce got better in the last 10 years when he started to tell you about Royce, himself, and not necessarily, like that Book of Ryan and the allegory.
Right.
Like that's when I became because I've always felt Royce could rap, but I became more of a Royce fan after I got to understand who he was through his music. And I think M did everything in reverse. He gave you all the personal stuff early, and then, all right, well, let me just rap.
Yeah, man. But especially when you start doing Prime, those Prime projects.
Yeah.
Like that, from Prime all the way to like the Book of Ryan, all that stuff. I mean, really, sobriety helped him a lot. He talks about that quite a bit too.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm not gonna say that, but okay.
Even with all the things, this is from Joshua Fetter. Even with all the things about Drake taking from Atlanta, ain't it true that he been in that space since the very beginning with DJ Smalls?
What?
Are you trying to say Drake's been in Atlanta since the beginning of what? Of Drake's career?
I mean, he was a Houston, Atlanta, Vegas type dude, I guess, if that's what he was being at. It was a lot of influence Houston and Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question is. I guess he's trying to say that he's also Atlanta, that he can't really be a colonizer. Is that what the argument is?
He's a forefather? Is what you're saying? Are we alluding that he's a forefather, not a colonizer? That's the most colonizing shit I ever heard.
It was Arrested Development, Criss Cross, and Drake.
All in the same room.
Criss Cross.
That's funny.
We'll put him on the side of Stone Mountain.
He like
there it is.
You sure he wasn't in Criss Cross? He light skinned enough. He probably was.
They called him Mac Daddy when he was a child actor rapper.
I'm the make it a Drake daddy.
Slow it down.
Right. That's funny.
I just dissed you.
Latrice Lowe, who you think were the best speed rappers? Crucial Conflict, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Twisted, or Eminem? I mean, I'll take Bone Thugs. I think they're the most influential with it too. Like, you don't get like Justin Timberlake and Nelly Furtado without Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
Yeah. Like the whole Timberland era of those artists, like of the Timberland era of Justin Timberlake and freaking, that Future Sex love song, Nelly Furtado stuff. That's all that staccato speed rap flowing, like melodic rap stuff.
I would have never paired that with that. That's an ill angle to look at it from. Yeah, I guess that's a thing. I was gonna jump out the window and say Twister, but and I still feel that way. I just feel like Twister just needs better in-your-face promotion, because he's another person that sometimes you have to be reminded that he's still an active player in the field. Whereas, like, anytime they get most of Bone back together, you hear about it. And it's a thing. I think they're about to drop a project now if they haven't just dropped it,
Yeah, they got another one coming.
Yeah.
But there's more, Bone has more cult fans. Like there was a whole generation of us that grew up holding up their album covers in the mirror, reading the words backwards, the hidden messages on East 99.
Oh, word.
Like there's a generation of us who were like, believe in the last day. Like there's like Bone fan terminology that we could talk about. Like the one of the, all the allusions to everything that was happening in Memphis with them, that was happening and the crossover between Chicago rap, Bone Thugs, Memphis, all the occult talk. So Bone, generally speaking, has a lore around them with a population of us. And then they have the Crossroads, which sold 20 million records and is a church song.
Yeah, like man, that was the gift that kept on giving.
Right, and the East 99 is their best album.
They did a song with Phil Collins.
Right,
And they say that's
and East 99 is their best album, and it's literally only about murder and marijuana. There's nothing else on that album but murder and there's no dates. They don't go to no strip clubs. There's no titties. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting money. They're not talking. I mean, they're talking about getting money through drugs and murder and through murder and marijuana. Like that's just it. So,
at least they're
consistent.
consistent.
About that.
Yeah, man.
Well, who raps faster? I think it's funny because a lot of my things have to do with like school, and I remember getting the Guinness Book of World Records, and Twista was in it, and I thought that was the best thing ever. Asked my dad about Twista. He bought a Twista CD. We started listening to Twista, and then Overnight Celebrity comes out, and like that was like one of my favorite beats at the time. I don't think I knew it was Ye at the time. Oh no, I didn't know it was Ye. I didn't know it was Ye. He's on the record, but you know that to me is like, is it rhyme faster or who rhymes better? Because to me, yeah, Bone Thugs did it a little bit like their swag and the way they went about it was just better. But Twista, he was in the Book of World Records until Rap God. So to me, it's like, is it faster or is it like better? I don't know.
And I think it also depends on like what you want. Like Twista's his clarity is way better than Bone Thugs. All these guys have better clarity than Bone Thugs, but it's about how Bone feels. It makes you feel.
Yeah, one of my homies said they rap like Popeye, and I couldn't hear it for like a long time. And but it's weird once you adjust your ears. It's kind of like that one thing you used to see on YouTube with like, are they saying Yanni or Laurel? And you know, like if you adjust your ears a certain way, it becomes ultra clear, like every word that they're saying. And I just struggled with it in the very beginning of like trying to like decipher Bone. But now I'm like, wow, these dudes were like really freaking. They was doing some different shit.
They were. Hot take: Doechii will be the GOAT female rapper.
I can see that.
Off to a hell of a start.
I can see it.
Off to a hell. Nicki don't got no Grammys, but you know people hate the Grammys. Whatever. I think it counts for something personally, but yeah.
I think you get all the ladder pegs though too. That like these new artists got to climb up to be who they are. So you have great blueprints to work off of.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To get to that point to where you are. I mean, obviously you don't get a Doechii without a Nicki and you know a Kim. And you know, and even like a little dash of I guess Doja Cat in there somewhere, but like Doechii running uncontested and like giving you a show that I can't wait till she takes this joint on the road, like in a bigger scenario. So you know that show gonna be crazy.
And the only people who don't like the Grammys are people who don't win them.
Noted.
They still want them.
If your favorite artist won, yeah, you wouldn't be saying
your favorite artist won is fine. Your favorite artists don't win. It's the problem, and I respect it. But let's be honest. You know, no one is like Jay-Z is dope. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, he'd be even doper if he never got a Grammy because we don't rock with that institution. No one says that. Like no one gets upgraded because they won too many Grammys. Grammys don't weigh you down. They're only insignificant if you don't have it.
I'm betting on TD and Doechii though. Right now, Curtis, you already know. You talk to them. I am betting on TD. Like what I've seen is amazing, and I grew up in that era where Cash Money was taking over, and like I saw it. You know, like. I what they're doing over there, even turning a person like Schoolboy Q who did not rap into a project like Blue Lips, like that transition,
crazy.
That transition is crazy. So I am betting, putting on black or they red. That's red. They red and black. I'm putting my money on TDE.
Yeah, I think it has to be something that we least expect, right? Like who after the last 15 years would have seen this run by Kendrick, except for folks who were familiar already with the work that he put in and the trajectory of where things were headed. There's a lot of elements that had to happen, had to be the perfect storm for something like this to go down. I'm just looking at this and I'm like, I look at Doechii and I think first of all, I think the future is woman dominated. I think women dominate the future. It's crazy because I'm finding myself being more sonically attracted to listening to different energy that the guys are just not giving anymore, right? While they're concerned with being rock rap stars and all of this stuff, I'm listening to Amana Leo say, you better not be with no groupie hoe. You said you gonna be with Tupac when I come shoot up that studio. I said, my God, ma'am, more.
You clipped your pearls and grabbed your purse.
Yeah, I said, oh, we rap like that still? And ma'am. And I got so excited. Like, even when I remixed Glorilla, I was like, yeah, it's funny how, and that's why I feel like the next era is going to be dominated, because that energy is infectious. That passion is undeniable. I think that's the way. I think that's the way for sure. And I think Doechii just so happens to be like, if we're thinking about this, I love comparing it to sports. We think about her in terms of just versatility. I think she is the one that represents a lot of buckets.
I agree. We'll take it pause to Doechii.
It's funny. It's funny too, because Justin posts a lot about on his Twitter about the female, the women's sports. I think if you even look at the women's sports that's moving in, it's a little bit more interesting than the men's sports. You know,
it's more interesting to me.
Yeah.
Especially like, college basketball. Women's college basketball is the best. It's the most interesting basketball to me.
And the crazy thing is, they don't want to go professional. They're trying to stay because they're making more money.
They make more in college. That makes it even better.
So to me, it's like, yo, that's very, like Curtis said, that's where we go. I think where we're going, sports and everything, women dominated. Yeah,
the writing's on the wall.
K-Way, if he were black, he'd be Redman. Talking about Eminem. Well, that's his biggest influence. So that's who he modeled his career after. So we have.
Can we stop this? Can we stop this, please? Like I get the Eminem. Like, yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of what that man does with words. And I'm not the biggest Eminem fan because he went through a whole era where he talked about how bad his writing in his writer's block was, and that shit was so annoying. But we talk about the way that this man used to string together words. You understood why he said he'd take days for a rhyme scheme. What he does purely with just the language and rhyming words like crayon and chaos and seance. Like let's like just the kind of, I know what it takes to write a verse. I get that people will hear it and be like, oh, it just doesn't sound that impressive. Okay. But me understanding the pure skill that goes into this, can't take that away from him. Whether or not he's talking about something, yeah, that is highly debatable in a lot of these because he wasn't saying shit in a lot of these verses. But in turn, Redman is Redman, and he's influenced by, but there is no Eminem without a Redman. Yes, but Eminem is a beast all his own. In terms of the way that he structures and writes these, there is only one Eminem in that space, and I guess Royce might be the, just technically speaking, that might be the closest thing that I've seen.
Well, take applause.
Well, that was an awfully hot coffee pot.
It's an awfully hot coffee pot. You got down the block from the weed shop. That's my really bad Eminem impression.
That's really his bar.
Stephen Griffin. To play devil's advocate on Eminem's apology, he was speaking from the standpoint of how he felt when he was a teenager, when he didn't have the same cultural awareness he has now. That's the problem with sharing it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Should have left that as a
gonna be
teenager.
racist in your head.
What are you trying to do? I mean, who are you justifying it to? I think the people who are most upset aren't going to say, hey, oh, this kid thinks X-Clan is racist, so he's justified it. No, I don't think it works like that.
Sound like he's still culturally unaware. Huh?
A lot of things are just strategy. A lot of things are just strategy. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be concise and succinct in what message you want to put out. You know, a lot of times it's like, you know, you don't want to muddy the waters on something as simple as my bad.
It's hard to fumble an apology.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. I was tripping.
Right. He decided he wanted to take on a trip through my life and how hard it was. Because X-Clan and the black kids.
I need you to read my soul to make a compilation or like a piece about rappers are the worst at apologies. There's gotta be
I mean, they're terrible at it. Like, it's a lot easier than like I mean, I get an ego and celebrity and all these things, but like particularly in that situation, I don't understand why he did that at all. Like we're talking about how great he is with words and all this stuff. Like that's the story you want to tell.
Don't say sorry. Just don't.
Because that's the funniest thing. It's like he did all that work trying to bait Trump in 2016, 15, or whatever. Right? He put out the Rebirth album or whatever it was called, and he dissed him at the BET Awards. He was trying to bait Trump, right? And Trump never responded to him. But Eminem wanted to do that because Eminem made a gamble that, because he knows this, Em knows this. He made a gamble that the people who are most invested in Trump's biggest supporters, would choose him over Trump because it's the same people, because of songs like Yellow Brick Road. You know, Eminem has been doing this. You find me offensive, I find you offensive for finding me offensive. Eminem's been popping pills since his first album. I didn't even know about these pills until I saw Eminem show up. The plight of middle America, from the drug use to feeling like everyone else is racist against them, to this idea that the problem with the world is everyone is soft. All these things that Trump and MAGA and the manosphere run on and lean on. That's Eminem from the jump. And he is the first champion of these things. And
people hate the message.
He went head to head against this dude and lost, and had to get off that train real quick and left politics alone for like the next 6 albums, because that was his lowest selling project. You know, so it's lines like that in that apology.
But that was also
that's a problem.
in a not a trilogy, but he was dropping projects a little bit more frequently, so it was kind of easy for it to get lost in the sauce. Because
that was a big release. That wasn't a Lost in the Sauce. Like, that's the reason why he started doing the Lost in the Sauce. Right, this is the one that had Beyonce on it. This had Walk on Water on this album.
I gotta go back to that one. Hold on a second.
Nope.
It's the white boy.
No one has a Lost in the Sauce Beyonce song. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Cameron do.
you probably still a Destiny Child.
Oh, Revival.
That was a big project. The rest of them are that's the Kamikaze, the Music Get Murdered By. That's the Lost in the Sauce stuff.
Yo, the cover of this album looked like it was sponsored by Budweiser.
With the American flag, right? It was him. If you look at like a heat map of where Eminem fans are, it's the MAGA base. It's the Ozarks. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's the same base. And he made a gamble. Like, he came out and said, I'm drawing a line in the sand. His fans were like, red hat, thank you, Em. Actually, we're not going to buy this one.
I was a cinematographer for a kid at the time who actually did a thing called the Flair Walk, and that kind of led to Ric Flair Drip. I'll tell a story about it one day, but I was a cinematographer and kind of like just creative director for, a white kid rapper. I was getting an avatar. I was getting me a white avatar. I'm sorry. It's getting too late. I'm getting that cut. No, but I was working with this kid, and he was very, very smart. And it was around that time. He was very, very smart. We was trying to show him the culture, and it just wasn't working. It just wasn't working. He was different. You know what I mean? He just didn't understand that aspect of it, but he could rhyme, and he had the social media prowess to come up with like the Flair Walk campaign. We tracked Ric Flair down. I got to meet him. You know what I mean? I got to meet Ric Flair. It was crazy. But when that album came out, you could see in his face that it changed. And that white boy song, I think, came out. That was like the first one. And it changed. He changed on M. And he was just like, I don't know, man. I realized we don't have anything in common. And
damn,
I was just like, because he's doing that. So you're right. I was in Columbia, South Carolina. Right. He was from West Columbia, and that's the other side of the tracks. Literally. And he just, it was a lot. It was a dope learning experience. But yeah, I saw it on the ground where it changed a lot of those Eminem conversations. And yeah, I'm with you, Justin. I feel like
they were upset.
Yeah, I feel like that's where he plays. Like, he's Tom McDonald to me still. Like, he still punches at the culture. Like, he talks about Meg Thee Stallion a little bit. Like, he's just a lighter version, but he does do that. I mean, and it's always been his thing to make fun of.
I definitely don't think he's Tom McDonald. Right? No. Different between Eminem and Tom McDonald is like Eminem gets it. Tom McDonald gets it and uses it as a weapon.
Yeah, but he inspired Tom McDonald. You know what I'm saying? Like
definitely.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's like Tom McDonald. I didn't mean that way, but he inspires the Tom McDonalds to where he's like that light, but he gets it. It's we accept him more, but he does play in those pandering. Let me see if this works. And
to me, he set up like this whole media discourse. It comes from him, like maybe not intentionally, not nefariously, but what he represented, all the stuff he was screaming at to people in my high school, have grown up to embrace all of those things. And even when he got to the point where he was like, you know, I actually maybe I saved Dr. Dre too. You know, like he needed me, and actually I needed him, but he needed me. Now that I think about it, you know what I'm saying? It started getting a little crazy.
When you,
it's like, okay.
When you put your focus on somebody, you got smoke for somebody, Justin. It's the scariest thing ever, bro. It's like you
locks in.
You know your facts. You coming with this, you coming with that. It's like,
I picture like the RoboCop LED. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're looking at a subject, like yo, like all the analytics come right on up.
That's how that shit was. And then but then at the same time, right? You know, I look at I just always thought about that as like just a really crazy loss, because that was Eminem's Tiger Woods moment.
Okay.
That's when Eminem realized, like, that's when his base turned against him. Right. But Tiger Woods moment was when he came up with Cobblination. As soon as he said Cobblination, he lost black people, period. Like when Tiger came out, black dads were taking their black sons to go learn golf. We was watching the tournament, the Masters, whatever, every weekend. It was like it was the first time the whole black community had access to one of the most exclusive sports in the world. And everyone was rocking with Tiger. And then Tiger said Cobblination. And then that's when it was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. So Tiger get in a car accident. Oh, that's like Cobblination problems. Tiger get arrested. Oh, well, hey, that's what happened to them Cobbinations over there. It got to the point it was so bad that Undefeated, which was like a black Grantland, it was like a black ESPN property, right? Mm-hmm. They put the top 50 athletes, top 50 black athletes of all time, and they left Tiger Woods off.
Damn.
Because Tiger Cobblination.
Yeah,
so that's what happened.
The number one Cobblination athlete of all time, then, like, you know,
right,
uncontested in his lane.
I don't know. The other combinations just say they black.
It's crazy.
I don't know. It's like the other combinations say they black. Man, Naomi Osaka say black all day.
I'm black.
You know what I'm saying? Shit's crazy.
I thought you were talking about when he got beat up by Shorty after she found out he was doing her dirty. I thought that was his moment.
He had a bunch of them, but nobody cared no more because he was combination. That's
like the way he wore his hat wasn't indication enough that like he wasn't with us.
That dude said
combination. That
when he got arrested, that shit still said black though. That's what the police wrote down.
Yeah, he's a much better player when he had them side chicks. Hard facts. Like,
he was locked in.
He was just at ease a little more. Wasn't that stressed.
But yo, man, I too also have to take my kiddo to school in the morning.
Yeah, this is actually the last one we had right here, I think. So I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in. Thank you to all the moderators, y'all, the illest, Andy, Shed, Deluxe, Lord Racer, whoever else I missed, and I'm sorry, I apologize. It is getting that about that time. Big thank you to Read My Soul, Headkrak, Curtis King. Thank you guys as always for another edition of Culture United 8. And this was an all rap event. Now Moni was supposed to join, but Moni was feeling under the weather. And so that's why she wasn't on this episode. I know people asking about where's the women presence. And then two, I was also just really excited to have like a real rap conversation because the last couple of ones have gone into wherever Kanye's mind is, whatever's happening in legal documents and Battleland. And so, you know, I've been a big fan of Headkrak for a long time, and I really wanted to get Read My Soul on here, and I've always wanted to get Rob and Wayno on at the same time. And then I wanted Glasses here too, so I was really happy with the lineup, and I hope everybody enjoyed the show. You guys have anything you want to say before?
Man.
That's what's up.
Thank you for having me.
Curtis ain't slept since Punch left the house.
Yo, he's still on the high. He ain't come down. Look at him.
Yo,
Yeah.
my man was like Danny McBride and Pineapple Express. There was a couple times where I thought we lost him, and he came back up. Like,
Word up. Word up.
Boy, tag me. A variety tag me. I see it.
Word up, y'all. 9-second applause to everybody.
Salute. Peace and love, folks.
It's all happening.
Curtis, we got a link, man. We got to do something, Curtis.
Just make it happen, man.
When you in about another 3 weeks when you come down, you
I'm good, man.
you have your Kendrick interview.
We still live, by the way. You know, we still live.
Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.